welcome anyone that's here. We are at the Oddwillows ProQuest. I am joined by Alex,
Hello, hello.
casual Boltyn player,
Just casually.
very casual. We have quite a few players here. I think there's almost like 36, 35 or
35.
36.
There's one by, so.
Um, and we actually are going to be jumping straight into a game,
Mhm.
so not a ton of time to chat. Let's go ahead and kick it over to our gameplay table.
Do we want to change the heroes to make sure we're actually
Yes, yes, good call.
like so in the Packer jersey we have Bryce and he will be on Bolton today. This is the list I've been posting everywhere. If you're a Bolton player, you're very well aware what this list looks like. And he will be playing into Dallas on Enigma, correct?
Enigma, yeah.
Yeah,
We
so
got deck lists here.
mhm. So, I mean, I have a lot of knowledge on this matchup. I'm not sure how in depth you want me to go on this.
Yeah, no, I mean, take it away.
Yeah,
You had some success recently playing against a couple Enigmas at Battlehard in Milwaukee, so I feel like you probably know quite a bit about this.
yeah. So usually, what Bolton really wants to do in this matchup, just in general, he's going to be going Tunic, Snapdragons. We can't really afford to lose tempo if you're the Bolton player, and just try to just out aggro the board state that Enigma creates. So some things that Dallas will be looking to do is probably I see that Dissolve Realities in his list. He'll probably be trying to make sure that Arsenal is cleared at all times for Bryce because he'll probably be sitting on Via's Vanguards and trying to push damage when he has the opportunity to. I'm not sure if they Dallas has all the hate for Zen still too, because there's three Dense Blue Mist, which is a card that you see fall out of Enigma lists recently. Not great for Bolton.
Not great.
You don't want it. It's really bad. You can do some silly things where you Dense Blue Mist and just blow out the Boltons like instantly because you can do it before reactions, so they
Yeah,
can't stack go again.
yeah, it turns off a lot of your go again.
You know, for sure. Looking through rest of Dallas's list here, I'm trying to see if there's anything else that's like really of note. It seems like it's pretty standard with the high attack actions. We have the on two 10,000 year. I'm not sure if that's normal, but there's only two of them and only two Phantasma classes. I think that's different. I think you're usually seeing three in the list.
Looks like we're also on 3 copies of This Rounds on Me, which, like Dense Blue Mist, can definitely affect
Mhm.
your ability to gain go again on Boltyn.
I usually don't mind it too much in this matchup because of how often you sit on V though.
Yeah,
So if you have Tunic up and they play it, you're actually pretty happy because you get to pick your V turn better. Um, I guess that's just the reality of the situation for the Bolton here. But this isn't oh,
I'm so dumb.
what you do.
Their names.
Oh, we have Bolton and um.
Let's get that fixed.
But yeah, this is a. I would say if I just even based off the list, but normally Enigma's a very hard matchup for Bolton. Bolton has to play it uh not I wouldn't say perfectly, but has to really realize how much damage potential he is throwing. While the Enigma, I'm not sure if they're on the new gloves. Do we see them anywhere?
Are you talking about the Stonewall?
Not Stonewall, the new one, the new
Oh, calming
yeah, I
gestures.
don't see any calming gesture.
Doesn't look like he registered.
So we're gonna go uphold the mirror guy probably, but something that's been happening a lot in my testing games into Enigma when I'm Bolton is that they drop a mirror guy, go calming gesture, and then just make that mirror guy for 20. And you're just like, okay, well, I'll have to break through it. And if you just had a big turn and they do that, you kind of just lose the game. Like you're like Bolton doesn't really have a choice. But with the uphold, it's a little bit more playable. You can play through it a little bit better as the Bolton player. Well, that's probably still the play that Dallas wants to do is try to set up this mirror guy, swing it big, make it as big as possible, and just play protect the mirror guy.
Protect it. Yep,
Yeah.
as much as you can. It's such a strong card, and it's a really good way to swing back the tempo in some of these games.
I think that card is like arguably banned. I don't know. That's just my opinion of it. Oh, mirror manifestations. It's a crazy card, but then it's really Enigma's identity. I guess how I view it is it without Luminous Ascension for Bolton. What would Bolton do? And same thing with Mirror Guy. What would Enigma do? That's like the big pivot turns. You like seeing
Yeah,
those cards, and that's you have to have power cards in the game
it's
somewhere.
the Enigma card. It
Yeah.
feels like
I wish it was a specialization though, because now it's like any mystic illusionist is going to have
that comes out
access
in the
to it.
future.
Mhm.
It looks like I think we might be a little blurry on the gameplay. I'm gonna go focus the camera really quick
All right, by
before they
all
get started.
means. But yeah, we're seeing that gold foil right in there. Really pretty card. Honestly, he won the ProQuest around here before. and that's what we actually ended up pulling it. So shockingly, we're going to show Tunic on both sides. Not really shocking at all. Math pathways and traverse. We have that EA traverse, really pretty card. So we're gonna see what we do. I don't know who's going first. Once we see a Tunic get ticked, we will know who won the die roll because whoever won the die roll will be going first. So it seems like Bryce won the die roll here.
Hopefully that helped a little bit.
It looks fine to me.
Yeah.
So Bryce ticked his Tunic, and we'll see what's going on. So we have Spirit Award charging. This is actually a fairly good start. You like to see the Banneret get gallantry, and now the problem is Bryce really has to hope that there is no auras on Dallas side. They can play at instant speed and uh, hope for the best on that side. But it looks like we have Phantasm Class.
I believe we're going to block with a Dissolve Reality.
Okay.
So not giving Bryce the chance to
Give
get the buff power.
Easy. Yeah, it looks like there's 2 attack actions and a Fate Foreseen in hand. So you don't.
Are we going to see an instant here? Doesn't look like
Nope. So it just passed turn. And if we're going to take Tunic here, my guess we're just going to throw that Phantasm Plasm.
Yeah, that definitely seems like the strongest play, but I do see a levels in hand as well. So we could potentially see a slightly bigger turn, maybe levels into Phantasmaclasm.
Oh, it's a blue sync below. Okay, that makes a little bit more sense here. So
I imagine this will just be for 3-go again.
3-go again. This is like the same play. This looks like my string games against Lucas Oswald. Literally can't transcend, can't do anything turn 0. So just going to say 3-go again on the levels, which is fine, and then probably launching that Fantastic Class. And here we go.
And here we see it.
So Bryce has to reveal his hand, and that hand's fairly strong. Not really the greatest. Depends on what's in Bryce's arsenal. Gonna tuck that Bolting Blade just so we can make sure that 9 damage gets through. The Boltyn should be on like 5 more poppers, so maybe he'll draw one, maybe he won't. But
yeah, not a crazy amount on the list, but definitely a possibility. And these Enigma decks, they do run a decent amount of Phantasm attacks. You know, there's Miraging Metamorphs, Phantasmaclasms, so it can get some utility out of it.
For sure. So we're gonna just block with Light the way here. We still have to Quicken on the back end. Depending on what's in Bryce's arsenal, we probably just didn't need this card, so we're just gonna take 6. And no arsenal for Dallas. I think that's a big deal. We really want to be pivoting. We see that gorgeous Rising Sun, Setting Moon in Dallas' hand. Oh, there's the life totals here.
My bad.
There we go. So we have Viserai. It's coming in for 3-go again here. And I'm not sure what Bryce charged the getting a quicken token, and he's using the extended art Lumina to represent it. It looks like so. It's just like as a buffer replacement. So we're gonna go 3-go again and just 3-go again because of the quicken backup. You usually want to see E-Strike on these turns because then you get like your turns get insane when you have double Banneret, double like Courage or Quicken token. But this seems to be very average. We're gonna go rating for 4. We're just gonna go grab Spirit if I had to guess. And just play it on the table. Spirit's very powerful in this matchup, especially because of the dense blue misses. We gotta make sure you're able to pivot properly through those.
I will be right back. I think I need to adjust the way that we're going to display life totals on this.
For sure. So we're seeing Bryce here grab the Spirit. He's going to play it, put it in play. And Enigma looks like she took everything. I'm not sure if it actually updated. We're going to talk about it here. There was a Warmong's block in there, so we blocked 3 at some point. So we're going to hopefully get this corrected. Seems like this just our screen's not updating and like syncing properly. We'll try to fix that between rounds, I imagine. But for this game alone, we're going to have to push the life totals on screen. And right now it's 36 to 34. We need to push that in a little bit more. I'll tell Rob that once he gets back. You need to get on screen a little bit more. It's like halfway. Oh, yeah. So we're going to pitch for manifestations coming for 4. So this is like another way that I think we can actually get tempo in this matchup a lot. So with the tempo in this matchup, we're going to swing for 4, go again, and we can just play Protect the Spectral Shield, which is a really strong thing to do. So when we play Protect the Spectral Shield, It's still 4 damage every turn. You're giving Boltyn time to set up, but which is not the greatest thing, but it's still really, really strong. We'll see if Bryce decides to block here. It's coming in for 4. Go again.
It is not a second cycle stream if there's not technical difficulties. So
Bryce blocking with another card here, so he's just not drawing the greatest hands. And we're going to see Blue Spears of Sterility. This is a card that's been getting cut from a lot of decks too recently, because there's just no reason to keep this aggro up. Tempo's not that important for Enigma. You're just going to get one big blowout turn and try to set that up, but seems like Dallas still likes this card, so he's on it.
I mean, worst case, it is a block 3,
No, yeah.
so it's not the worst. But yeah, definitely they have been moving away from that big attack style deck. Still keeping some of them in, but we noticed the Enigma chimeras and things like that are missing.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like he's still running blues though.
Yeah, Blue Enigma Chimeras I think is still a thing. I think the Blue Spears is what's been getting cut more so.
Right.
It
Some
seems
of them
like
were on red spears as well.
were they really? I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Those are like the hyper aggro
Okay. Like
attack Enigma decks.
Oh yeah, I remember I played I played a little bit of Zen into them, but I never saw it. But when
Yeah.
I played Boltyn into them, like they never brought that in. That card's awful against Boltyn, so I could just end your turn. So unfortunately, this is actually a big swing turn for Dallas here. Actually, showing that getting that getting the Spectral Shield with 3 counters on it, Embrace had to block with 2 cards. He had no way of guaranteed go down besides Snapdragon Scalers, which is something that you can run into. And with this 3, this has to hit to get go again. We'll see if Dallas has just a blocking end. There it is. Bryce has to decide if he wants to break snaps, but I don't think this turn's just worth it. Like, I think Bryce might have had to hold on to a little bit more cards there to actually like warrant this once you see the 4 attack come down. So, but we get to play, like I was saying, when you're out of stream, now we get to play Protect we're going to play Blue Sync to Transcend, and this is massive for Enigma. You want to Transcend as soon as possible, gain a life.
Yeah, turn on that headpiece.
Yep, and they're just going to pass turn. So I think Enigma's in the driver's seat here. I think Bryce just hasn't been able to really maintain the tempo good, but we do see Via the Vanguard in his hand here with an E-Strike. Not really something you want to see, but it's still strong enough. Tunic's on 3. We don't know what's in that arsenal. He's been kind of sitting on it. So Spectre should be coming in for 4 go again.
Yeah, I mean, on the Enigma side, just a free 4 damage every turn as long as he can hang on to this is very strong.
And it's fairly easy for Enigma to do if the Boltyn has to keep blocking with cards. It's just he's able to go wide, but there's only 2 Insult Spirit on board. He has to start seeing Luminous. He has to see more beacons. He's seen 1 already. So we'll see. 4 go again. We know that in hand is a Chi from the transition, and we're not going to pitch it. We're just going to CNC, which is huge.
That is a beautiful Chi.
Oh, gorgeous. We saw 2. We saw the Rising Sun Setting Moon. This was homage artwork.
So good.
You can't really complain about those pretty cards. So Bryce might just be giving 1 card here and 2 cards. The 2 equipment block, the 4 equipment block to guarantee blocking this out to front the arsenal.
Yeah, blocking for 7 is actually somewhat relevant because we don't know what arm pieces Dallas presented, and this could be the +1 attack one.
Is he on those?
He's not.
Okay.
But Bryce doesn't know that.
That is true. That's true.
It looks like the only main arm piece that he selected here is the +1 counter, but that was making its way into Enigma lists for quite a bit, so definitely something that could still be on the mind. And it looks like he did cover the 7.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna me and Ravado charging Cataclysm. We know the other card in hand is a V of the Vanguard. I'm curious to see what's in that arsenal. It can't be a deck card. You have to play it out of arsenal to get that V in there. So this mirror already buffed. Basically, Bryce saying this turn is gonna go 2 cards wide no matter what. So we'll see what Enigma decides to do here. Dallas. My opinion on when it comes to blocking Boltyn, you shouldn't really block these first cards unless you're really trying to protect something. So it makes actually awkward for Enigma. This is like where Boltyn gets the onus here. So we're going to... Ooh!
Very strong.
Very good. So just going to eat it for... There goes the Restless Coalescence. It's a crazy card.
Restless Coalescence is so messed up.
This card is insane. So we have Ward 2 on board, but basically Ward 3, and then next turn Ward 4, and then Ward 5 if it survives this turn. So we'll see what Dallas decides to do here.
Think about his blocks. Yeah, this card is so annoying to play against sometimes.
It is very frustrating. So we haven't seen any Luminas yet. I guess that's probably what's going through Dallas's head right now. We're gonna make the shield. Okay. Probably in step and just gonna
Ooh,
let the restless go.
gives up both.
Okay. And Bryce passes. So with that V in hand, my assumption is that that's a bolting blade in arsenal. So
Hoping for the double charge.
hoping for a double charge, trying to set up a massive turn. And this is gonna be rage sector for 6. Another powerful card in the like in Enigma. Just all these blues that just do so much value when they're on your turn, and sometimes even are crazier value on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, almost like Guardian level blues.
Yeah, I would argue better than Guardian level
Yeah,
blues.
probably.
Like,
They stay on the board sometimes.
yeah. So this is going in for 6. No go again on this guy. So we know that this turn is basically done for Dallas after this. We can flip the arm piece to give go again, but I don't think there's any cards in Dallas's hand.
No, nothing in hand, nothing in arsenal.
So I think I saw Bryce did draw Illumina. So we know we have V in hand. We know there's Illumina in hand.
We have a tunic counter.
We have a tunic counter. So this is the turn that Bryce is probably just going to go as wide as possible.
I feel like V double charge. Like this is a very strong turn for that. Even if Dallas manages to find the dense blue mist here, still
Still really, really strong. Unless he finds double dense blue, then you just cry. So use the tunic, use the V. We're double charging. It's Cataclysm and a Lumina. So did he draw 2 Luminas that turn, or is it double Bolting Blade? That's like what you don't really see Lumina get charged too often. So I'm very curious to see what the math equivalent to this was. He had to charge 2 cards. So that tells me there's a Bolting Blade somewhere. Like
right.
if he's gonna do that. Otherwise you would just charge 1, you can just try to go wide.
Because the Lumina would essentially enable 6 power Raidens on this turn, 2 6-power attacks. So whatever he's playing needs to be worth more than 12 value.
Yes, exactly. Well, more than 8 value because you get the rating swing no matter what. So you get the +1.
Sure.
So it's 7 plus 9 because you get the 2 reveals off the top 2 if you play the Lumina. So we'll see. And yeah, as suspected, there's the Bolting Blade. So it's coming in for 9.
So this is better value then?
No, not yet, not yet, not yet. He had to get this out of Arsenal. This was stuck in there. I don't like not really the greatest target. If he doesn't see a V at all, that is going to be stuck there all game. There's probably a chance that he could have like snuck it out of there at some point, but it's just
very curious what that last card is then.
It has to be like aluminum. I just can't imagine like unless it's the third bolting blade because we saw him. We saw one get charged. We saw one getting played here. Well, no, Dallas tucked one, but we reshuffled from the beacon. Dallas thing out blocks here. 9's a lot of damage, but I think this is like one thing I totally recommend to people when playing against Boltyn as well is like when this bolting blade comes up, this 9, if you're at 30 life, you just eat it. There's going to be more relevant things.
This has to be Illumina.
I refuse to believe otherwise. Like,
and this is going to be a very good Lumina turn.
Yeah, maybe this is why he was thinking though. Is like maybe if single charging double Lumina would be more value than this, which it's not, unfortunately. If he doesn't see it, because then that bolting blade's just going to be stuck in Arsenal. So it really depends on if you want to block here or not as Dallas, and this is like the blowout turns that Boltyn needs. And thankfully for Bryce's side of things, we didn't see the traverse block. So usually what happens on these turns is that Enigma will throw the traverse in front of something and just look at you and say, I'm going to eat this 30 damage, and you're going to lose the game. There's the second Lumina. Okay. So this will get buffed to 6.
To gain an action point. So don't need to give this go again.
And we have a Restless in hand on Dallas's side, and yeah, he's just going to take 6. Totally fine. We're going to reveal. It's a Cataclysm. That's fine. Not the end of the world. And then this will be 6 more. And if you're Dallas, your turn's not great. You just kind of turn your hand sideways. Looking here, we got the blocks. Oh, we got to hold the line into a Restless. So that does block 7 cleanly. And that won't hit. We have life parity now. And I still, even though it looks like Bryce just had a massive turn, he did lose Illumina.
Two.
Yeah, well, he had lost one. He used one, but he lost one, so he lost value there. Tunic's not on anything, and Dallas is probably can just rebuild a board state this turn and price brick somehow. So,
Dallas still has all of his armor. He
mhm.
still has the traverse.
So we're gonna go Bolt the Courage, charging Take Flight. I saw a Courageous Steel hand in hand, which is something that you want to use if there's blocks here. Otherwise, you kind of just break snaps probably and just arsenal for a different turn, especially if they're trying to set something up.
I have to imagine we're going to see a block on the Bolt of Courage. I don't think Dallas wants.
No,
Oh,
no blocks. Dallas said, "I'm fine with my hand." We see a Lunar Shrine in hand there, a Mirage Metamorph. It looks like another. How many blue symbols is he on?
three.
He's on three. Okay. So maybe it was a red one and
And three hold the line. So essentially, six blue
blue
sync flows.
blows. Yeah. So we're gonna okay. So that's why we said no blocks. We had the red sink in hand.
So either way, he would have gotten blown out here.
Yeah.
Uh,
And we're gonna go just hard play the Lunar Shrine here. Not what you want to see on Dallas's
no.
hand. Doesn't really want this to get buffed.
Yeah, that can be a very strong card. So seeing it just to generate two spectral shields, not great for Dallas.
No. So we're gonna go again here, take three, and then we have one more card. So what is it? It's an eliminate. Okay, this is a pretty standard Boltyn turn. This is like what you imagine Boltyn being.
Illuminate is one of those cards that's like so plain, but really annoying when you have to let it hit you.
It is. It is. It's like I really don't want you to get this. Everyone stops and thinks, and it's like I just can't. I can't prevent this from hitting. Like, and then oh, I used the symbol on the Raiden for three because you had Spirit out, and next thing you're like, oh, it's played eliminate before. It's like it's a very sneaky card. So we're gonna get that soul. Basically a 0 for 5 once it hits. So like
Yeah,
it is immense. Arguably more depending on if you want to get into the semantics of Boltyn soul math.
I definitely don't.
So we're gonna Tunic and Mirage Metamorph here, and which is a very strong play. We haven't seen any Mirror guys this game.
No, not
So
yet. Not even pitched.
no, we are so we're just biding our time here. And if we're Dallas, we got to be seeing one soon. And if we're not going to see one this hand, it's going to be rough. This
I
is
think
not.
the turn we see one is probably the turn we're going to see a block with the traverse.
Yes. So Bravado getting a Gallantry. We haven't seen any Dense Blue Miss either. I wonder if Dallas brought them in for this matchup. Usually you see them all the time when they have them. It is very annoying.
Yeah, the full three, I would imagine we've seen one. I think I might have seen a Miragi. I think it's the second card in hand there.
If we have a Mirror guy in hand, you just got to give Traverse and just try to pivot this whole game right here. Like,
And at this point in the game, that it's a strong pivot. You know, 8
yeah,
damage when you're only at 14 life.
probably 10. If you
Probably 10.
probably 10. So we're taking four here. We're going to Rust. I'm not sure exactly what he's playing. Oh, he's going to pitch for Steel Iron Song just to be like, okay, I'm going to give this three. I want the courage for the next turn. This does threaten casual lethal because we're gonna have 7-3 on hit courage token, and we're going to give the traverse here.
I think I see a red sink below, a blue Enigma Chimera, and that might be a Restless Coalescence.
Which that's a massive turn coming in.
Yeah,
And if you are restless and then you're just gonna have a mirror guy, we grab this, you have a nice 5 card hand here. You want to see what his next draw was. If you needed to sink a card, it was a blue sink below. So he's like, yeah, I'm glad I didn't sink that card.
all right, let's see if Dallas can pivot this game back.
I mean, I think he'll be able to. Like, if it's mirror guy restless,
Do you remove all the counters from the mirror guy?
oh, for sure, I would. We gotta threaten lethal. We gotta keep the tempo. It's it's such a tough decision to make, so I get it. But like, or you can't be tucking it. Gotta keep it. Gotta keep it if it's actually a restless. He tucked the restless. And you were sink below. He checked it and it's still sink below.
Doesn't feel great.
No. So I don't know why he tucked the restless there. Interesting play. I wonder if he was just trying to find a bigger turn.
And here we go. We're
Close
activating the Iron Song.
The Iron Song actually after the Armor Deck release was getting cut from a lot of Boltyn's lists. They were testing out the new Courage arms. I think Halo, it's Bog, Bracers of Halo's Blonde's Belief or something like that. Blonde's Grace, something like
It
that.
doesn't matter.
Eh,
They're
no,
not
no, no.
good.
It is. They're no, they're fine. They're actually pretty good. They're a great budget piece for Iron Song, but Iron Song just gets so much value when you have this extra pitch floating. It's like hitting three courage just starts another turn. You don't lose a card from hand. You already have enough soul here. It was just kind of overkill. And we're gonna pitch for Mirror Guy. Oh, okay. I like this. So we're gonna pitch for Mirror Guy in this turn so we can give
This
up.
is great.
This is
Yeah.
wonderful. Great play by Dallas. Give up, and we have. Well, we do have a sink below. So if that sink below is a red sink below in hand, we just basically swing Mirror Guy here, pitching our blue and flipping. So we're coming in for 10, have a red sink below, and we get to play Protect. And it looks like
I see a V.
I see a V, but that's not going to be enough when you have a 4 card hand. I see a V, I see a Luminal Lance, which he has enough, a E Strike, and some other card. Some other light card. So Bryce thinking here. This is a big turn. I think this is the turn that will decide the game here, depending on if Bryce can actually break through this Mirror Guy or not.
Yeah, a lot of tempo is going to be generated on this turn from one of them.
So we have Snaps up, we have Warband still up, we have all of these cards still up, and he's thinking about just taking it. Taking 10, going to 4.
And we do see the reveal of Uphold Tradition, I believe it's called.
Yep. And this is another Ward 1. And now if we kept that Restless though, we could have dropped the Restless here, and we could just rip the whole
Attack for
in.
7.
Yep, rip the whole in. And the game's basically just over. So we see CNC, Spectral Manifestation. So it's the end of the world, actually, if we lose this Mirror Guy, if we have a Spectral Manifestations in hand. But we got Ward 6 on board. We know we have Sinking Arsenal. Tunic still has 1 block. I don't think it's going to be that hard to prevent this from happening. Like, I know Tunic's on 3, but the hand's not great for a V turn. And if Rice decides to single charge with that V, he's going to get Dense Blue Mist, and if they have it, and it's going to get blown out of the game. So we're going to charge the game. Okay.
Charging the V.
So
I wonder if he's trying to set up a reaction with the Luminolance, push over blocks and try to pop the Mirror Guy. But looking at Dallas' hand, I mean, I just don't think that's going to matter too much.
My assumption here is that we're going to go 3-3-7 off the E strike, just keep generating the 13 value turn. Because that's still it's all awkward blocks. Well, not the 3 block. You really wanted this being rather be a red. So okay, there's the red sink.
Do we see the Luminolance?
You can't hear it because of the uphold. If you Luminal Lance, it's +2. Just eats the uphold tradition.
Uphold is Ward?
Ward 1.
Okay.
Mhm. So we might see the Lance if it guaranteed kills the Mirror Guy, but I mean, oh, we have 2 Transcend cards in Dallas's hand here. So CNC, 2 Transcend cards, and
I guess he dropped
the
the ocean.
oh, drop in the ocean. Oh, if we had dropped in the
Reserve?
ocean, we should have actually dropped on top of the beam rod to force the Snapdragons out. But that's okay. Not everyone sees those lines, and not everyone plays against Boltyn every day. So he's going to give up the Mirror Guy here. I think this is fine. You have the Spectral Manifestations in hand, so you're just going to go widen on this next turn when you get the double Transcend, and
Especially with Dallas at 9. He
mm,
has a lot of life to work with here.
oh, it's 9, not 6. Oh my gosh, yeah, I see the line underneath that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a lot of life, and you can just take this if you really wanted to. Take 6 and go to 3, and then you're going to be throwing what 4, 2, and yep, dropping the ocean there into preserve. And we're just going to shove that. We can't shove Mirror Guy back, but probably just a reach that Spectre if I had to guess.
It's going to be a very strong swing back turn for Dallas.
And honestly, what you're probably going to do here is create the Spectral Shield. No, you probably don't on this one. You go Manifestations, create the Spectral Shield, and then CNC. So you're going to go 4-2-6, which is not
A lot of
a lot of
damage.
damage with Arsenal Disruption, which, I mean, Bryce doesn't have an Arsenal right now, but, like, Bryce at 4. Like, it's not looking good.
We'll use the ward on the hands. Take 5.
We're at parity.
Doesn't feel like parity.
No, not at all. So here we go. We're gonna play the manifestations. Got two floating.
This card is so strong.
It is a wonderful card. Um,
I know Dallas isn't out on it, but I had someone play Reality Refractor against me with this card.
oh my god,
8 damage every
yeah,
turn.
yeah. It's a two card eight every turn. And
It's so annoying.
so we're gonna block with there. We have equipment to give, so Bryce is gonna just keep blocking where he can. Blocking in three. So the CNC reaction effect doesn't really matter here because there's no reactions in this list. Okay, so we're just gonna throw the CNC here, coming in for six, and this is still threatening a lot of value.
Okay, so we were one resource
Sure.
off of being able to make the spectral if we had the tunic up
Tunic.
this turn. But still, I mean, 10 damage, Bryce is only at 4. We're going to see a lot of cards start disappearing from his hand.
I mean, it's a 10 damage plus one ward, and if you just, I mean, Bryce can't really afford to go to one here. If you can't clear that spectral shield, like then what happens? But
Yeah, he blocks with 1 card here. He keeps 2. And how does that pop a spectral shield? I don't know how he gets back in this game.
you have to charge. So you probably go charge card into Raiden, maybe breaking snaps, and it's just not good. It's not really what you want to see. Your best option is to use Tunic for V. If he has a V in hand, I don't know what he has in hand, and or take flight and hope that for 7 damage or 8 damage gets over it. But it looks like it's gonna be 7, so we're gonna go Beam Roto for 4. You see that this round's on me in hand, and this is casual lethal as well. Well, actually, Navi is a reward, so
I do see a
so,
Miraging Metamorph in
so,
hand.
so if you just have to protect the spectral shield. If you do that, you're fine.
If we keep blue and Metamorph, that is 11 damage presented over 2 cards.
You don't even need to keep the blue. You have Tunic Sugar up.
We have Tunic up. That's
And like you can just have a 1 card 11. It's kind of insane.
uh,
It looks like the hand's a little awkward to block with.
yeah. I could see Dallas maybe giving the this rounds on me and Tunic here.
Hmm.
We know that the Raiden's gonna come in, but then you're left with a no block and 2 attack actions. So when you go to try to block the Raiden, it's gonna get buffed.
Just an awkward blocking hand here. I don't think we can keep the shield around, unfortunately, this turn unless we're really so say no blocks here. Okay, we're gonna Rising Sun off the top and try to find probably another uh attack
Non-attack.
action, non-attack, yep.
Which I
And
think he found a Rage Spectre.
which is a good card. So we're gonna be taking 3 here off of this and going to 1. And thankfully we have another 3 block in hand. But is Rage if we can so basically what we can do, we have 3 cards in hand, right? We can block with the 3 block and then just throw Metamorph for 7 and just hope that our arsenal gets us there.
The other thing that you can do is deploy the Rage Spectre and then swing the Metamorph.
You can't hold. You're not gonna be able to hold on to another card. This is gonna go again because Raiden swings for 3. You're gonna go down to. You're gonna go down to 1 here.
Going down to 1, yeah.
You really should just block 3 and 3 with the non-attacks. If they haven't got through blocking it, they might have done this before block step.
Which it looks like, I think it is before blocks.
Mm.
Otherwise, we would have seen life totals tick down already.
But yeah, blocking 3 and 3 and just throwing the Metamorph here is very, very strong. Metamorph is a card that came out in Everfest, and I wonder if it's like one of those cards on like
The watch list.
yeah, you have like they regretted printing like Macho Grande. They hate that card. I want there's a lot of cards in Everfest. I feel like that's a little too strong.
Everfest has a lot of bangers.
Yes.
And I feel like the longer the set is out, the more cards become relevant. And yeah, that set was crazy for like power level.
Mm.
So many staples. And I feel like we're starting to see Dynasty become that too.
Yeah, well, Dynasty I think is a set that is like just getting slept on a lot. The Rimbley cards from there just like was trying to create an archetype that just doesn't exist. It's kind of weird. So yeah, we'll see the Rage Scepter block here. Eat the Spectral Shield, and then there's no way. So we're just gonna throw 7 back. Bryce is at 2.
Yeah, I mean,
Like he has to give 2 cards here. Like no matter what, he can't just give Tunic. He has to give 2 cards. And he has 2 in Soul, so it's not like we see the other last Lumina in hand, by the way.
Did we draw a popper? I would imagine we would have
No,
slammed it on the table if we did.
we have one popper left in deck. We've seen all three bolting blades. We've seen two cataclysms. So I think we're going through Dallas's head right now. Like, if he probably feels like, I wonder if he feels like he's in the commanding position because he really is. Like, he's in a huge position here.
Knowing Dallas, I think he's probably nervous
Mhm.
and probably not thinking about how advantaged he is right now.
Yeah, like it's going to be very hard for Bryce to come back from this game, especially when we're going to do that. It's going to be, so it's going to be 3-3. So we're not
Three,
even,
3 and 4, right?
no, it has to hit for the, oh, we carried Courage, so on the banner of Courage. Spirit War is a card also that a lot of people just haven't been playing. The new Armory deck stuff really makes it stronger. Unfortunately, we're not on the Armory deck stuff right now in this matchup, so the card, you really don't want to see it. We're going to have to break snaps for it. So it's going to be 3-4.
I think I see a Warmongers.
Mhm.
Easy block. I see a Levels,
Instead of Phantasm, man.
Phantasmaclasm, and I can't tell what that last card is. I think it's a Hold the Line.
Hold line. So you probably just give a hold line here. Just go to 2 and
I
throw the
think so.
Phantasmaclasm and just say, here's 9, give me 3 cards.
And if
Like,
you drew your one popper,
popper. Like,
get it out of
I
here.
mean, it's not like Dallas knows he's only on 6 poppers, right? Like, and in reality, the popper count too is like, when it comes to this matchup, you're only on really on 3 because you really don't want to pop with the bolting play. It's like one of your win counts for this matchup. So
I could see Dallas giving the Tunic and the Hold the Line here if he really wanted to preserve as much life total as possible, but I think blocking with just the Hold the Line would be fine.
mhm,
Sending back Phantasmaplasm is very strong.
it is for sure. Are we just gonna give the tunic and just go to 1? I'm just gonna go to 1.
Okay. So
This is very aggressive from
clearly he does not care about protecting his life total.
no.
He just wants to end the game.
And so is he gonna pitch the levels or the hold the line? I think it has to be the levels, right? You just gotta play on that back foot.
I think if we're sending
Oh, Bryce's hand. This game's over. Bryce's hand is awful. I guess he needs this draw to save it. Like there's no go again in this hand. It is a complete dud.
yeah, he used the snaps.
Yes.
I mean, none of the picks are very interesting here.
You grab a truss.
Yeah, just because it's a break point.
Yeah, it legitimately you're at 1. That card reads 4, everything else reads 3. And you just really, really hope they don't. Well, he has to block with 3 cards either way, right? So like he has to block this fully out. This can't. If it's the popper, you're feeling pretty good. Like, okay, he's gonna give that away.
Did we draw the popper?
I mean, you just have to slam it then, right? Like, nope.
Okay, we drew a Valiant Thrust.
Okay.
So keeping the Express, so we are sending a breakpoint next turn, uncharged, so no Raiden follow up. But Dallas did Arsenal the Hold Line.
And yep. So we're gonna have a 3 card hand no matter what for Dallas, unless we draw red. There's the dense blue mist, and there's a mirror guy in hand, which is like fine, but
We didn't see a cheat card though.
no,
Dallas' hand actually looks a little awkward.
looks awful.
This round's on me, a Dissolve Reality, Dense Blue Mist, and a Mirror Guy.
Good chance you just block here with the.
This is actually pretty bad.
So what do you do here?
I think we have to block with the Dissolve
for sure
and the Arsenal card, and then play out a Mirror Guy for 2 counters and attack for 4.
4, right? That's like your best option. You're only gonna get 2 cards off of right 1 because of tunic.
Yeah, not great. We do have Ward 2 on the table to keep us alive, but
But you get a 3 card down from Boltyn. He still has Illumina in deck. He still has 2 beacons in deck. Like this actually might be the pivot Bryce needs. A brick hand. And we see the Lumina.
this was a pretty impressive back-to-back of dud cards.
Yeah. Alright, it's a mirror guy. And we gotta pitch it. Swing it for 4. I think is a Lumina in hand, and I think Bryce is. Oh nope, he would be. Yeah, he's putting that card down. I think that's the Lumina. What he wants to keep. Oh, he's just gonna give 2 cards here. I don't think this is correct. If that's the case, maybe he doesn't have the Lumina. I thought I saw one.
Is the plan to just send Eastruck for 7
7,
then?
maybe. I think this through. You got Tunic up. You can block with Tunic. Give 1 card. There's nothing stopping you. Because even if you're going to go like you can go E strike for 7 go again into okay, so gave up the E strike. So he has to have guaranteed go in his hand somehow. Like I'm trying to see it. Like he has a banner right of some sort. Okay.
I think we drew 2 Transcend cards.
Well, this is coming in for 4. So
2 Transcend cards and if it's a
attack
waxing,
action.
waxing or waning.
Oh, if it's a waxing, this is the card that Lucas Oswald kept saying he hated. He hated waxing. He's like, I don't get why people play this card. It's not fair.
Dallas does not have a lot of blocking potential right now.
No, but I mean, Bryce needs to find a way to give this like go again though. I don't know what's in his hand. It might be a beacon. So he's gonna start by playing the Passover into what is that? A stir the pot? Is that stupid cat? That it is that stupid cat.
So we could convert one of these into a 2 block.
No, only into 1 block, right? Because it's
Oh, you're right. It's only 1 block.
it's not Mirror Guy.
It's not Mirror Guy. That is awful.
I'm just curious on what's in Bryce's hand here. Like, you gotta hold on to the waxing. I think you have to block with the dissolve. Let the Mirror Guy go. I don't. Oh, it's Steel Hand. Oh,
So we can.
this is blocking. Now, this is coming blocking 5. He has to have the D react actually. Because it's only 5 right now. He can create the 1 chi. Does he have the D react? I think this is over. I think Bryce somehow
3,
managed to pull this one out.
6. He can deploy the
Oh,
waxing.
he has the. He can play the waxing. Okay, that's right. That's what it is. So.
But I think he dies to the raid.
So what does waxing represents 4, rating for then 4, and yeah, that's it.
And then he takes 1.
Yep.
That
Good
was a
game.
very close game. Lots of awkward hands on both sides at the
I
end.
would agree.
I feel like Dallas was in a very commanding position, and then he drew a brick hand that could present almost no damage.
Yeah, I bet you Bryce right now is also just thinking like,
How
how
did
did
I
I win?
win?
Pull this one out. I thought this game was very over. It seemed like, man, it's wild. It's absolutely insane. Well, GG's to the both players.
Yeah, definitely.
Like great game, wonderful game.
Very, very good game 1 to start the day. A couple technical difficulties, but
Yeah.
we got there. We probably have a bit of time before the next round starts,
Yeah.
and if you joined into the last Oddwillow stream, you know that we like to fill the rounds with some fun. So,
All right, what we got for me today?
that being said, we upgraded a little bit.
We did. We did. We got a little extra.
We're going to be playing a few games of Do You Know Fab in between rounds. I have some of the ones that you're familiar with.
Okay.
We're going to be doing some card zoom images, but then I have some new ones for you as well.
New ones.
New concepts, new games.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
But we'll start in the familiar territory.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
So
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you 5 card images.
Okay.
They're gonna be heavily zoomed in on the art, and I need you to tell me what card you think it is. And I'm gonna close chat so that you don't cheat.
I wouldn't cheat. I'll never cheat.
All right, are you ready?
Yeah. I'm all good.
All right, what card is this?
Cataclysm.
Cataclysm. That is Celestial Cataclysm.
Sea cat, baby.
It made some of them a little.
Well, that one's pretty easy. That one catches your eye, you know.
All right, what about this one?
Count your blessings.
Yes, that is Count Your Blessings. Very popular card right now.
Card.
Very contentious card. Okay, I have.
I'm curious to see if we have anyone here playing CYB today. We don't know.
Yeah,
actually.
we don't know yet. Maybe I can take a peek through some deck lists in between rounds.
Yeah.
All right, you ready? What is this card?
Oh my gosh, that looks super familiar.
It should.
Is that Illuminate?
That is Illuminate.
Oh.
There it is.
Yeah.
All right, 2 more. What is this card?
Oh, is that the new Aurora feed? I can't remember what they're called. That's what that looks like to
That
me.
it is the new Aurora.
Okay,
I'll give
it's
it
like
to you.
yeah, lightning
That
rings.
is
Yeah,
lightning rings.
Mhm.
I like that there was just a little meep sitting in the corner.
Yeah.
All
They're
right,
so cute.
last one for this round, and then we'll have some more after the next round. Can you tell me what card this is?
Oh, I mean, we just saw it. That's beautiful. That is beautiful.
That is Spirit of War.
That was a pretty easy round.
That was pretty easy.
Yeah.
That was pretty easy. Fun fact, as I was going through these arts, there are so many pictures of people pointing
Yes.
with their hand just like doing this.
I mean, it's a warrior card. Like he's like he has to lead the charge. Like, come on.
That's just like the default fantasy pose though, is just like a hand like out.
Like,
All right. Well, we started easy, but I guarantee you it is going
oh,
to get harder
hey,
as we go.
this is going better than last time. I'm 5 for 5.
Yes.
Like, take it.
Okay. We are going to go to the be right back screen. I will get an update on how much time is left in the round. I'll throw that in the chat, and then we'll be back for round 2. Thank you guys for joining us. All right. We are back. Round two is starting right now. We figured we would get you guys an aggro matchup.
Oh yeah, we got a nice
Uh,
aggro mirror here.
so we are going to have Jeremy, a Madison local, playing against Geo. Jeremy is going to be on Viserai,
Yep.
and Geo is going to be on Kayo.
Yep.
And they should be starting right now, so let's go ahead and jump right into that.
So I did tell them to raise their hand when whoever figured out who goes first. Hopefully they got the message, not to both raise their hand. But yeah, so KO, let's talk about that because I think coming out of the book burning, KO was thought to be one of the best aggro decks out there and kind of uncontested. You would hear every podcast, every high level player, every tier list, KO would be A tier, and there's gonna be no aggro deck that could keep up with him. We seem to be in a situation where that's not near the case.
I think that a lot of people really doubted the power of Aurora.
Yeah.
I think that everyone thought that she was going to be just a very mid aggro deck, and she ended up being very strong. And it makes sense that a lot of people kind of fell back on KO as like the default aggro deck, because he was before.
Yeah, right before there was not another aggro deck. It was Zen came out and just pushed him way out of the meta. He has like some no blocks and things like that. Well, we can go to the other side of the coin here and talk about Viserai, and like except for the battle hardened, he hasn't really done too much. A lot of people thought he was really bad. People were still trying to jam Mob Skies, but we come to realize that Mob Skies is a bad card? Question mark.
You just have a lot of natural
Mm,
go again now. Like they picked up a lot of new tools. Rune Rager Swarm is one of them.
mm.
Just basically natural go again. It's almost always going to create a rune chant when you play it. And then on top of that, I mean, all of the other cards, the Deadwood Dirge, which some people didn't believe
Yeah,
in.
I don't like that card still. It's really bad in this. That's just me.
Malefic incantations. I mean, there's just so many tools that Viserai picked up, and he's definitely putting up results. Still a little weak to Warmongers, but I don't feel like Warmongers has the same grip that it had on the format before.
No, and you hear Nick, the winner of the Battle Hard, talk about the list, and he said, Warmong, you see it? You just say war, and you just say, I have enough go again through just creating rune chance through the Malefics on board that you're usually just fine. You just arsenal your non-attack action, and you say, I'm going to go.
Looks like so Jeremy won the die roll,
Okay.
but Geo raised his hand.
So Geo will
So
be
I
going
think
first.
Jeremy elected to have Geo go 1st.
Hmm. So that's good to know. I mean, Agromir, usually what you see, you usually want to go second in those
Right.
matchups. So
Turn zero, I mean, you're both drawing up anyways. So as an aggro deck, you want to be presenting the first real damage of the game, the first opportunity to actually pull cards from your opponent's hand that they aren't just going to draw back up.
yeah, and the thing about Viserai too, when it comes to like going second, your deck blocks well. It's not like
A lot of
a
3 blocks
lot
from
of three
Viserai,
blocks, a lot of two blocks, no blocks. Compared to the other side of the coin here, where KO,
unless you're on Gorganian Tome, which
which Work Tome isn't
people haven't been on that for a while.
not good anymore.
Arknight Shard, maybe.
So we see the face Purgatory, and we see the Iron Weave, not the two block chess piece. So we're really going to try to push tempo with Iron Weave as Geo goes and picks it up.
The notable thing on the table here is Reaping Blade.
Yeah. The list at the Battle Hardened that I think Jeremy based this list off of was only on Reaping Blade.
That is interesting. No Nebula Blade.
I think the reason why I say Iron Weave is more curious is because usually the Tunic, you want to use the Tunic counter for one, swing just the Reaping Blade as an extender. Because your pitch curves allows you to go 2-1 into like a buff or like an attack, and we're gonna swing Claw here for 3, pitching a Send Packing, and is that a Bear Fangs? It looks like it. And just gonna Arsenal Pass, classic.
Yeah, filter hand a little bit, get set up.
You really want to discard a card still as KO on turn 0, so you can start that hero ability and start pumping that 7.
Noticeably, no might generated. So
So Malefic, this is a new card that I saw first, and this is the card that I thought was going to push this over. I think it did. And oh gosh, just disgusting. Is that a red and a yellow? Which,
if he can set up a Mordred and Arsenal for
yeah,
the next turn,
this is going to be a crazy turn here. So we got Malefic, and this is where the Rune Ranger Swarm comes in. Yep, look at that, classic.
yeah, this card's so good. It's so good for Viserai.
So we're going to be generating 3 Rune Chants on the back end. Viserai's ability, your ability, of days old, kind of broken, a little,
Just kind of
kind
broke.
of broken. It generates a lot of value just off of playing the game.
Yeah.
Like
And
that's
it's not like your cards are like severely under rate to make up for it. Like they're pretty much on rate,
yeah.
and then you just get more.
Did we just see a 3 block from the from Geo here from the chest piece and the legs? And we
We
just
did. We did.
oh, this might be Blood Rush. Oh, here we go. We're about to go off. We love aggro mirrors. We're gonna give equipment and just go burr.
This is that battle cruiser flesh and blood. Just send as much damage as you can.
Who needs that right corner? Who needs it? Okay, well, right, not really one of the cards you want to see discarded,
Yeah,
but
definitely would like that on a Blood Rush Fellow's turn, but we're drawing two.
draw two, got to swing big, and make sure he generates the one might on the back end. He forgot to. And he's going to start with a Pulping here. Not really a card you want to start with because if Jeremy has a direct arsenal, your turn just ends. So he's going to draw a discard, or if he like misses the discard here, just give 2 cards, and Jeremy will be more than happy to do that. Oh, no, there's the Savage Face.
So this is coming in for 8.
He dominates.
Dominate.
Mhm. And we'll see how Jeremy wants to block this. I'm imagining just it. There's no on hit here. If you can't stop the go again, you're just going to take the 8. Oh no, he has the might token down in the bottom left corner. I see it there. Okay, that's where he's holding him. So you did not forget it. Oh, he does have the direct.
That would be pretty impressive if he did. Notably, we didn't break the beaten trackers, so there's no action point floating, and we passed the window to
break it.
break it. So if we see a D-React from Arsenal, then this is a huge shutdown.
Well, we know that we know we didn't break the chess piece either. So Gio's pretty confident that he has enough resources to get through this turn. He doesn't need to break it to go extend wider. He can just save it for another turn. I did see the 1 for 5 blue in Gio's hand off the draw. So
Run roughshot.
Run roughshot. Crazy card. Crazy card.
Came out of the armory deck.
So we got the blue in hand. Definitely pitch for claw. So
and we are eating 8 damage here. And we see the claw coming in.
Yep. And agile on the blue. Okay. So it's going to float 2 resources.
So 2 cards left in hand. I think
one's a swing big.
One's a swing big. So we will probably just see the run roughshod for 7 as an Arsenal swing big.
I would imagine.
And very strong turn. What is that? 13, 20 damage?
Yeah, 20 damage turn. Nice Brother Rush with an Arsenal.
Plus a might.
Arsenal card. And Jeremy's going to take all of it. But like again, a Mordred tie turn here just really takes it over. Kind of questioning maybe Jeremy should have faced Purgatory on. He couldn't because of the Dominate. So I guess that's what Pulping does also help play around is that you can't get face Purgatory right away.
We could see him use it here if he wanted to. He took the damage, but he could have denied the Arsenal. But I think maybe he just values his hand a little bit more. Again, if we see a Mordred died with those 2 Malefics,
we are.
This game might be over very quick.
So the biggest problem with Fleshbag in this matchup is that if Jeremy just plays non-attack attack into Blade, like Fleshbag doesn't really do anything. It's like he doesn't really care about being intimidated offensively. Like any card's a good card in Arsenal for Viserai. It's just a deck that functions in that respect. So you're never really going to whiff anything. And what are we going to start with? Let's
easily a Mordred toe.
He's hiding it. He's hiding from us.
Just put it down.
Nope. Back up. If it was a Mordred, I think we're slamming it. So I don't think it's Mordred. Oh my gosh.
And another Malefic.
And all right, so we play the Mordred, so we're going to get 2 rune chants on the back end here.
Make sure we remember all of our triggers. We should be generating 2 rune chants here. Yep.
And this is disgusting.
He's going to play an attack, and he's going to make
6 rune chants. 8
8
rune chants. Oh, I just play an attack or another non-attack action gets him another 2. Like,
oh, we might have a judge call.
Okay. Looks like are they grabbing it?
Yes.
Yeah. All right.
All right. We will be right back. Alex is going to go check out the question. I'm not sure what the judge call might be about. Maybe there is a missed trigger somewhere. But we will get this sorted out right away and then get back to the gameplay. Let's see. So we got some comments here. Nicholas Stotts would love to see as much Vis slash Vin and Dio gameplay as possible. Thank you for the stream. Very good quality. No glare or anything. Thank you, Nicholas. We appreciate it. I was here for close to 4 hours yesterday, setting everything up, solo almost. And yeah, I tried as hard as possible to make it as visible as possible. But we do have. I posted the breakdown on Heroes, and there is quite a bit of Runeblade in here. We have 6 Aurora, 4 Viserai, and then only one Vincent. I know that, or 2 Vincents. I know one of them did win their last match, and no Dio. So unfortunately, can't help you on the Dio front. All right, looks like we sorted out the judge call. We have Alex coming back right now.
Yeah, so it was just a sequence. Oh, yeah, oh my gosh, uh, disgusting. So he was just questioning how he gets to layer these malefics. Basically, if he layered them in a way to generate like the will the rune chance pop before even if he plays the card, like send these 8 as well.
Oh,
And I
sure.
said no.
You're
Like
right,
they'll
right.
they'll all stick on the stack.
Yeah, the attack only sees the ones that are on the board
Mhm.
currently. So,
Yep.
but we do see a massive amount of rune chance generated.
What a card! What a card!
Currently, no go again though.
No, go again, but we do have creepers.
We do have
So
creepers.
I'm wondering if we'll give flashback here. Uh,
Looks like we're choosing to take the rune chance,
yes, and
and we're only seeing a block for 3. It seems.
so devastating here. You know what would be best card in the game from Everfest? Let's see if he
Revel in Rune Blood.
Let's see if he goes for it. Lets the tech resolve. And we're pitching the creepers. It's a yellow 2. That's a Rattlebones.
Okay,
We played an instant. Okay. Not quite a Revel.
but as an instant here, Rattlebones does have go again.
Yep, it does. So
So he gets to play it as an instant. He gets his action point,
he's throwing the amp, and we'll get to
and we just get to do it again.
absolutely disgusting. This is the flexibility I think you're starting to see on like the list without MOV. You're starting to see like cards that like allow you to extend without really needing to play a non-attack action with giving an attack go again first, which is massive. And we didn't have an inherent card in hand with go again, but we were still able to throw so much damage.
We didn't get deck lists for this one, but the other card that really enables plays like this is a new card from Rosetta, Succumb to Temptation.
Oh yeah, he's definitely on that.
It also has the ability to be played as an instant if you've dealt Arcane, and it has Go again, so it really just lets you cheat those action points. So things like Mauve, they're just not really needed anymore.
No.
You get your natural Go agains by things like Rune Rager, and then you just get to cheat these action points.
All right, and as we're talking about Everfest a lot this stream, because we're going to see these cards a lot, Swing Big coming in for a 2 for 9. 2 card 9 right here. But if Jeremy wants a Quicken token, oh, he's going to give Chest, and so he's going to be breaking this Aether Wave this turn.
We're on turn
This is
3.
turn 2.5. We're about to get to the third turn cycle because Jeremy went second. So.
And look at these life totals. This is crazy. So much power in both of these decks.
I think it's crazy because you basically turned his whole hand sideways last turn too. It's not like it just so happened to work out in his favor. So, but yeah, very exciting game here. We're gonna see Sonata pitch into it. Jeremy does hate this card. There's the Dirge. We hit 1, we hit 2. So we hit both of those. We get a red rune flash and a
that looks like a yellow
rune form. Mm-hmm. Not seen as much play. This is I haven't seen anyone really playing the yellows, but maybe this is a new tech that people are using within their decks to just guarantee the go again.
Still an 0 for 2 go again. Definitely not bad. It will turn on our Malefics. Malefics will help it generate the go again for itself.
And the crazy thing here is, like, since you hit bolt off of the Sonata, like, that's just a free 2 damage right there that he got. Or 3, right? Because you created Rune Channel back in with the Rune Ranger. You're just, like, that's just a free 3. 0 for 3.
Head jabs aren't bad.
No. Head jab that blocks 3. That's the big thing there.
All right, and we will see it deployed here. Got a few triggers.
So no more Orchard this time, so only creating 1 Rune Chant and everything, but still getting 3 Rune Chants on the back end here, sending 2. And yeah, Flashbang here makes a lot of sense. So
I think we're just going to resolve the rune chance first. Yep,
Yep.
and then we'll see the flesh bag deployed. Yeah, I agree. It makes sense here. With life totals where they're at, you want to just disrupt Viserai as much as possible, keep as much of your hand as possible. And since Geo has the life lead right now, he can get him lower quicker, I would imagine.
And 14's not really a bad thing to be like 14's low for KO. Like that's a very average four card hand for him. That
Right.
is like unfortunately doesn't have the might on the back end because he didn't discard off the swing big, but like still 2 card 9.
Now, depending
Fantastic.
on the hand that Geo's trying to present here, we also still have face purgatory, so we
Mhm.
can also do the same disruption play, and then come back with a 3 card hand.
Yes, 3 card hand, which Vis is that's another improvement that Vis has had. Usually Vis he needed those 4 card hands. Now 3 card hands are still strong. It's not
Yeah, he
it,
was barely functional with the three
three
card
card
hand
hand
before.
non-functional with 2 or 1, right? So like that card got intimidated. Curious to see. We're gonna block this out here. And Jeremy taking some time to think here what to play next because I'm guessing they just let this attack resolve. And crazy good game tempo wise by both players here. One thing that I'm noticing here, and maybe Gio is just not as familiar with this matchup, is that he's on Null Rune gloves. I know KO has a lot of blues, but usually not enough to be warranting a pitch to Null Rune. Maybe you just want to get that 1 extra block and just say,
Play the bone breakers.
yeah, just rune chance and rune chance. We haven't pitched to it once, and 3 extra life here might make the difference, right? So,
And it looks like Geo's just choosing to take everything here. This does have go again, so we can
mm,
either see something in hand coming out, or maybe just ending on Reaping Blade and Arsenaling.
yeah, and remember we have the card Intimidated, so if we don't actually use this last card in our hand,
We IP
yeah,
ourselves.
we're getting IP'd, and that's the strong thing about Fleshbag. Or like this is a thing that gets to do. We're gonna break the Iron Wave, so we're gonna go up to 3 resources, and we're just gonna play the Rattlebone. So we'll get that action point. Because we did play a non-attack action this turn already, and that because that was our Sonata, but it had to get banished right away.
So this actually puts us up to 2 action points, and you can see
Mm,
that represented on the
the
Viserai
discard
card,
card.
which, depending on what we get here, could enable 2 attacks. I mean, we still have the one floating for the Reaping Blade, so if we find a 0 cost here, which
Well,
technically,
most cards in the deck are 0 cost because they have 2 rune
yeah,
chance. So any 2 cost is going to be reduced to 0.
and
But
this Rune Rager is in the graveyard. I think there was also a red one, so if we wanted to get that, he could.
these are not. He's still. Oh yeah, because no, because this is played at instant. It doesn't technically close
Oh,
the change. An amp here.
he could have closed the chain if he wanted to.
If he wanted to, he could have, but he did not.
So
So
he's choosing to send 6.
yeah.
If he had grabbed the Rune Rager,
Well, this is 8, right? So, but like Rune Ranger Red would be 3 into
plus 1
3
though,
2. Yeah, 1 extra damage. Yeah, because you get the. So you're missing 1
I think
damage
we
here.
missed out on 1 damage here.
I mean, but this is still like powerful. We're at 2. Like we're putting Geo to 2, and I guess we'll gotta hope that this.
I think I saw Blood Rush.
Do we have the Blood Rush? I see a Pulping in hand. I see
Yeah,
a.
or is that a Beast Within? It better not be a Beast
It's a
Within.
beast within, I think. Because we're not. Yep, we gotta break the sash, man. We gotta go. And here's a Pulping pitching coming in for. Gotta draw a card here. Okay, we got all 6 of those. Run.
If
Great card.
that's a Beast Within, that is a
Danger.
dangerous discard. We could potentially die here if we reveal a non-attack on the top.
Okay, we got a Pulping. So maybe it was Pulping. We saw a rally and then a runner. So maybe there was no beast within.
Okay.
And this is coming in for now 6 dominate. Getting the might token, so going to 8. And this will be coming in for a 3 go again.
So much life total to work with here.
And then oh no, it is a beast within, so he's gonna pitch the beast within.
That was a little risky.
That was very risky. Coming in for 6. This is draining lethal, but Jeremy does have 4 blocks though on equipment, so Jeremy can just keep this 5 card hand and might just be it for Geo.
Yeah, he can put 3 block on armor in front of this, take 3 down to 2, and keep a 5 card hand going into his turn. And I think that he has enough rune chant generation naturally to probably just rip enough cards from Geo and win.
Yeah. He's not going to give the face purgatory here. He's just going to say, I'm going to give 2 block, but you're playing within Beast Within then? That means within
Reckless Swing.
Reckless Swing range.
Our Kayo is still running Reckless Swing.
Usually one. Usually one. And you know what? When they always wrong? When you're below 2.
That seems a little
We
risky.
had the face purgatory to give here. Why don't we just give that? Like, there's no reason to hold on to it. You go to 3 life, and
We could be at 3 right now.
so I guess it comes down to if he has the Reckless or not. He has a Mordred, so maybe he's just like, I'm just gonna overpower it,
I
Rune
don't
Chance.
think we do. I see a Pack Hunt, Wind Up, Clash of Agility, and I think a Run.
Or run around. Maybe no, there is there one in there.
No, I think it's a Run Rough Shot.
Is that a
But the Mordred coming down, I think this might signal the beginning of the end here.
yeah, we needed to see the Reckless here if he's on it. Again, we don't have the deck list. We forgot to grab him. But still, I think this was very dangerous on Jeremy's part. I think he put a arguably unlosable game into a losing situation.
We see 2 blocks coming down on the Swarming.
Now we're gonna show the Pack Hunt, and so we're gonna get an agility token.
And Jeremy's still 2 cards in hand.
Yeah,
1
4
card in
Rune
arsenal.
Chance coming at face here. It just needs one more attack action. You probably have the game. And it's a Rune Flash.
Yeah,
This is
going to be the
over.
end here. Very close game.
Very, very close.
We see the life totals 1 to 2. I mean, one more turn in either player's direction. These aggro games are crazy.
They're so fast. It's wild, but yeah, we have a 2-0 Viserai now.
2-0 Viserai. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, we'd like to see that.
And I mean, Geo, if he still continues winning throughout the rest of the day, he could still potentially make top 8. So 6 rounds.
Yeah.
I imagine some amount of X2s might make it in.
With how close it is to 32, I think so. You'll get like maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3 if you're really getting some breakers going, swing in some ways. But for sure, it was a wonderful game though.
Yeah, definitely. Good play on both sides. Yeah, these swing turns are crazy.
Yeah, they're huge. I mean, we saw that blood rush so quickly, but we just countered with the Mordred. Mordred is such a crazy card, and we didn't even see Rebel. No Rebels that game.
That's true.
And Jeremy kept up. So, people arguing that Viserai is not strong, can keep up, doesn't have a damage output for aggro decks.
Yeah,
I think I showed that wrong.
I thought we were going to see the Revel when it looked like we were going to activate Creepers, but it just ended up being a Rattlebones.
Which happens. It happens.
Yeah. No. We're probably going to have quite a bit of time before the next round.
Oh, yeah, we will definitely.
In order to just kill some of that time, we're going to keep going with our Do You Know Flesh and Blood.
All right. Are we still guessing cards?
This is going to be our last round of card images, and then the next 4 rounds, I have something completely different.
Okay, this will be fun. It's a good time.
So let's go ahead and switch over to that. And for those that weren't here for the first round, these are just zoomed in card images, heavily cropped. And we're just going to see if Alex can recognize what card it is based off of a very small part of the image. We're going to minimize this chat again so you don't cheat. And can you tell me what card this is?
Autumn's Touch.
This is Autumn's Touch.
Nice little lead. I don't know. I love that lead.
Yeah, like I said, I made some of these a little easier. All right, next one. Can you tell me what card this is?
Oh, that's Express Lightning.
This is Express Lightning, just like we were talking about before. A lot of hands that are just reaching out. Just a firm handshake.
She's just zooming. I don't know. That's.
All right, 3 more. Can you tell me what card this is?
That's Fendel's, right? Fendel's Fighting Spirit.
This is Fendel's Fighting Spirit. All right, 2 more.
I didn't know there was a dog in the back.
Yeah, there's a little wolf friend.
Yeah, I just noticed myself the green. That's yeah.
All right. What card is this?
Snapdragon Scalers.
This is Snapdragon Scalers. Good job.
Yeah, that was a little tough. That one was hard.
And then last one. What card is this?
Oh, this is the Dory spec, isn't it?
The Dory spec.
The one that Iron Song not respond. It's I feel like this is the one where Dory's in the front of the card. I can't remember. It's Iron Song something.
She's in the front of all.
Well, yes, but it has the full art from I think that's Dynasty as well. Maybe I'm wrong here, but like you see
You
the
thinking Chorus of Iron Song?
no, Chorus of Iron Song is very, very different. That's the one that's for my gem. This is the one that gives the +1 counter.
Glistening Steel Blade.
Nope, this
Nope.
is +1
Okay,
counter.
I'll tell you right now, you're wrong.
Okay, well, what is it? What is it?
I'll give you one more guess if you want it.
I hmm, no, my ward?
No?
No, that wouldn't be my ward. That wouldn't be my ward. I don't know. I don't know.
All right, you're gonna kick yourself, man.
That's fine. Oh, it's okay.
Warbandable on it.
Warband. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, like I have the EA, so there's some things distracting there.
Yeah. So what are we then? 9 for 10?
9, 10, yeah.
9,
Yeah,
10?
yeah.
Not too bad.
No.
But we're gonna get you on the next one.
Okay, that's fine.
I
That's
guarantee
fine.
you they're a lot
That is
harder.
okay. That is
But I
okay.
think they're gonna be more interesting. So we will see. We're gonna head out there. We'll get an update on how long is left in the round. I imagine it's probably gonna be like 20, 30 minutes.
I had to guess.
But we'll put that in the chat and then we'll come back for round 3. Thank you everyone for tuning in though. We will be back.
Oh, we're a little frozen here, huh?
Technical difficulties. There we go.
There we go. Yeah.
All right, we are back for round three. We have an Aurora,
Yep.
2-0 Aurora, going to be playing into a 2-0 Azalea.
Correct.
Fun fact, the Aurora, this is going to be his third Azalea game today.
This is another fun fact, actually, that I didn't get a chance to say before we got back in here. I was talking to Alex. Alex is going to be our Aurora player, and he's like, he just said to me that he thinks after today, he thinks Aurora's a little favored into Azalea.
Interesting.
So we'll see how that goes. We'll see if this match changes the mind at all. But we have Leah on Azalea as well, and we just watched him have to blind flip or blind draw a card really into getting a 5 dominate card against a Vincent to win the game.
Yeah, and so I guess he played two Vincents leading into this game. So
kind of crazy, kind of crazy. So we got a little mix up for Lee, but Alex, he is on the Azalea gauntlet today. But there's always going to be a player in the room that does play against the most represented deck. Azalea is the most represented deck. I'm sure as the tournament goes on, as he keeps beating the Azaleas, if he wins this game, he'll stop playing them. It's like, oh.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like for Lee's side, like he's played both of the Vincents.
Yeah, there's only two.
So he doesn't need to worry about that for the rest of the Swiss.
No. So there's no more Vincent to play, and there's a handful of Azaleas out there for Alex to catch if it so happens. But so we'll see. I'm not actually too familiar at all with this matchup. Azalea is a deck that I feel has fallen on the wayside recently.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people were worried about Warmongers, but like we mentioned before, I feel like Warmongers, it's not as heavily represented as maybe everyone thought it would be. Like, it's still there, but I don't know if everyone's necessarily like prioritizing it.
No, when it comes to ProQuest season 2, to everyone out there that's playing in ProQuest for the next, I think, 3 weeks. I think it's a 4-week season now. Remember that Warmonks is a $90 card.
That's so much for
like it is up to $90. Like not everyone's going to be able to afford that. They need a main deck. It's a sideboard piece, a niche sideboard piece for 2 matchups.
Yeah.
Like if you need it and you have the money for it, sure. But I would say a lot of people just might not be able to have the money for it. So bringing.
It looks like Alex is
going first. Yep, sounds good. He can put his hand down. Hopefully, he doesn't raise it too long. Yep. All right. Thank you. And I'm assuming that means Lee won the die roll. I don't know.
Yeah, I missed that.
Yeah.
But I would imagine that Lee probably does want to go second.
And just try to land disruption on the turn that he can actually block.
The other card that recently spiked, Weakest Link.
Yes.
You seen the price on that
Oh
card
my God,
recently?
60, I think, right now.
$60 non-foil. And I even checked the sold cards just to make sure it wasn't like they were all gone.
They're actually selling.
They're selling at 60, which is insane.
Is that card even good right now?
It's fine.
Like it's not worth $60.
I don't feel like it's as good as Erase Phase.
No, I think Erase Phase is better. And remember, like Erase Phase, was like the next CNC back in Uprising, like
yeah.
And it was actually played a lot because there was a lot of direct on it.
Yeah,
at most $10.
Viserai was also like okay back then.
Yeah,
disruption to Viserai.
Same with Briar.
Mm-hmm.
So you would like play Race Face, and it was a $10 to $15 M at that point. I mean, that's long since the heyday, and we saw the print numbers now. So like it's a $5 M now, but like Weakest Link, very niche still in my opinion. Like,
yeah, I don't feel like that card deserves to be $60.
No, but it is what it is. So I guess we'll look at these decks. Let's see if we see anything interesting in here.
So Aurora looking pretty standard. He did come with 2 Poison the Wells, maybe for like a CYB matchup. Notably, we didn't see any CYB in any of these deck lists.
No.
We did a quick cursory glance of all of the deck lists, 0 copies of CYB.
I did play Alex twice yesterday, and there is one card in this list that I hope you see. That is kind of wild. It's kind of wild inclusion. I'm not sure if he'll play it for this matchup, but flipping here, we're not on the Arc Lightning combo, so that's interesting.
Doesn't look like it. Yeah, no Arc Lightning at. Oh no,
they're in there. They're in there. They're just that yellow. So Alex going first here. We're gonna create the rune chant. Maybe we're just gonna do a little setup and pass. Like we have a lightning surge in hand, so we're probably just gonna slam that thing in
Yep.
arsenal and
And
say
we do see an arc lightning if he's maybe wanting to keep that for the next turn.
how much AB is Lee representing. It looks like AB2. The thing
Yep.
about Rangers, all their equipment tends to have AB on it. So they really don't need to play Norun too much, but we'll see.
Lee always happy to show off his 9.5 gold foil Fiendal Spring Tunic.
Oh, it is hot. It is.
It's
It is a gorgeous card.
that's a good card right there.
So the card that I was referencing to as Lee makes his play to load is he's on one Sigil of Solace.
I saw that. That is something that Dando was a big proponent of. He was
Yes.
actually, I think he was cutting, um, what's the instant buff card?
Lightning press.
Yeah, I think he
Yeah.
was cutting those 4 sigils, and it looks like maybe Alex did a bit of a split between the two.
All right, so we're gonna see a running ledger here loaded into a Codex of Blood Rot. Codex of Blood Rot only giving Blood Rot and the Ponder, so not really doing anything here because we're already having an arsenal. We don't have New Horizon on board. And release attention, take aim. So red for 11, which not bad start.
Pretty strong way to start the game. I mean, Aurora, I can't imagine blocks extremely well.
Well, this hand does. 3
It's
3. I think that's a bunch of. And he has Somersault
Yep.
in hand too. So you can actually eat this damage here, Somersault back to E Strike, and another card, and just throw E Strike for 7 on your turn. And you're really just.
Yeah. It's gonna be a little hard to cover up 29 damage, but
Yeah.
I think maybe he gets there.
maybe okay. But yeah, set to the side. So either have more monks, or I guess you only get the Somersault for the E Strike. So I guess you could like go block 9, grab the E Strike back, and then throw the 0 for 4 from Arsenal. Which is still not a bad play. That you're taking 2, you're taking 4 damage going to 36, and then throwing 4 back. So basically trying to become at parity. E Strike saw a spike actually recently as well. We're talking about cards that spiked. This card's up to $50.
Is it really?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Because of Aurora. Aurora abuses this card like there is no tomorrow. It is.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, you get the embodiment of lightning, and then you're just doing a 0 for 5 draw card
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah.
Like,
Same with Arc Lightning. You play the Arc Lightning, you just basically get the filter in hand at all costs with each strike. It is a very powerful tool in Aurora's kit. Same with Snatch. Which 2 cards that you're always going to see, basically advantage engines in decks that help filter all cards. So let's see what we decide to block with. Alex, you're laughing. I'm not sure what they're talking about here, but there's no dominant on this attack, so I can't imagine we're gonna like just block with the. Well, we're blocking with the striking numbers. We're gonna use
yeah.
the somersault. Like,
Maybe he's looking to deploy this Warmongers, try to shut her down a little bit.
okay, so we're just going to block 3, and so we're just gonna pitch for the blood rod. So with the arc lightning, I imagine. Oh no, you need a blue. So
You need a blue.
so maybe you're gonna do the warmongs. Maybe you're just gonna play. E-Shark should go back to hand here. So interesting decision. So Reddit is active. I'm curious to see what Alex decides to do and why he kept this whole hand. I feel usually.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're maybe just going to see Warmongers pitching this yellow and this red for the Blood Rod.
I think that's but like you usually more block value out of blocking with the other things, and there it is. Yeah,
This will.
we're not pitching. We're not pitching for the Rod. He said this E-Strike Arc Lightning is too strong. We're gonna keep it. This Warmong's gonna slow it down. IP2ing himself, but
Yeah.
he thinks that this turn is because of the Warmong is strong enough. But Alex also has to call war. So
Right.
this Arc Lightning's not really gonna do too much. You can't play it.
He also just drew into another Warmongers and a Sigil.
That is so unfortunate.
Suffering, I believe it
Suffering.
is?
That's
Yeah.
the react. So
So we only have 2 attacks right now. We have the Lightning Press and Arsenal and the E-Strike.
mhm. So yeah, we're just gonna play the Battering Bolt, coming in for 6.
I feel like you just give the Arc Lightning and the Warmongers here. They're not doing anything for you anyways.
Battering Bolt the card recently, I would say more so because of NFT meta. Seen a lot of play in decks. Not just for its popper value anymore, but its on hit is kind of insane now. It is literally just weakest link, but says damage instead.
And it hits multiple cards.
Yeah, it hits reactions, and so it's going to show that it has a Warmong into
Okay, so we're probably maybe I think we're
Five
going to
go
activate
again, and
Aurora here. We're probably going to see an attack with the Starfall,
mm,
and then maybe one of these cards gets Arsenals here.
no, I think what we're gonna do here is actually go E strike with go. Well, we're gonna play Express E strike with go again, and then probably just Warmong again. No, you can't play Mong. Arsenal Mong, right?
Right.
So maybe that's what it is.
Oh, this is an action, correct?
Yes, this is it. Let's see. I will go check.
I believe this is an action, so this should not be a legal play. And Alex is at the table right now, just double checking. Luckily, this is a pretty easy rewind. We are going to cut away really quick while they sort this out, and then we will be back shortly. Okay, we are back. We were able to get the judge over there to make a ruling. So Arc Lightning was played illegally. Alex chose War for his Warmongers. He then played an E-Strike, bottomed a card, and then drew a card. So they just reverted back to the start of the turn. He put that card that he drew back on top. He took the card back from the bottom. They shuffled the deck because I don't believe Alex has pitched anything this game, so order is still random. And then we are just starting back from the start of Alex's turn.
Yep. And Alex got a warning. You'd
Yes.
be his hidden card in error. That's technically what it's called. So it's super easy to fix if it wasn't specifically Easter egg.
Right. Because it lets you draw that card.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alex still has a decent turn here under the Warmongers, though. I think he might have just put another Warmongers on bottom. He could have set up a lightning embodiment of lightning,
Mhm.
swung Starfall, and then arsenaled uh, the arc lightning. Or no, that would have gone to the bottom instead.
Oh, this hand is stinky. If that's wow, that is a lightning press, a channel funnel, and a arc funnel, and is that a sigil lightning? Like, yeah.
Yes.
So not great. Can't block with this hand either.
Yeah. I don't think that the Warmongers did what he was hoping for it to do. I think he really wanted to do, steal the tempo back from Lee, send a really big turn, and it kind of just folded.
Yeah, it kind of fizzled a little bit, which is okay. We have Crown here to fix this hand if we really need it. We have to try to fix this hand. But I think that's the thing. You're going to keep trading tempo here as both players. And battery will cost two. So it's not cheap in Azalea to play this. We're going
Oof.
pre-med, lace.
Something tells me this battering bolt might be hitting.
I, that, is it the no blocks in Alex's hand? Which this is devastating.
Yeah, this is a 12 damage battering bolt coming in.
And you can't really block this that well because you have 7 block.
We could give 7 armor if we really wanted to stop this, but is our hand worth
12.
keeping?
I think you have to. You lose 2 value. You take 4 damage here. I mean, 2 damage here also if this hits. Because you lose the 2 cards and you take a damage per card you that is an instant. But you can also just in resolution play these instants out on top of
Yes.
the battering bolt and you'd be fine. Lightning Press specifically says your attack action, and it also has to be, I think, 0 cost, right? Or no.
Um, it does.
Yeah, it
It
has
does
to be.
need to
So you
be.
can't actually play it. You can target the Kurt funnel though, so you can get out of this by playing the sigil, but then you're gonna lose so much value here. The inertia hits. And I think that's the biggest thing. Blocking 5, 6, and yeah, we're just gonna send the full house here. So this will be 3, 5, 7, 9.
Choosing probably to bottom one of these no
Probably
blocks.
the presses. I would have to imagine keep the blue in hand.
Uh, Make sure he draws this card.
And is it okay? So the hand's actually good now. Hand is actually really really good now.
And then we'll probably see the sigil deployed.
Yep. And is he going to block the arcane? Blocking the arcane means nothing here because it is just 12 on 12 already. So we'll take them on arcane. Procedure suffering. Another crazy card, by the way. Card that's seen a lot of play nowadays. Just a 0 for 5. At the end of the turn, he's going to play that. So he wants to go again without playing the.
This will give him that embodiment.
Mhm. What a beautiful card, by the way.
A lot of the marvels.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
the marvel sigils are beautiful.
Flip break. We'll get the Embodiment Lightning. And then we're going to play the Snatch for 4 go again. And this is the thing that Aurora gets to value. One thing I haven't brought up yet, I think Aurora plays a lot like Boltyn, which is super interesting. You have to sequence these turns by giving up cards. You're not really using your soul, but you're using like these 0 block cards to navigate really powerful turns, even when things are awkward. So having to give the equipment block there to block this out. 4 on hit draws massive. We haven't played a lightning card this turn though, so Starfall is not active yet. Neither is Aurora's hero ability. But a lot of the times I've been seeing with Aurora games in the stream is that if you just draw the blue off a snatch, you just pitch for grasp and swing the Starfall, coming in for 1-1. Like that's okay.
The other thing, this deck runs a lot of 0 for 4s.
Yeah.
So if he just draws another 0 for 4, that's 8 damage over 2 cards.
This is like 2 card 8, which just massive value. Can't complain.
This is Azalea list, notably no defense reactions. So it's not even like you can cover this up with 1 card if you wanted to. He would have to commit probably not an armor piece, given
No, they're all
Azalea's. Yeah. So it'd have to be 2 cards if he really wanted to prevent a draw here.
And it seems like that's going to be the case. And you see the knock of death whistle in hand. Whistle. And with knock, usually this is like the turns that you can afford to play it, like a 2 card hand, because you can just go grab a red, dominate it. toss it, call it a day. You already ate all through all this equipment block. Not really that important. And besides that, it doesn't seem like Lee drew many buffs. So like we see an amp arrow, seems like a Boltyn shot, the knock. It's not really the greatest hand on Lee's side. Seems like a nice a Zit Ranger hand. Both of these heroes having terms called Runeblade hand and Ranger hand. You know how that works. Sometimes you just draw dead hands. It happens.
Yeah, it looks like Lee is definitely contemplating a 2-card block. It's just a matter of which 2 cards. I have to imagine that the knock is going to stay in hand.
Okay, Snatch card from WTR, always showing its power.
Classic.
Always coming in.
It's a classic.
It is. If you ever want a card for your deck, this is a card to grab.
Yeah, every one of these aggro decks, like historically, has almost always played Snatch.
Yeah.
Like, if it was a 5-power, you definitely see it in KO.
Oh my gosh, insane in KO. I think some KOs were even running it at the start of like when KO was introduced. Because you were getting like quickens and things like that. So we're gonna activate cross wrap. So Spire. So we're gonna use how the Spire layers is like cross wrap goes first. He decides. We'll get the top two. He's probably looking for a buff here, if I had to guess. We see a take aim, so I'm guessing that will go on top. And then oh nope, he kept the bolt shot on top. Usually like to grab the buff, especially if you have the knock in hand. Maybe he has a buff in hand. Yes, he does. Okay, so he has a read.
He should know what the top card is already.
Mm-hmm.
And it was that buff that we saw.
Does he have Tunic on 3? I think
he's on 2.
2. Okay. So this will be 6 go again. On hit reload. Has the knock. Gonna reload here, and is it just gonna pass?
I think he's just going to pass because if he had Azalea'd the buff into his arsenal, then the knock doesn't do anything because you can't then Azalea the dominated
Oh,
card
you're
in
true.
again.
You're true. Yeah. Mm.
But still sending 6 damage.
Okay, this is the card. In the wrong order. Is it supposed to go on? It's okay. It's not a big deal. No,
I was under the impression that that was the
I thought it was
order,
cross wrap first and the sniping second, but maybe it's not something that we'll talk about. We'll ask later. I don't like it's already passed. Not something we can rewind. But we're gonna go to Arc Lightning. This card is nuts.
This card is so good.
Like, what is this? So, okay, yeah, we're gonna give our next tech go again. We got Snatch. So we got 4 go again, 1 Arcane coming at you off the Arc Lightning itself at first. Now it's 4 go again on the Snatch. If you hit, you just keep going, go wide. I see a somersault in Alex's hand.
And notably, Snatch normally does not have go again, but with the Arc Lightning, it will give the Snatch go again. So this is a very strong start.
Takes it, draws another Snatch. And so we have Entwine, a second strike, somersault. So we can go Entwine, use the somersault, go second strike, play the Snatch, and we can somersault back in the second strike. And now this is like a 20 plus damage turn, all with go again.
Yeah, this is a huge turn.
Wow. And I think these are the lines that people were just missing when Aurora got revealed. Like, oh, we're going to somersault.
So we're going to do Entwine, second strike.
And the second strike a lightning card? I thought it was an elemental rune blade card. Am I wrong on that front?
That is a good question. I don't think it affects the order at all. Second strike.
Importantly, they missed the.
It is a lightning.
Okay, they missed the arc lightning trigger. Okay, no, they're taking 3. Okay, he's just counting down like that. But he just pitched it. Okay. So I think a little missequencing there by Alex, and I think we're supposed to play.
I think we definitely could have gotten
way more value
out of that turn.
I think we could have almost run down to like 2 life, like just a little bit of sequencing error. That's hard.
I think we could have gone 5 chain links wide with 4 attack
and a Snatch at the end of it, right?
Yeah.
Again, deck's still very new.
Yes.
He is learning it, and the deck is really hard to play when you actually have it in your hand. Just to remind everyone, Aurora's not an easy deck. Again, people thought this deck was going to be bad on release. People figured it out. Still really, really hard to operate. We're going to knock for the Red Ledger now. And he's just going to Azalea it right away. He's like, I don't know, shuffling. I'm just not even going to shuffle put on top. We're just gonna sequence break a little bit because that's okay, as long as both players know what's going on. Importantly, Lee does have snaps and bullseye bracers up, so oh, never mind.
This is disgusting.
So this is a seek trigger, a nurse trigger, a ponder trigger, and how about 15?
3, 6, 9 plus 5. Should this not be for
Should be 369. It should be 14. 14.
14? They're representing 15.
Yep. Let me go
Do you
make
want to
sure.
go?
Yep.
Yeah, just make sure that they're representing it correctly.
Mhm.
Either way, 14 or 15, going to be very hard to cover up. I have to imagine Alex is going to be blocking with some number of cards and then just planning to send one thing. This would be a great turn for an E-Strike if he happens to have one in hand. All right, and Alex at the table, just making sure that that number is being represented correctly. So we have 3, 6, 9, plus the 5 is 14 damage. And this, I believe, should have Dominate. I don't think they have the token out for it, but this should have Dominate since it was off of the
It is
not the
dominated.
death whistle.
Mm-hmm.
That is a hard word to say.
Dominate?
Death whistle. Okay, there we go. He
Yeah,
puts the token down.
yep, yep. There we go. And this is massive. This is gonna be a flip, and this is maybe where the value that Alex just missed on that last turn, like 10 value,
Yeah,
is like going to come in because like we might have been able to threaten lethal last turn.
we would have pulled cards maybe,
Yeah,
and
like
then it's not buffed for as much. Uh, Definitely, we see a block for 2, going down to 8.
and we just gotta hope that if you're Alex, you just hope that you have an E-strike. It's really what it comes down to. One thing that you get to do with red though that other decks can't do, that Aurora gets to do is she has a lot of instants. So
She does.
so it's not like she can't use her whole hand, but it will still be okay. Like if we have the instance, we can still play through this. So, but I don't see too many in Alex hand. We know there's attack action arsenal, and we're just gonna throw. So that's this is the one that's 0/4. If you play an instant, go again. I can't remember the name of it. I can't really see it too well either. Flittering charge. Yeah.
No, the go again, it doesn't matter
No.
here. Even if he were to cheat an extra action point somehow, Red and Ledger only lets him activate one action. So
Hmm.
different than something like Spinal Crush. I did just look up the ruling. So in the instance of Spire Sniping and Skullworm cross wraps, the Spire Sniping would resolve first.
Okay. So we'll let you know to make sure that happens in the future.
And then if we see it come up again in this game, we will definitely intervene because they will probably try to resolve it in the same order.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm actually surprised we're seeing a Fyendal's blockade.
I think this is smart. If it's double lightning press, you just lose the game, right? I think that's what Lee's playing around, right? Like you just gave a 2 block, you're playing this lightning press, lightning press. No, good game. You just shake your hand. So you need to give more than the 1 block though if that's what you're playing around. So I imagine that's what Lee's thinking about is how much do I need to give here to play around a press attack? And like we haven't done any arcane. Alex isn't on any succumbs. Like Auroras just aren't playing succumbs. You just don't do enough arcane damage.
I feel like if Lee is already in his head blocking with a card from hand, this is very surprising. You're already covering up dying from double press.
Mhm.
So saving something like a tunic for a breakpoint on a snatch or something. What's the new one that deals a damage if it hits? It seems like that would be more valuable, but maybe I guess he just doesn't want to block with any cards
Well,
from hand.
here's the sigil, and this is where people are saying we're going to pay for the lightning because we played the lightning card. So this is actually use our whole hand. We're going to lose the arsenal card, which we know isn't anything special. But
and then again, so this does get go again, but Red and Ledger just preventing the second thing from happening. So he can only deploy these instants. He sets up his token, he gains life. So still a decent turn.
going to 11 here is massive too. By the way. Like that's, and maybe this is the thing that Dando was thinking about when playing this deck was like people are going to play around this lightning press. I'm going to just play sigil because I'll just gain the 3 value, and it's going to be the same result. So we did give a bunch of equipment here, and this will be coming in for 8. I'm guessing we're breaking steps. I'm going to have to assume.
Yeah, with two cards left in hand, I think one of them looks like an endless arrow.
Mhm.
I would imagine that we're doing more than just this.
Yeah, for
We
sure.
did find our first CLV, and it looks
Not
like
the time that we want to find
yeah, not really the
it.
time. Looks like we're lining up a block, maybe with an arc lightning.
There's a chance that Alex just dies this turn. We so there's a blink in hand too, so he has four block in hand. Like
Yeah, that's not great.
four block in
And
hand win.
this remorseless threatening, quite a bit of damage depending on what
Well,
Alex tries to do on his next turn.
well, and we have eight here, and if Alex has no blocks, we'll go to one because of the rain razors in hand, and then we're gonna snap and we're gonna bracers and probably throw another buff on that endless arrow and just pop that endless arrow back in hand when it hits. And this might just be it. This is threatening. Lee's hand is threatening so much damage.
And now we see why he chose to give up those two
Mm.
key equipment pieces.
He said, "I probably have the game here." Imagine, like he probably realized that as long as I don't add press, I should threaten enough to where Alex will have to give so much. So we're gonna give two here, which I mean, this will just cover the rain razors, and we still have the grease block, so we're gonna have to block through. So
So currently five coming through.
yep,
We're going to hit these Snapdragon
snaps
Scalers.
and rain razors.
All right, so taking seven.
So 10 blocking three. Yep, no, we still seven. They're just making sure they're on the. Just making sure.
And then with our go again, I imagine we're going to see the bullseyes. Oh, we have an activated Death Dealer
Oh
now.
my gosh,
That is crazy.
So did we draw the buff? We did not. But
I
so
mean, you don't really
six.
need it. We block four.
And
Does Arc Lightning block three?
I think it blocks three. So it might be blocking five here. But either way, it's not great. It's not what you want to be doing right now. Or usually when you're this low and you have the block, it is. No, we'll see how much it actually blocks here. So taking one. No, taking two. So it
Okay,
does
so
only
it's a
block
two
two.
block.
Mm-hmm.
Goes back to hand. This one did not have go again.
Nope.
So we are just going to Arsenal here.
Lee is in a very comfortable position.
Yes.
This is what you really want to be on the front foot as an Azalea player. Is like you had your big turn here, your cards from the other aggro deck, and you're just gonna keep trying to stun them out. Any action that Alex plays here also is taking one damage, so you can't really play. All his cards are instants, and to be fair,
Well, we should see the temper breaking the dyadic here. It won't matter. Okay, it looks like Lee's pointing it out. Dyadic, it's in the graveyard. It doesn't do anything. So even if he left it on the board, it wouldn't affect too much.
so Alex can do a really interesting play here. He can pitch a grasp, swing, Starfall, and then play the CLD. And then you'll get to draw a card, and basically you're threatening a bunch of damage, and it blinks lightning, so you actually do get to keep the CLV. But leaves at seven, like
Yeah.
the five cards, it's still a really cool two card hand. Like you're,
How much damage does he take from that though? Because he's under
he
remorseless right
takes
now.
nine. I don't think he takes these. He only takes damage from action cards.
Okay.
So this is all like weapons don't count. Nothing in that respect counts. I think he needs to be playing the CLV
The
here
CLV is
before
an
the
instant.
so the rune chant. He takes the damage because if you get like a card out of Lee's hand from like the rune chant here, you don't want that CLV in arsenal. You're gonna keep it up, and then you can maybe extend with a two card hand next turn.
He could also check to see if Lee even wants to block one on the Starfall, and if he says no blocks, then he plays it then.
Yeah, but I think like just for the rune chant here, he's just gonna arsenal it. I think he needs to play it. I think because you no matter what, you're getting the flip. Alex not happy. I think maybe he's a little bit in his own head if I had to guess. It's been a rough game in some respects here, but and yeah, maybe like if you keep the CLV up, like you might be able to do something here, but this is representing six go again. So good blocking hand for Alex, by the way. Uh Total of six.
I just don't know
11
if he makes it out of this
turn.
dominate. He has the sigil, but if Lee pays for the arcane,
Which
he
is
only
if he
blocks three.
hmm?
I don't think he can live through this one arrow.
No. And he's like, yeah, no, this isn't happening.
Yeah, I think that we needed to play the CLV
Mhm.
last turn.
Not that it matters here, obviously. I think we're still representing the six, and but like if that top card was the sigil, and we're drawing it, and we get an arsenal, now we're fine.
Right.
That's the big thing. Like I don't know if Alex shuffled his handle, but if he didn't, then that's how the hand looks. Like and Lee's gonna pay for one arcane.
Yep.
It's not
No point in letting him draw a card.
and burn up shock.
Oh.
He's gonna play it to try to do the one arcane again. And Lee, if I'm Lee, I'm just paying into it. I'm gonna keep paying.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Good game to both their players here. So
Azalea moves to 3-0.
moves 0, and Alex will move to 2-1, and he is 2-1 against Azalea today, which is still probably not what I would have expected. I figured Azalea would be more favored in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely interesting that he is 2-1. I feel like all of the anti-aggro tools that Azalea has um, should just shut down a deck like this. Because again, the action point cheating, it doesn't matter if you get hit by a red. Like it says that you can only activate one action. So
Yeah.
all right. Well, that was a good game. Azalea moves on, and Alex still has a shot if he just wins out.
There's still a lot of games left today. There's
we're only halfway done with Swiss, and then we got to get through all the top 8. But we probably have still a little bit of time on the clock. That one was longer than our last one, but
still pretty quick.
Still pretty quick. So let's fill the time with a few more games.
Yeah, let's do it.
We're done with our images, though.
Hey, I went 9 for 10 on those.
We're going to be doing something a little different.
All right, what we got, Frank?
I have 2 games for you to play, and I'll let you pick which one you want to do first.
Okay.
The first one is called Pick 2 Pieces.
Okay.
The second one is called Sutcliffe's Messy Notes.
Oh my gosh.
What sounds like more fun?
Let's go with the messy notes.
Messy notes?
Yeah, let's start with the messy notes.
Get over there. All right. You see this here?
Yeah.
Okay. So there are 5 cards represented in that box there, and they need to go in order of ascending power.
Ascending power.
Yep. And they will not skip. So, for example, it could be like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay.
So they won't skip a number. That's going to be in order. And I need you to tell me, based off of the clues that you have, which card goes where and what the pitch is.
So, okay. So 1, 2. So no matter what. So there's a 6.
So you know that there's a 6 at the end.
Yeah.
So it should be 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
And then So no matter what, then the blue will be a 5. I think Blanche is a 5. And I think that's the only 5 here. So I'm gonna go Blanche there.
Here, I'll give you a piece of paper.
Yeah. I'll just write it down. I'm gonna go Blanche as number 4. So I'll go Blanche there. And we still have a 6 here for the 5th card. Gustwave is interesting because that's a 2. And there's a 2 block though at the start. And I think
there is a 2 block.
Crackle and Courier both block 3, even though they're the same curve. Maybe because I think they're both. No, it wouldn't be. So that would be Gustwave. Gustwave would be first, and then it would be Crackle. 3 would be Crackle. 4 would be Courier, and then Beast Mode would be 5. Would be the 6th, like 5th one.
Get my pitch colors in there.
Oh, you need actually.
I need another pitch, yeah.
No,
because different pitch has different power.
Gustwave would be blue.
Blue?
Because Gustwave would be yellow. Yeah, yellow. It would be yellow Gustwave. Right. Yeah. So yellow, and then Crackle would be red because that's a 3 power red.
You know the middle is red.
And then Blanche would be blue. And then I don't know Beast Mode. Mode 6. I think it'd be red.
Yeah. Beast Mode, I believe, is a Majestic only.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. It's
rare. It comes in red. So yeah, you got it.
Yep.
Not bad, right?
No, that's pretty fun. That's a fun little game there. That's.
But yeah, we will go check on the timer for the rest of the round. We'll put it in chat like always, and then we will be back for round 4.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Thank you guys for tuning in. We will see you shortly. back. Alex is currently grabbing deck lists. We have a 3-0-3-0 game lined up for you guys. We have Dakota, a local in our area, on Katsu. And he's going to be playing Arjun, who I believe is on Aurora. So this should be an interesting matchup for sure. Let's go ahead and jump over because I think they're getting ready. Dakota has been playing Katsu for a long time, so this is very familiar territory for him. We've had him on stream quite a bit. He tends to perform very well, and as a result, just ends up in our stream games. Let's see here. All right, and we have those deck lists here. Before I even look at them, I know for a fact that Dakota is probably playing something a bit more defensive. That is what he prefers.
I was also told that there is some sauce in Dakota's list. I'm not sure
Ooh.
what. First off,
That is
that is
saucy. That is 3 copies of Hack to Reality.
So I guess let's talk about Hack to Reality quick. As you're finishing the stream here, this is a card that I personally feel like is underexplored. I think this card is actually really, really strong. It destroy. I don't know. I don't know if we'll see it in this matchup. We might. But like it just breaks any aura you want.
Yeah.
Malefics gone. Hey, Sigil Lightning gone. But the problem with the new auras is when they leave the field, they get the token. So it's not like the end all be all, but still pretty neat card here.
I mean, blowing up a CLV too, like denying them the extra value, definitely not bad.
Cut Through the Facade is in here too, which makes sense if you're playing defensively. I think this card's really, really good. Oh my gosh.
What did you say?
There's a one of Pummel.
A one of Pummel.
A one of Pummel.
Red Pummel.
He's playing it over instead of he loves Dakota. He will never not have a list without Race or Reflex, but like
Well, we see a one of Weakest Link. We see Surging Strike and Cut Through the Facade and CNC as pummel targets. So there's definitely this is an interesting list.
And then in the blues, you see some weird things too. Okay, so like 2 poison wells. Gotta be ready for those.
Everyone's ready.
Yeah. Everyone is. Also, 2 Talisman of Cremation. You know what that card does, right?
It gets rid of cards in the graveyard. It banishes them.
Yes, but how?
You play 2 cards of the same name?
Nope, you play a card from Banished. So using Katsu trigger, you can play that. Yeah, the Talisman of Cremation on board. We won't see it this game, but if you're playing against the CLV deck, it's on board. You hit because you're gonna hit, and then you just cremation it. Kinda hot, kinda really cool.
That is actually very cool tech. Almost like Katsu's the only one that can take advantage of that, really.
Zen can.
Zen
Levia can.
Zen Levia, Vincent, I suppose.
Vincent's really good with it.
She doesn't really want that in her blue slot.
No, that's the problem. Like, right, but this is like these are cards that people are finding are anti-tech for these CYB decks. So otherwise, yeah, there's some interesting cards. I'm really excited to see what we're going to do.
How does our Aurora list look?
Oh, we have 3 Sigil Solace. It looks like Dando's list.
Okay.
So it looks pretty standard. I'm trying to see if they're on the headpiece. It doesn't look like it.
Well, Arjun, he is a Chicago local, so if his list looks like Dando's, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
He did very well at the Battle Hardened with it, and I would just imagine that a lot of people are going to jump on something very close to that.
Yeah, I imagine.
Notably, not the only person that did very well at the Milwaukee Battle Hardened in this room.
Yeah.
And spoiler alert, it wasn't me. I did not go fourth.
And technically, they listed me as 3rd. Thank you.
Fair enough.
It doesn't change my price band at all, but that's really listed me, so I'll take it.
Famous 3rd place Boltyn player providing commentary here.
But yeah, this seems like you're pretty standard royalists, things that are just going to be what you're going to be seeing if you ever were to play on Talishar.
Yeah, nothing too crazy here. I think that this is going to be an interesting game. I'm curious if Dakota's defensive leaning of this deck is going to be enough to stop what Arjun is going to be throwing at him. We saw the hand raise from Arjun, so he is going to be going first.
Mhm.
I'm not
Assuming
sure if,
that Dakota won the die roll.
yeah, I'm assuming so.
We're not on Flicker Wish combo, which I think is a problem. Because I think you kind of want to be into these. That's what you usually abuse defensive decks with, showing the cross wrap. So maybe Dakota's leaning more aggro heavy, but he's always on this weird like value variant Katsu. It's never just
It's never the standard.
no.
He's always doing his own thing, and he does it very well. Um, Always putting up results with these lists. Very very skilled player.
For sure, and notably, no Descendant Gustwing in this list for obvious reasons. Um,
That's actually surprising though, because
it's still
he is on surging,
he's on
so
surgery.
he has the like. It still draws a card.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's interesting.
I think this is what Iris can look like.
Um, we do see a
Mhm.
new card though. I believe people refer to it as underwhelming
Yeah,
this wave.
underwhelming Gustwave.
That did make the list.
I did make the list, and I think that probably just replaced Descendants. You can still play Surging in this respect and still play this card. And there's our first Surgeon coming in for 5.
All right.
And this is actually really powerful against Aurora because Aurora doesn't usually tend to have like a lot of great blocking hands. And it looks like Arjun just Arsenal and pass. We kind of missed that. So it's kind of a quick turn there as we're looking over lists. So this is the official first turn of the game. Probably just not wanting Dakota to filter, but not pitching for grass, which is really interesting. Usually you see them pitch for grass, get the art rune champ, but Arjun must really like his hand and just gonna let Dakota hit.
Yeah, I think we are gonna probably see a lot of Katsu triggers
Mm.
go unopposed. Essentially, Arjun's not really gonna want to be blocking these.
Oh, and we have a I can never say this Mugenshin release.
Something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, it's Mugenshin release.
Mugenshi
Yeah,
release. That popular phone game, I believe.
yeah, sounds about right. So so you played so CLV and Tide Flippers with the Sigil Submarine. This is a big combo you're gonna see with yeah, Razor Reflect. We don't need this. Not where we're going.
Dakota choosing to give up his arsenal to prevent the one damage.
Well, it's only a 3 card hand now, right? So
Right.
you're gonna just say, cool, you got the 4. I'll just play defensively. Like the CLV might not even stick around.
Yeah, make him have the lightning card
Yeah.
to pitch.
So you're seeing this in a lot of lists because you can just combo that way, and next time you get a 4 card hand with the CLV on board, and you just save 4 life. It's such a big value swing. And we're going to go into Twine Lady. Fusing, I wish. Gone Flash,
Flush.
which we haven't seen today. This card is, in my opinion, the best card in Rosetta.
It's pretty crazy. The amount of value that it can generate is insane. But I have noticed a lot of lists trimming them.
They're trimming them a little bit because they can be bricky. That's the problem. So you draw them and you're like, okay, this is 0-4, go get them with the 1 card. But if you don't have Tunic up, if you don't have like enough resources to pay for like the Greaves and then have enough, it just doesn't like it's not this big combo. But I think the card is very good. Azalea abuses it.
I'm sorry. Is that a Rowdy Locals?
Yep, we have 2 of them on board.
3rd in the list.
We have 3 on the list. So I mean, in my opinion, this kind of starts making sense here. It seems like Dakota's list is leaning into these CL like these decks that are playing right now don't want to block. Like decks want to block now, but like they don't want to block. A lot if they block, it's attack actions or
Right.
action cards. Rowdy Locos kind of just plays around that, and you're gonna hit with the Katsu, and you're like good to go. And so we're gonna go to yes, Tim. Sigil does require the block 4, but they took the 1 damage from the Mugenshin getting over.
All right. Well, not a bad turn.
No, still a good turn.
We managed to pitch the lightning card. We get to keep the channel around. But Dakota still has cards in hand.
Yeah, still probably just the E-Strike for 7 if I had to guess. classic value Katsu plays.
Yeah, that's why that's a $50 card.
It really is. Yes, that deck. One of the decks on stream is really going to showcase this card why it's $50. I'm just going to show why it was sitting at $15.
E-Strike, just one of those timeless cards. Like it's going to be so hard to power creep something like that.
It's so hard to ban. I think it's the thing. Like you can't ban this card. It's not that broken. It's good. It's just not. It's not amazing though. It's like some decks can use it alternatively. It's fine. Sword is 1 damage. Dakota took 2. I Did he play a lightning card that turn? I don't think he did.
I don't think so.
I will go fix that. It's just
Okay.
add the one life. It's not like any nothing else really. There.
Alex is going to step away and just make sure that we get those life totals corrected. But as far as the turn order and what happened, it shouldn't change much. We just add one life here. We see a Ravenous Rabble coming in, block with the Winds of Eternity. Okay, and we're getting life totals updated. Just adding that 1 point back, pretty easy to fix there. Nothing egregious. So continuing, we see the Rabble coming in. We see a 3-block deployed. I imagine 1 damage is going to be coming through. Oh no, this Rabble revealed a blue apparently.
Yeah, it revealed a blue. And we're gonna draw one up. We're just gonna say 7 here.
Oh,
Or 5.
go
Go
again.
again. Go again.
I didn't see what was in hand. Curious to see what comes after this. Are we maybe pitching a blue to Starfall and well, we didn't play a lightning card, so
No, it's lightning. Starbolt coming for 1, but I think there was a press in hand at some point. But it's gonna take 2. So you're gonna draw the card, and you know that it's a blue on top. So like, do you really care? It's a curve funnel. Like, like, I guess you get to go like grass into Starbolt, and you still don't like. It's 1 and 1 again. Seems kind of bricky here. Same as like drawing a little bit of Runeblade hands.
yeah, like he's still presenting damage, but definitely not what the deck wants to be doing. We're gonna see the grasp activated.
So something I've realized playing into Aurora a lot of times is like if a deck can block well, it's really hard for Aurora to actually present damage, like actually consistently get damage through, especially on these CLV turns. So we are going to just throw a Rune Chant and create a Rune Chant, and I wonder if we'll play the card in our hand or not. Closing the chain, so this Rabble and the E-Strike will be off chain. Very important.
I wonder, is it a snatch?
I mean, it has to be something, right? Like, it's a snatch. Yeah.
Okay. So coming in for 1 and 4, that 1 resource is floating, not going to have anything to do with it. No way to really give this go again either.
No.
So really, we're just trying to buy an arsenal here.
And will we see a card, in my opinion? Do we see a Flip Flack in hand? That card? Nope, nothing. We see an E-Strike and a Wind, and really, do you just want to give both? I think you have to give both cards here. Like, you
Yeah,
just got to prevent the draw. Like, you're defensive. He's going to take it. He's going to take it. He says the 7's worth it.
he does have the life total lead, so
Mhm.
sending 7 back, I mean, it's not the worst. We probably want to get the Aurora, lower.
Yeah, just
We have the life total to work with.
keep the value going and things like that. Eventually, you're going to be turning. We haven't really thrown Mask of Momentum yet either, which is
No.
a very powerful card.
All right, we're just setting this for 7. Oh, unless
Let's just say draw.
okay.
No.
That sounds right.
Yeah, you're playing value Katsu. This card has 1 mode.
Yes, that's true. A lot of cards in this deck list that you probably don't want to be sticking in Arsenal.
No. This is, and of course, Arjun is going to be here taking all of it.
Yeah, he's just going to eat damage from something like this.
Is he Is he on leg tap now?
And Rising Mithras.
He's getting. This is how he's just getting ready to play Ira. He said, "This is I'm playing Ira before Ira's out." This is what this tells me.
We see a beautiful cold foil burn up shock deployed.
Yep.
This is the recent armory promo.
And this card, it was Boomerang too, in my opinion.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, this is definitely a strong card. Potential 0 for 5 if they let the damage hit.
And normally it activates on weapons, and this is what you draw off Snatch.
Oh, that's a great arsenal target. So yeah, if it won't activate on these rune chants, but if he lets this weapon hit, that's an additional 4 damage coming through.
And what a brilliant design card by LSS Starfall is. Like 1 for 2, but there's so many on hits and like ways to like basically make it a mini Rosetta.
Everyone hated it when it got spoiled.
I know,
They thought that it was so weak, but it actually, I feel like it ties a lot of these decks together.
Yeah.
Like you weave it in so seamlessly throughout your turns.
Okay, so this is the Flittering Charge, and we have a Sigil of Solace in hand. So this will be getting go again, and just playing in resolution step here, it seems. Gain the 3, take the 4. Dakota seems like he is just eating everything and might be sending something back. And we're doing Arsenal Pass. Okay.
Decent amount of damage presented, though. We definitely brought Dakota down like to a pretty low life total,
But
relatively.
Dakota holding cards is never a good sign.
True.
That's not something like.
We might see the first Katsu activation.
All right, so we're going to cross wrap. And I'm guessing we're going to start with the Surging. Yep, here it is. Is that yellow?
That is a yellow.
No, unfortunate.
Still a breakpoint.
Kind of crazy that he's still playing yellow. Surging's like Surging's such a bad card, like rate wise, but like it's a starter.
Yeah, I mean it's also a pummel target.
No,
We don't have it in
and
hand, yeah, still a breakpoint. Origin though still has all his armor as well, so
yeah,
he definitely has a lot of ability
a lot
to
of give.
block around this.
So we're gonna threaten the arcane damage here. And knowing, yep, having the blue in hand, probably just for Dachi swings, yada yada. And yeah, we have blue rising because it is a combo card. So makes sense. It's a blue combo card.
Do we see the Katsu activation? We do.
Discarding the snatch.
Is this going to be a gust wave of the second wind?
Maybe. Yes, it is.
Does that say
That's
whelming gust
whelming gust wave.
wave? Whelming gust wave.
I think that is. What is? There's whelming gust wave
There
right
it
there.
is.
What is
Okay, we
gust wave?
missed them.
What is gust wave of the second?
Gust wave of the second wind is the new one.
Okay, so what's whelming? Oh,
Whelming is the 0 for 4
4.
draw card.
Oh, is there an alt art for whelming gust wave?
It was a Team Covenant promo, I think.
No shot. That's actually really neat. Not something
Yeah, we actually missed this. We thought there were no whelmings in deck because this deck list was not written in alphabetical order.
Yeah.
But it is up here towards the top. So
Yeah, okay.
Decent turn. I mean, he's threatening a draw. He's going to be able to send Kodachis after this. Do you remember what he kept? Was it a leg tap or a knee thrust?
I think it was a rising knee thrust.
Okay. So we probably don't want to be playing that. I think we might end up arsenaling it. He does run reds and blues in his deck, and I have to imagine it's a red. Because we saw him discard the snatch to activate Katsu. So we will probably be setting up a knee thrust in Arsenal, I would imagine. Okay, so we see Arjun denying the draw on the...
Which makes sense. You don't really, can't afford it.
Kodachi comes in, pokes away like they do, tails all the time.
And just going to play the rising here for 4.
Oh, it's a leg tap.
A leg tap. Okay, so you took the, yeah.
Decent turn.
Oh, yeah, we pitched the rising. There we go. That's why. So, take 4.
And now life totals are even. Arjun on a 3-card hand with an arsenal. Equipment has been deployed. Let's see what he can do with his turn.
Well, he has a 4-card hand because we use the sigil. Sigil suffering.
Yep.
So it's not again, worse 4-card hands, kind of like Kayo, where you just generally average 12 to 14 damage.
Yeah, it's just not bad at all. We see an E-strike and then maybe a couple blues.
And if this is an Arc Lightning Arsenal, it could be potentially very, very strong because then that E-strike is 0 for 5. And there it is.
An Arc Lightning. This card is so good.
So we're going to start with saying go again and arcane damage.
I think we're going to see E-strike do its thing right now.
Yes, this is why it's going to be a $50 card. It is a $50 card right now.
All right, so we see a Null Rune activation, preventing damage. But Arc Lightning's still giving the next thing go again, and if we E-strike to draw a card, that's essentially free. It's essentially a 1-card 5.
Yep, a 1-card 5 is crazy. It's why you played in Boltyn too. Because you get a 1-card 5 very consistently. But this deck does it a little bit more consistently, I'll say that.
Yes. And almost on demand with the embodiment of lightnings. And we do see the draw. So coming in for 5 go again off of the Arc Lightning. It looks like Dakota does have a gust wave of the second wind in hand.
Okay, well, I mean, it's just a wounding blow that. So he's going to take the 1 arcane here, which is weird because you have 2 floating.
Well, the damage happens first. And then on resolution,
that's why. Okay.
We'll pay for the 1.
So taking 5, activating Aurora. So we drew. Oh, no, we drew. Okay. No, activating Grasp.
Grasp with Arc Lightning is dumb. Because you get the go again from the grasp.
It's a 2 damage.
Yeah.
And then you get the
And then you do the Starfall, which is another 2 and another 1.
Mhm.
Very, very strong card.
And is Arjun just going to Arsenal here? And
He had a Flittering charge in hand as his last card.
okay, so we can throw that.
I don't see why you wouldn't. You already know that Dakota's not wanting to block, so presenting more damage here seems fine.
Mhm.
Um, but it looks. Oh,
Oh,
oh, he must have bottomed it,
okay, so we kept the current just to get the
and then he
embodiment?
drew into a second current funnel.
That's unfortunate.
That is
That is
unfortunate,
very unfortunate. Not something you really want to see.
but decent turn.
And Dakota kept notably all his cards in hand. And
All but one. He pitched
oh,
to
yeah,
AB.
and we need to tuck that, and he sees it, and he's gonna fix it right here.
Decent amount of damage presented. We set up an embodiment, and I can't imagine that Arjun's going to want to block very much on this turn.
No, probably gonna get the grasp here if I have to imagine. Gotta. The grass doesn't block this turn yet? I guess not.
It does
No.
not. Yeah, if we don't see any sort of crazy on hit presented, I think Arjun's just going to keep his 4 cards and try to present as much damage as possible.
So this is 4-13 draw. No combo here. Interesting that we thought this was worthwhile. Because there's no go again on this, and
Yeah, that is odd.
maybe there's some Big Dakota was thinking of something else. Like, I feel like
I wonder if he
thought
maybe
he made
he presented snaps as a way to
no, because
extend.
he's been pitching to AB. That's the only card with AB on it.
Yeah, very very weird. Gone in a
Flash,
flash.
and here we go. Love this card.
Very good here. If we have an instant, this already has go again. So this essentially can be deployed twice. Just a matter of whether or not we drew that instant. I can't quite tell.
No locks. Okay, you want about a card that I think will get banned one day?
Really?
This card is so much value.
Okay, there's our instant. So we buy back the Gone in a flash.
So this is gonna be a 2 card 9. Like not a nonsense of the going with the flash, but like, well, like if he has any combo card in hand, this is literally like look at that blocking 5. Okay, I'll take 2 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane. You just block 9 cards with 2, like 9 damage with 2 cards. It is the best D react in the game. I refuse to believe otherwise. Maybe saving grace a little bit,
And
up there.
and it comes in rainbow.
It comes in rainbow. That's the big thing, right?
Yeah.
This should be an M. This should be an M. And then are we gonna say draw here, or are we gonna say +2?
I think we're gonna see +2 here.
It can go to 1, and blocking 3, taking 4, going to 4 here.
If we see him drop to 4, we know it was
Yep.
Okay. Very, very strong turn for margin. Gone in Flash, when you get the right cards, it does a lot of work.
And here's Katsu things. Dachi, 1 card. And he said, yeah, I want to take it. And it is his Gust Wave of the second, which is threatening a lot here. And you have the best thing here, you have the 1 floating. We have the Sigil of Suffering in hand. So because we have the 1 floating threatening a draw, we can prevent the Arcane. So he has to give the...
Yeah. If he wants to prevent the mask draw, he has to also give 1 piece of equipment.
And we're going to break to give +1 here, guarantee the draw.
I almost wonder if it would have been better to block with the grasp
there. I think so. I don't know what he drew. Couldn't really tell.
I think that might have been a flip flop. It looked like a promo flip
flop. Oh
yeah.
my gosh, what a card. We haven't seen them yet this game, so that's massive that we're starting to see them now.
All right, 3-card hand from the Aurora. I see an Arc Lightning.
Just gonna ship that one out.
He's holding a Snatch, and I think I saw a Second Strike as well.
Okay.
So very strong turn, especially with Dakota at 3.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, if this is a Flick Flack though in hand, I mean in Arsenal, we don't see one in hand. Oh no, we do. We do see one in hand. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I do think that there is a Flick Flack in Arsenal.
Just watching Defensive Ninja is so fascinating. It's so much fun. Okay, here we go. We're gonna Flick Flack here. Arjun can't be happy about that. Arjun has to be mildly upset.
This looks like a grip of reds, though. I see a Weakest Link, a CNC, and a leg tap.
Yeah. And I guess maybe we're just going to turn cards sideways this turn, if I had to guess.
Oh, this is a static shock.
Side Shark,
Okay.
which doesn't have go again. And I mean, you just block 6 here. If your hand's really that bad, you just give 6. Say you're 4 card and get 5
Yeah.
card.
And then if it is a flick flack in Arsenal, like I think it is, he has that for the next turn.
Yeah.
I think that this is the smartest thing to do.
Mhm.
Sets him up very well defensively. Overall, fairly weak Arc Lightning turn.
And we try another one.
That is number 3.
Yep.
So this is going to be the last one.
And I mean, Dakota just has to keep going on defense here, unfortunately. This is like Arc Lightning is such a strong card that you have to be pitching for the AB, and but we're pitching blank here. Okay. Closing the chain.
Yep, we're paying for the one on the grasp activation.
Does Arc Lightning says attack action, so that go again is still floating.
I paid for the rune chant. 2 damage coming in.
Mhm.
And then there should be another 1
Mhm.
ping coming through. Looks like we're going to take that one.
Mhm. And another stack check. This is where we send the flick flack here. There's no go again on this.
Unless I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
It looked that way, but you never know. Sometimes you just get a wrong glyphs of a card and think it's what it's not, right? So very intense. This is what James White intended Flesh and Blood to be. That's what you'll always hear like boomers say, right? Boomers. This is what we need: just blocking, blocking, blocking. Not necessarily getting the second cycle, but like this is like a good example of how like a defensive deck is like does do. Oh, this does have go again,
This
by the
does
way.
have go again.
So, this is devastating. So you gotta block that out. You take the one arcane, and does he have the attack
no.
action?
Are we going to 1?
We are. And if it says go again, and does have go again, so that's the game.
And that's the game.
Crazy, crazy.
That was an interesting one. I mean, Dakota's list is very unique.
Mhm.
He wasn't too far away. Um, definitely could have seen a world where that goes, a different way.
If that all red hand wasn't all red, I think he could have swung this
Yeah.
game back into his favor.
Yeah, that was definitely an awkward draw.
Mhm.
But he is still 3-1.
Yep.
So
And Argent should be, from what I understand, guaranteed top 4. I mean top 8. Because there should be some X's that make it. I won't fully commit to that.
yeah,
But
we're not guaranteeing anything.
but there is a very likely chance that Arjun will be in the top 8 competitors going forward.
Yeah.
So
I do have a bit of an announcement. So the folks at Oddwillows, they're amazing. If you don't know who they are, they're one of our local stores. Their link is in the description of this stream, so definitely check them out. They do sell fab singles, but they wanted to do a giveaway for the viewers.
that's awesome. Yeah.
So they gave me this, which is going to be given away at the end
Oh,
of
that's so pretty.
Swift.
So pretty.
So at the end of round 6, we're going to give this away.
You want this? You do want this?
Should I reveal it?
No.
No?
Hold on to it.
Okay. Can I say what it is in general?
Oh, the first word of the card.
I'm just going to say that's a Marvel.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a Marvel. We're going to give it away at the end of round 6. The way that we're going to give it away is we are going to open up 1 pack of Rosetta, and you will need to guess what the foil in the pack is. And the first person that guesses it will get this card. But again, that will be at the end of round 6.
Yeah, and it is a Japanese pack of Rosetta. So just so you know,
Yeah.
Japanese printed, if anyone cares.
But before the start of the next round, we are going to do one more game of Do You Know Flesh and Blood? So we did Sutcliffe's Messy Notes last time. I think we're just going to stick with that for this one.
Okay.
So you have a piece of paper when you need it.
I do.
This was our last game here. So Alex guessed all 5 of them correctly.
Mhm.
Our new one will be this one.
Oh, Battlefield Blitz. Why are you
Yeah.
that card?
You should know that one.
Oh, I do know that one. The card's bad.
So notably here, there are no powers that you have to start with.
More difficult.
And you know that there are at least 2 blue cards here.
And there's no defense value either. So
no defense values.
Interesting. So 05003, Humble is 4 to 6. Belflitz 3 to 5. Wish it was a popper. Smash Instinct. What is? I don't remember that card.
Smash Instinct is 5, 6, 7 brute attack.
Okay.
I will at least give you the numbers if you need them.
Yeah. Okay. And then Dust Up, which is my favorite card for mine. So not my favorite. That's Red Hot, but like it's up there. It's really good. So let's see. So we have a blue two attack, and then a blue. Wait, okay, is it guaranteed that it's one? No, it wouldn't be. There's no one, so it'd be two. No, there would be 0 to 50, I guess. But is it guaranteed that this will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attack value, or is it not?
Well, uh, I give you the one hint.
Yeah.
So we're looking at 0 to 50. The attack values on that are 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
1, 2, 3. I mean, you can't put it in the second slot. You can't put it in the first slot.
Yeah, yeah. I guess you're right there. So yeah. So yeah, it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That is the one hint that I will give you.
I just wanted to make sure. I wasn't sure. I would have got there eventually. So obviously, blue 0 to 50, will be 1, and then so we have blue 2, which blue 2 could either be then dust up or dust up. So we'll say dust up here. Blue, then blue 3 attack. Now this one could be either humble. Humble would be 4 if it's blues. That means it has to be battlefield blitz. Okay.
I feel like I gave you too big of a hint.
Well, if you said it's 1 through 5, or no, it wouldn't be. I think I would have got there eventually. But yeah, battlefield blitz, and then 4. And then I guess this is like where it gets hard though, because if that's 5, 6, 7, Humble's 4, 5, 6, you can be really either of those slots.
Could it though? Your fourth slot has to be 4.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because then it would be Smash and Sink 5, 6, 7. So that would be the 5. So it'd be blue, Smash and Sink, and then it'd be blue Humble.
Other way around.
Blue Humble would be 4. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And that is correct. We had all blues for this one.
Yeah.
Super fun game. Yeah,
super fun game.
Honestly, I love this. I think it's super fun. So that is going to be the last one for this style game. There is a third, completely different style for rounds 5 and 6. Yeah. So definitely stick around to check that out. And again, we're going to do a giveaway at the end of round 6. So be sure to stick around for that. But we are going to go ahead and go back to the Be Right Back screen, and then I will update the chat with how long is left in round 4. We will see you guys soon.
Yeah, see you soon.
right, we are back for round 5 of 6. We have an Azalea playing against Bryce on Boltyn. Bryce is already on. They're both 3-1. So they currently are probably trying to play for a spot in top 8. If they win they win this one and then potentially lose the next one, they could still sneak in. We didn't want to bring a 4-0 on because our 4-0s are pretty much locked for top 8 at this point. So they should be getting ready to play right now. So let's jump over there and then we will update some of this information. So yeah, Bryce, he's on stream earlier. I think he was our round 1 or our round 2. Um, and then we have Riley on Azalea. Riley is a local to Oddwillows, and I know that he has been playing Azalea quite a bit. And Alex is here. He brought us deck lists. Interesting. That right there, that one.
Oh yeah, this is not your standard Azalea.
This is not your standard Azalea. We are registering Sand Scour Great Bow.
So bad news for Bryce. So after the Army equipment came out for Boltyn, and now I get to go on my Boltyn tanks again. Azalea became a very favorite matchup for Boltyn. Besides one version. And that's the same scour list. It is very tough for Boltyn. It's better than what it used to be, but Boltyn just has a lot of trouble playing through this. There's more focus on lower level disruption. So we'll see how this goes. We have some interesting choices in here for the Sand Scour list. Prismatic Leyline is one. That is very interesting. We have a few blues, a few yellows, and a few reds. I'm guessing you're trying to line that up with the Boltyn shot.
That makes sense. Probably, I would assume, can pretty reliably get at least 4 value out of it. I think it would be hard to get 6, but I guess he'll prove us wrong if that's the case.
Yeah. And then we also see here Plague Hive.
Oh.
I'm not sure if that's because of being a defense, not more defensive decks. You can't really break through as normal Azalea with Death Dealer can. You just can't get those big dominate attacks. So Plague Hive is like what you see usually when you have assassins. When Arachne abuses this card, when you're going to fatigue, usually you pitch it for a dagger, hopefully you hit the blood rot, 2 damage, or you hit inertia. Just keep slowing down the game as much as you can.
And it looks like the last interesting one that we have here is 3 copies of Stone Rain, which came in the Azalea Armory deck.
It did indeed.
Works very well with Sand Scour, and can be very disruptive. I'm excited to see this. I think Sand Scour Azalea is such a cool deck, and it's one that really doesn't get explored very much. It's probably not the best way to build here, but it looks fun.
With the Armory deck inclusion to this stuff, I think the deck is a lot stronger than people make it out to be. I know, just normal red line Azalea, where you're just pitching, it was earlier that Lee was playing, is very strong still. But this is a nice. I'm not going to say Riley's playing this because of budget, but if you're a newer player trying to play Azalea, Sand Scour is a giant budget deck that's super strong.
You get the benefit of being able to blind Azalea a lot more as well, because you have the 2 arsenal slots. If you flip into a buff, you can still just activate Sand Scour and put an arrow in.
Exactly.
So your blind flips are a lot safer, and you can sometimes end up playing with 6 card hands, which is very strong.
So we'll see how this goes. So the cool thing on the Boltyn side here, he will present all the new armory equipment. We're playing every single piece.
Except for the hands.
No hands, so you don't have that in the deck. But you're going to play every single piece, and Riley's asking to read them, so I guess we'll go over them.
Not every piece. I noticed a certain solar plexus.
Plexus is not me. That's an Ellie core card. I swear they messaged her how to design Boltyn.
What are these other 2 pieces?
So we have Helm of Hell's Grace. This card just reads block, charge a yellow, you draw a card. So it pairs really well with Soulbind. When you charge, you get 1 damage prevention. While Bracers, not Bracers, Warpath of Winged Grace, which is the feet. And we're going to go the way, charging a yellow, so on hit, go again. Probably won't hit, and you're never going to give this go again on Boltyn. But the feet here, if you block and charge with a yellow, you will actually get a Quicken token.
That's very strong.
Very, very strong. You're getting an Assault and a Quicken, so you're basically +2 on value. Because you're going to charge that turn 2, and so you're 2 in Soul. Very massive. So, since the Armory deck released, Azalea used to be favored in Boltyn. Not anymore. What Boltyn is going to be trying to do here is play very defensively. Play pure value, get the Soul really, really big, find a time where he's not getting started out of the game and just bite. Just go down on him and just try to blow him out of the game.
Ooh, we're gonna see a activation of the quiver
And we're
on turn
seeing
one,
Plague Hive here too.
pitching a plague hive.
And what do we roll? We rolled the Blood Rot.
Now we have leftover cards, so we very easily can pay for this. We revealed a line it up, also new from the armory deck. I don't believe that this is going to do anything.
No,
We
won't
have
get
to
loaded.
reveal an arrow.
So won't get loaded and Quiver will stay up. And knowing Boltyn, you're gonna have two reds in hand. You're not gonna be able to pitch for this. You're just gonna take two. Well, you're gonna take one. He's a Soul Bond. Soul Bond's really good in that respect, where you're gonna prevent one. You just take some damage, good to go, whatever.
Okay, so not the worst.
No, could have been a lot worse for Bryce there.
Yeah, definitely.
Another card on Riley's side of things is the art piece. Sharpshooters.
Sharpshooters. I think this card's very
Mhm.
good. It is very similar to Bullseye Bracers.
Yes.
But
You get the aim counter, right?
you get the aim counter. No AB though, so it's like you're really making a choice when you include something like this in your list. But it looks like he's choosing the Null Rune Boots as his one of AB if he needs to side that in, which I think is fine.
Yes. He's also playing Bullseye Bracers.
Oh,
So he's playing both. He has 10 total. This is like a Boltyn sideboard with how much equipment you're playing.
the other missing piece is Snapdragon Scalers.
Nope, you're playing just Purchase.
He's just running Perch Grapplers, which is an interesting choice.
All right, so we're just playing Lace Blood Rot and sending the Remorseless.
Coming in for 8. No dominate on this, but pretty decent on hit.
Very important on hit against Boltyn, and it looks like we're blocking with double Banner of Courage. Not really what you want to block with. You're going to be charging those. So what's the arsenal card here? I'm curious to see what we're going to be throwing. My guess, eliminate, or we're just going to, because if we're blocking with the Banner Rights, you really want, like, you'd rather play this. So
Is Bryce, so his plan here, you said he wants to be defensive. Is he just trying to run Azalea out of arrows?
no, you're still trying to kill.
Okay.
It's just that you're waiting for a moment because Azalea likes to like tempo, like force you to control. So the way that we can like control you out of the game through Red and Ledger, through JJE, the way that we can prevent that is through these charge on hits with equipment. So giving the headpiece, giving the chest, giving the legs at any point, it's a defensive way to charge soul. Another card you're going to see in this matchup come up massively as we're blocking for here, the ley line, as Bryce is taking note of, and probably being like, okay, is Saving Grace.
Okay.
Saving Grace is a crazy card in this matchup. And it's when we see it, we'll talk about it. But for the time being, just know that's one of the armory deck D-Reacts, and it is very strong. So we're gonna start with the Read Decline Path here. Seeing a pre-med on top.
Let's see if we do any sort of. Yep, we're going to activate Azalea.
And there's the pre-med. Pre-med, very strong card from Outsiders.
Yeah, and he didn't need to play that there. He has an open arsenal slot, but I imagine that he just wants to buff a big arrow. But that's what I like so much about this deck is that that can just sit there.
That's a GG on top. And it's coming with an
comes in with an aim counter because it came from the top.
And not dominated.
They're looking.
Eventually they're gonna be like, nope, don't got it. Just use that. Yeah, there we go. All right.
All right, that is pretty strong. Did not come in off of Azalea's ability, so it doesn't have dominate, but it is quite large.
So this will be coming in for 11 on hit. Fun things. Easily, like what? It's like you discard down to one card. That's all it is. Just casually rip 3 cards from hand. So I'm sure we'll just turn our hand sideways. On hit, it's an inertia token, and not really much really to hold here.
If we have a yellow or a blue left in the Azalea's hand, we can also just try to spin the wheel on Quiver again.
You can, yeah.
So we would potentially get an arrow face up, the ponder would break, and then we get an arsenal, and then we draw 4, we have a 6-card hand.
Yeah, and the cool thing here also about Sandscour is that you are playing these blues. So like this Quiver is not useless at all. It's only 9. We see 1 in pitch, but like that's still more than what normal is.
Yeah.
You see like 3 or 6. So
but decent amount of yellows, and he has 1 pitch floating, so very easily could activate it here if he wants to. I love Quiver. That art is beautiful.
It's wonderful. When they got revealed, that
was the first one that got revealed for the set.
Cold foil of it too got shown too in that respect. Oh, wonderful.
All right, see some blocks being lined up here.
Looks like it's 9.
Yep, taking
Gonna
2.
take
So he
2.
discards all but one
One
card.
card.
He
Okay.
only has one card.
Gonna get the
So
ponder though. That's the important part here. You're still going to give the ponder over. Let's see if that card in Bryce's hand is worth giving the
yep,
ponder over. And here's the quiver.
activate quiver. I
It
think
is a
that
stone
Stone
rain.
Ring. That is
Oh,
very good. The aim counter, I believe, stays. I don't think
it
that's going
does.
to
It
end
does.
until end of turn.
Nope. Encounters
So
just chill on there. So,
that is ready for him to use whenever he feels like he needs it. Ponder's going to break, and we get a second arsenal.
and that looked like a Deadeye.
This is a very
Yep, yep,
strong
yep.
turn
That
from the
is
Azalea.
that is wild. Bryce has one card here. I just feel like you have to block that out. Like the ponder trigger is the part you have to block out, especially if this is not really. It's just 4. You, I don't know. I don't think sending 4 for a ponder, like I don't think it's worth it in my book. But who knows? We'll see if this works out. So we're yeah, no blocks here.
Yeah, very easy 4 damage to eat here.
No on hits, no nothing.
No threat of go
It's just
again.
a wound blow. That's
Yeah.
all it is. That's all that card is.
We'll see what Riley can put together here. He has his tunic up. He has 6 cards available to him.
So raise tunic, and there's the die. There's the lace.
Oh
There's the pre-med.
God.
There's the and this is coming in for 3, 6, 9, 12. No, it's 16. Dominate on hit. I look at your hand and basically intimidate something.
No dominate.
No dominate. Okay, yeah, no dominate.
No dominate. But 16 damage with a blood rot, an inertia, a ponder, and a discard.
And here's the crazy thing here is if we have a saving grace somewhere, we can block this out.
Yeah, with armor,
Yeah.
I don't doubt that.
No, not even with armor.
No.
You can just have 2 saving graces and 2 cards in hand. You just see it's a bunch of value. It's insane. But that's if he has that, right? So this is 16, no dominate. But the cool interaction here. Oh no, it is dominate because it's stone rain. When stone rain has an encounter on it, it gets dominate.
Oh,
That's why it's dominated. Yes. So that's why you have 16 dominate. We're representing the dominate
right,
now.
you're right.
Mm,
I had a Riptide recur a Stone Rain against me for like 6 turns.
yeah.
The dominate was very annoying.
So it looks like, but this is where this armory equipment comes in, right? We have cards in hand that we're not able to block with, and we're going to lose them anyways. So what does Boltyn like doing? He likes getting our soul, so we can block with some cards, set up like a quicken token, set up, maybe just getting like a banner of courage and soul or something like that, and we're gonna get value that way.
Yeah. The quicken, it'll stay on the field too, so if he
Mhm.
doesn't use it on the next turn, it's not an agility. He can save it for a turn that he feels he has more of an opening. So 5 block presented currently.
Mhm. And something else that I would like to note here is
Ooh.
charging in the spirit. All right,
That's a good
huge.
charge.
That's huge. Is the Dead Eye Stone Rain combo. So now he gets he gets to look at the hand, no matter what's the nurse token. Guarantee that one of them, like, oh, there's the okay, Soul Shield. Another great card still. So no matter what, Deadeye, so he gets the trigger if he wants to intimidate the card, put it the card, or make him discard, it's fine. But this will be blocking 9, 11, 13, only taking 3 off of that, by the way.
That's not bad.
And we're just going to discard it.
Yep.
We're not going to star right effect, that's fine. But we do get the ponder trigger here.
Also going to be taking 2 off of the Blood Rot,
Mhm.
but I think that's okay.
I think you're okay with it. If you're going to 31 after that,
That
6
was-
card hand.
That was an impressive blocking turn on Bryce's end.
And this is why Boltyn is starting to become favored in this matchup, is because this, again, army equipment does do that. And you have the D-Rex that can fade these turns. So
Did he did block the I feel like we're missing a card in Soul.
nope, it's the spirit.
Oh, it was the Spirit.
It pops
right
out.
Okay.
So like that was a massive turn. So you're going to 31, you get spirit, you get a quicken. I see a saving grace in his hand. I see a cataclysm in his hand, which is massive in this matchup, by the way. Celestial cataclysm, which just eats and illuminate. So
Yeah, if you are hypercharging your soul with
Mhm.
these equipment pieces, you're gonna end up in an endgame state where you probably just have an abundance of soul
exactly.
and can send potentially multiple 7s with go again in a turn.
Oh, you see the stone right off the top here. So it's gonna get the encounter. It's gonna have dominate. And that was off the Azalea. We just blinded that. Cool thing about Sand Scour too, because of New Horizon, blinding is like not a problem. You're like,
It's almost free.
yeah, you're just like, cool. I don't like this Arsenal card. Get it out of here. Maybe something will be better.
You also are slightly less susceptible to the ranger hands of all buffs because
hmm,
you can try to find an arrow off the top of the deck.
twice, right? And like you get
Yeah,
to do it.
you get the Azalea flip, and then Sandscour will let you look at the top as well.
So they're gonna go blue effect shot. Not really what you want to put in Arsenal. It looks like Riley's not very happy with his hand. It seems pretty tough. We're paying one for
Oh, it looks like we had a
a
knock.
knock in hand, and
Couldn't tell the other card.
it's just two.
Oh,
This is
another infecting shot.
okay. So just a break. We drew Ranger hand.
Yeah.
But this is the opposite though, right? Like instead of drawing all buffs, we draw all arrows, and it's still not that great. So he's only gonna come in for two, and this is the easiest. Like either if Bryce has a great 4 card hand, he can just hold it, take 4 damage. Well, it's really three because the Soul Bond resolve. It's gonna prevent one of that blood rot.
Blue infecting shot comes in for 3.
It comes in for three,
representing
okay,
five
five,
total,
but with a next turn,
essentially
yeah.
4.
But we can just give 1 card here and be fine. Throw it again. You're trying to play this value game plan. You're really okay with blocking. Oh, we're okay. Interesting that we're giving the headpiece here. He must like his hand. I think I see a beacon. So we're gonna charge the Cataclysm, draw a card, and we drew a Take Flight. It looks like.
I think out of all of the new equipment, the helm feels best. Like you're essentially charging for free because
Hmm?
you're drawing again. I don't know. I think that it seems very strong.
I'm not a hog believer. I played in 3 matchups, so like I play Warband. Warband's crazy. I think Warband's degenerate. That's the best way I can describe Warband.
Yeah.
I think it's a very degenerate card. Hog is not. Hog is very fair, very strong, but very fair.
That's a good way to put it. It is
Yeah.
very fair.
And pitching the Saving Grace. So my only assumption here is that we have some kind of Lumina in hand, a Thrust in hand, something of that sort. So this is for Gogan Gogan. Here's the cooking. Um,
I wonder if it's potentially a beacon into Illumina.
Mhm.
We have the spirit deployed, so
which this will be a massive turn because what you tend to do in this matchup too is that when you draw a beacon, you just empty your soul. You don't care. You have spirit on board, you're just gonna empty it. Because you're gonna rebuild it anyways from just playing this knick-knack game of like going back and forth. So we're presenting 4 here. Riley is thinking on blocks, and did we draw all arrows again?
oh, we might have. I think I saw at least one going down the block.
That's so unfortunate. And we're blocking with a red and the sleep dart. Sleep dart really, really strong in this matchup, and we're gonna present 3 here. And probably more. like
Now, just because the red's going away doesn't mean it's gone forever. We have 3 copies of Codex of Frailty, pretty
we
standard.
also have
3 copies of Memorial Ground, so he can recur these probably pretty well.
and here's a beacon. We're only gonna do one, which is fine. Very safe. I like to play way more aggressively. Something that I've realized about other players in general. I play way more aggressive with both of them than they do in this respect of like when I have a big turn, I want it to be as big as possible. Don't have to be. like you don't it's a risk. I'd like to take those risks. So this is now gonna represent 5 damage. I get the action point. Still a great turn from Bryce here.
Maybe because he saw him put 2 cards down already, he felt like he didn't need to go as big because like these Luminas, they're going to be connecting.
Yes, but the problem with the Azalea matchup is that sometimes you just get late game and you just are stuck on so much soul that you don't know what to do with.
Mm.
And we're getting the life here from Lumina. We hit a Beam of Vada Red. So, like, because you're going to get stuck on this so much soul in the late game, emptying your soul there isn't the end of the world. So we're going to use one here versus Threat and Courage token, which is very important here, and we're just going to give it the hand. Makes sense.
Looks like we
not
kept
hand.
one.
We
We
kept
blocked
one with
with
Purchase. Yep. Um, so in that respect, there, I think we're like, I get the idea what Bryce says he wants the courage for next turn, but since we know people like to block Lumina, I think you're supposed to activate verses before that, just so you guarantee the courage token with the on hit of the first swing because you have beacon. So
yeah, that seems very strong.
so here comes 7, Dominate, and Stone Rain's a crazy card. So um so on it, we're gonna look at the card and basically intimidate it. So we and it, again, it says they encounter dominate and release attention. Can't play D reacts from hand. So if Bryce has a soul shield, which it looks like he does, or a saving grace, not gonna be able to play. So this is going to for sure get it done.
Let's see how he chooses to block this. We do still have access to armor, so we could cover this if we felt like we needed to.
So it's dominated.
Yeah, it is dominated. It looks like Riley's catching this. Okay.
And so this on it's going to represent something. So I think Stone Raid specifically says that you pick which card goes to banish.
Yes.
So
So Bryce will have the option.
Yep. So he picks his Self Intimidate, basically his arsenal trigger for the turn, and let's see what he does then. So
All right. So access to 2 cards here. It would be nice to see. Yep.
oh, so 3 Burning Eye Courage. This card's actually crazy in these type of matchups, value matchups, because if you can go like 2 card wide, you can get a 0 for 5 out of this, like just with a 3 card hand. Really, really strong. If you have like a Courage or a Quicken on the front end and you're playing the new armory stuff, so you tend to be able to generate that. But for right now, since we have an Intimidated, we're just starting 4, basically. And the 4 is bigger because the 1 comes on the next turn, so you guarantee the rated swing here. And Azalea likes to play attack actions. So if you're blocking with the attack action, we'll get buffed. Be able to just swing Raiden later.
A lot of her non-attack actions are also 2 blocks.
Exactly.
There's very few of them that do block 3.
Well, Playline does.
Playline does. If anything, maybe Sandscour lists have more than normal because you also get the line it ups, the dead eyes. I think most of the other ones are going to be 2 blocks.
So Grand Azalea, just blind it.
Blind
Didn't like
Azalea,
didn't like
love
the
it.
Arsenal card. I think that was a knock.
That's a
can't
great one.
ask for much better than that.
Now, do we have the buffs to back it up?
Look like we had a Boltyn shot in hand.
We have Tunic up, so we could potentially avoid pitching if needed. Okay, we have an open arsenal slot, so peek at the top of the deck.
Oh, so we're just not actually going to load. We just had that. Oh, okay. So Codex. I see why. That's why we're pitching to see it.
That is fantastic. Less good because Bryce already has an arsenal, but
still insane. Still devastating. Because now you get to pick whatever card you want for the turn. Get the ponder trigger.
Yep.
So you get to set up your next turn and hope that. And he saw the top card of the deck, so now he knows what is going to his arsenal. It's face down, so he has to flip it, which we already did. We can't flip it though.
We already activated Azalea. I didn't see what he grabbed.
Yeah, he didn't show it. He's supposed to show it. I'm sure he said.
I think he showed it to Bryce.
Yeah,
we just didn't see it.
This will be 8 dominate. Correct name. Inertia. I think we saw the Soul Shield in hand last turn, so that's probably what's in the arsenal. So I wouldn't be shocked to see that all blocked out.
That's the second V that we've seen.
Don't really care about it in this matchup.
No.
It's just a charge card.
Okay.
You use it to charge. It's a yellow. And then there's the Soul Shield. We block it out. And so this is what I'll point out, because I was talking about how the soul value, why would it empty the beacon here? 5 more damage, so you did 26. We have 3 cards in soul already. So
yeah,
we're not really missing too much value there. Just you're able to just supercharge yourself so quickly in this matchup because we're just playing all these defensive cards that generate this value. And there's another one.
And this one will generate a
Courage token. And this is on hit, draw a card. So empty arsenal. Something that you really like to see with Bolt Courage. And when you're playing a deck that doesn't have many great blocking cards, usually you're like, okay, this is probably gonna hit. I get an arsenal, call it a day. Secret of Boltyn though, the cards drawn, usually not the greatest. Like 50% of the time, you're like,
you can find a random banner at the top.
You really don't want to see any one cost here, and there's an R3 block and line it up, like as you said.
Yeah, we do get the courage though, which I feel like is the real win here,
and the soul,
and the soul. All right, the ponder doesn't do anything because we already had a face down card.
Is that Illumina in hand, or is that? Trying to see it. He spins his cards too much.
Blind Azalea gets us a knock, which we can't use this turn because we just Azalea'd. So there would be no way, unless you loaded it off of Sand Scour, but then you're not getting Dominate.
This is arguably like the one card in the deck list that you just don't. Well, Plague Hive is also something that you don't want to
Oh
see off
no,
on
that would be
Nock.
terrible.
But we already seen the we know where the Plague Hive is. We haven't played the Nock yet. Then that's where you have to start being more careful. Um, but either way, so Azalea activated. I'm assuming we're just gonna say the Nock for the next turn. But yeah, I think that's the only card in the list, the two cards in the list that you don't want to see off a Nock.
Peek at the top, couldn't tell what it
I'm
is.
surprised we didn't read first. I'm surprised we didn't read into
Into Azalea.
Azalea, right? Like then you get the pick, you see the
Well,
Nock, and you're like,
again, like your blind Azaleas, they're just so safe that it makes sense that like, you don't really need to.
so we're gonna play another Codex here, and we're gonna go red. We got Tunica.
This one is gonna hit price.
Oh, four. Well, not guaranteed
Oh,
here.
sorry, I meant the effect.
Oh,
He is gonna have to discard and arsenal.
oh yeah, yeah, for sure. And usually you just grab a Beaming Verado if you have one.
Looks like he might be
Or
reaching
Heat
for an
Destroy.
illuminate.
Illuminate works too. It's like any zero cost card that you can just keep playing this value game for. I think something that I'll point out right now, we're pretty far in this game. Life totals are pretty high. Bryce is probably getting about halfway through his deck at this point. We're blocking a lot, we're charging a lot. We saw that graveyard be pretty hefty. So there's going to be a point where Bryce is going to just have to decide to go for it. And it just depends on his hand. Obviously, not this turn, because it's just like you're not going to get the value out of this turn.
Right.
And there's a red
There's a
with
frailty.
a Seek Destroy on the stack.
Yeah.
Like very, very hard. There's a beacon in hand though, I see. So this is a very, very rough hand beginning red ledgered in. So, but we can block this out. So what you can do here, block with a card, Soulbond Resolve, Iron Song versus charge a card, and we can hold on to this beacon and roll the Illuminate for 3, Arsenal the beacon, and we're blocking 8, which is what? Oh, this is 11? Do we have 2 buffs on this?
Um,
I thought we only played the Seek and Destroy. What's the other buff on this?
I thought so.
Oh, read the guide path.
That's right. That's right.
Okay. So you just have to give it the whole hand. Takes 2. Unfortunately, you have to block with the beacon.
Losing the beacon
Is massive.
It hurts.
It's a big deal. So
this is only going to be coming in for 3. Oh, 4.
four
Courage.
maybe.
That's still a break point.
The big one. And on hit soul. So
That's a lot of cards in Soul.
and you just keep building it.
Yeah.
Keep building it. Eventually there's a Moral Ground in hand, so we're gonna probably grab that JGE. There's 2 Moral Grounds in hand, by the way. Maybe a little bit of awkward hand here for Riley then. If there's 2 Moral Grounds and Aki and Arsenal, we don't know what the Ponder triggered.
I think I saw Battering Bolt as well. Is he running Battering Bolt? He is.
Okay.
So yeah, it looks like maybe a lack of buffs in his hand.
And there's Lazavi, Take Flight.
I think I saw Luminalance.
Which is great.
Yeah, I mean you have so much soul.
You have so much soul. Like wonderful. This like that's why you're on it. You're on it now. You just build this soul so quickly.
Let's see what Riley decides to do here.
Pitch more again. You have 2 in hand. Like you can just.
Okay.
Oh, he's a Deadeye. Okay,
Deadeye.
That's really good.
That does make this knock better.
But we're getting blind and line it up. This card's really good too. Not a bad card. And we're gonna sharpshooter. Again, battery bolt. That's the encounter. It's nothing. This isn't gonna be dominated, but like seek and destroy into battering bolt.
It's a 15 damage battering bolt. Oh no, he didn't play the lineup.
Nope.
12 damage.
12 damage battering bolt with very relevant on hit because we do have
the Luminalance
in hand.
Does Luminalance block?
It blocks 3.
Okay.
It blocks.
We will probably see this hitting the board.
Basically, you probably block. Oh, is there a Seek on the table? You just block 12.
Yeah.
But again, this is the problem. If we're gonna, if Riley needs to find a dud hand, Bryce needs to draw a good hand, and that's how Bryce is gonna get back in the game. Riley's in full control. Bryce will fatigue before Riley runs out of cards. Our soul's massive, but the life toll is just not there for Bryce. It's singing right in for 0. It does nothing. Riley going like, okay, cool.
We
Like,
see him
yeah,
stop and think about it.
yeah. Wait a minute. What? What are you doing? Cards in hand? None. Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah, I think Bryce is really at risk of just running out of all his power cards if he
Hmm.
keeps putting his whole hand in front every time. He's going to get to a point where all of his big turns just disappear.
Sure. And the deck does leverage a lot of big turns. So like in each strikes cataclysms with this much soul, that's what you're trying to play for anyways. But you gotta find the opportunity to do it. And Riley's doing a great job here. But make sure Bryce just doesn't get to play the game.
I see possibly two Boltyn shots, a Lace with Inertia, and a Memorial Ground.
So we're probably just gonna drop this moral ground, right? Just keep getting this disruption going.
Yeah, I think we would fetch the Red in the Ledger
Or JJE.
or JJE,
Mhm.
play a couple buffs, and then send some damage dominated.
And with the sedation, we probably do red because of the sedation, right? Like no matter what, you don't get the arsenal.
Yeah, I think that sounds correct. And I think Riley looking through his graveyard is probably an indication that that's going to be what's happening here. Yep, we'll see the Memorial Ground. I imagine it's a Red in the Ledger. Oh, Stone Ring. That's an interesting choice. Maybe he's trying not to pitch.
Maybe not. Maybe he wants to play everything in his hand, and that's how it goes. So, well, no, he's pitching right there. Maybe he needs to pitch for everything. I don't know. He's gonna load it, but he's gonna get dominated anyways.
Okay, he wants to play the lineup.
Oh, lineup cost one. Okay.
Yep, and so he's gonna get dominated off the Stone Rain anyways. So he doesn't need to Azalea it.
And my inertia
And then
and
this is 10.
10 with the card in hand, and Riley doing a really good job of making sure he keeps that person. He is.
This Sand Scour list is so disruptive.
It really is.
Let's see how Bryce decides to block here.
In my opinion, I say the E-Strike in hand. I just give Soulbond block, charge a card, block with one more card, save some life here, throw E-Strike for 7. You have this inertia, it's going to hit. Can't do much about it, but 3 and 7's a deck that doesn't really want to block. It's pretty good. It's pretty big. We'll see if Bryce sees that line though, but I think that's the correct line here. Because otherwise you're just gonna neg one yourself. You don't really want to do that.
Let's see an Express Lightning.
I'm just thinking if he wants to do any equipment blocks here. No, that's it. Okay.
All right, so he takes 7 and he.
Oh, the Stone Raid trigger. That's why he
Stone
does it.
Raid
Yeah,
trigger.
yeah, so you don't really want to charge that. Yeah, so you're just gonna throw 7. Stone Raid is such a crazy card. It is. It is so good.
And then we see an Inertia, and I believe that as the active player, Bryce is able to order the Stone Rain and the Inertia in any way that he would like.
Yes, he can, but we'll see if he knows that.
The ideal play would be to have the Inertia go off first, resolve first, and then get the card back from Stone Rain and Arsenal.
He might not be aware of that though. So it is a very hard thing to be aware.
It's a little tricky. Oh, actually, that might not be correct.
No, it is correct. They both read at the start at the end of your turn.
But Bryce owns the Inertia trigger.
Yep. So the Stone Raid trigger is also his too.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
yep, there he is. Yep.
He is aware of it.
That's the one problem with Stone Raid lined up with the nerd. Oh, there's Illumina. We got a good hand here.
But can he keep it?
That is always the question. We don't know what's in Bryce's arsenal.
And Riley was left with
the whole hand.
The whole hand.
He kept the grip. He kept the grip. Well, we'll see here. We're looking at the top here. With the read, trying to figure out how this turn lines up. And can Riley just keep this disruption going against Bryce?
So it looks like there's a codex on the top. Maybe he's thinking
Sage, Bryce shouldn't have the arsenal, but they get to layer the triggers. Both the triggers are the same. Can you explain? It's on Riley's lair? Okay, I'll go fix that then. I'll call Josh over and
Is
make sure.
on Riley to layer his own triggers. All right, we're going to go ahead and stop them just to make sure that we have this correct here. Luckily, it's a pretty easy fix. It's just a matter of putting that card on the bottom of the deck if he does, in fact, lose his arsenal. So Alex over there right now, just pointing it out. I think Josh, our head judge, is there as well. The judges will be able to sort it out.
Yep, it's all sorted out.
The inertia is Bryce's, but the stone rain is Riley's, so it goes on the stack after active players and resolves first. Does that sound correct to you?
Yeah, that is how we explained it, and that's how Josh knows it too. So
Bryce only gets to choose whose triggers go on the stack first.
each player has their own layer, and then so active player's layer is after opponent's layer. Speed as you pass. That's just how it works. So. Mhm.
So we see a Boltyn shot coming in for 7,
Mhm.
threatening a reload. We have not activated Sandscour yet, so even if this does get blocked out, we can still potentially load a second arrow. But so far, this is not preventing Bryce from keeping.
I think you just gotta take it. Like I don't know, you don't really have a choice. You just gotta go for it, man. You're running out of time. Inertia is controlled by Bryce but owned by Riley. Oh, is that how it works? So okay, that makes more sense. Okay, I see. I see. So we're gonna choose the reload off the Boltyn shot. And we're a lot of new things here today. A lot of
Yeah, interesting situations here.
not. Unfortunately, Sandscour is not something you see too often. We're gonna see a Codex off the top
Yep,
here.
we knew that was there.
Mhm. And we're gonna load for Sandscour. Choosing look at the top.
I
And go from
imagine
there.
we're going to play a buff and then play Codex. Yep.
Yep. And we know what the top card is. This is like the same pattern he's been playing all game.
Yeah.
Using not really in a sense that to load arrows, but as an extra up for these codexes and ponder triggers. Like
Very strong.
mhm.
He has, yeah, I was going to say, he has one pitch floating, so he can find the red here if he wants it.
And becoming for 8, and then we're still starting a frailty. Bryce has to then just go scooch for an Arsenal card. We know Bryce has a Lumina in hand. Thankfully, this won't be dominated. So Bryce still has 4 equipment block up, and very easily can just grab a card from Arsenal, throw it, block 8 here, Arsenal in that Lumina, and you're still in this game. Like it's not looking great, but you still have a beacon in deck. Your soul's massive.
He needs one opening.
And he just needs to find one, and he needs to find one with a Cataclysm
Yeah,
or a beacon.
Riley at 20, like that's very doable for a Boltyn on a huge turn.
Mhm.
We just need the space.
And Riley's just not letting that happen, though. Riley's saying, "No, you don't get the space. I control this game, and you have to play by my will." Really, what he's telling Bryce right now.
He's done a very, very good job of presenting consistent disruption. Picking the Cataclysm here, I feel like that's a pretty heads up play because
Yep.
that helps him find that turn that he needs.
Yep. We should be blocking 6 here, though. So basically, what we're looking at here is just that it's a 1 card 6. That's basically what we're going to play it as. We're going to hold on to this Lumina and just hope that we get to charge a card the next turn. Throwing 6 gets them to 14. We stay at 12. And we're okay with that, right? This is what this soul's for. This is what we're using it for. And as you can see, he instantly grabs for the Iron Zone. And we got a soul shield, so this is huge. This is massive. So
That's
this is a
pretty
good
good.
swing. Good swing here.
So we have a Lumina and a Cataclysm
Mhm.
available to us.
And we'll just ship
So
the 6 go again here. And we still have 6 in soul.
now the question is, do we send the raid in for 0?
And no, we don't. I'm sure you will. Well, it's -1.
It is
It's
one.
-1. It's not for 0. But these decks are getting really, or the bolt decks are. So Riley's on a lot of buffs, but like we saw the one full arrow hand.
I believe Riley is looking through his graveyard right now. That is a fat stack
It
of
is.
cards. I wonder if he is maybe trying to play for fatigue.
Who, Bryce?
Bryce.
He can't though. His rain doesn't swing. He'll end in a draw. That's the problem with playing for fatigue, right? You just can't do it. Um, I mean, both these, like, I mean, look at Bryce's graveyard. If only if we could enhance it. Like, Bryce's graveyard is bigger than his deck, like almost 2 times the size of this deck. Still got a beacon in there. Still got a cataclysm
Yeah.
there. Or there's plenty of room. We just
Oh,
need to find it. And Riley's in the blocking tank right now. He is definitely in control of this game, though.
He has the life total if he feels like he needs to take this and keep the whole hand, which might not be a bad call if he wants to stay in the driver's seat. Going to 14, yep, it looks like that's what we're going to see. And then
And rated for
rated for
-1.
-1.
Baby. I mean, he could have played the Luminant Instant to make it 0. But with that Luminant Arsenal, it just depends on how much disruption this Azalea can cause right now. Trying to see Bryce's hand. Do we have ways to go extend on the soul? We got a
Oh,
knock. Have we seen all 3 reds? I feel like we have.
I am not sure.
There is not many, and the red was on top of the deck, by the way. It looks like there's like 10 cards left in Riley's deck.
Yeah, there can't be more than 10, 15 cards left there. And that's what I'm saying. Maybe he is trying to just run him out of his arrows, and then he tries to kill him with whatever he has left. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know if the numbers. I can't see quite how tall Bryce's deck is.
Bryce also double sleeves his deck, so it's like
deceptively
very deceptively big.
It
So
looks
it's
like
red dominated. We have a lace with blood rod in hand.
I can't tell if I think the middle one might be a buff, but I think it's just a 1.
And we know that the Lumina, yep. And we're gonna sand scour. Visible shot. So now we have to go wide. Okay. Waste attention. And
Not sending the Boltyn shot first,
Nope.
which is fair.
this is a
We want to make sure that the red connects.
So if we haven't really seen the saving grace here, but like this would be the time to have it because now you get to block 3 on equipment, which it looks like we're gonna do, and then the saving grace will actually block this out, and when we get a limiter, we would be able to find the opening.
potentially a very strong comeback turn here.
But he needs the saving grace. If he doesn't have it, he doesn't have it. Well, he's gonna get there. Charge. What are we charging? He has to have the saving grace. He's not declaring blocks. Like this is, and we're going to see the power of saving grace here if that is the case.
So currently we're covering 3.
And there it
there's
is.
the saving
Oh,
grace.
and now so this is blocking 7.
So
But-
what does saving grace do?
Yeah, so it reads if you charge this turn, it blocks 3 reaction. If you charge this turn, -2 to target attack.
So it essentially covers 5.
Mhm.
He blocked 2 on armor,
Yep.
but
But-
because he charged,
Soul Bond
prevents
triggers
1.
exactly.
So it covers up 8 cleanly.
And if we have a charge card here, which we do, with not a yellow though, so no on it, just 3. But we know there's that Luminant Arsenal, and this is going to be threatening now. 4, 8, 11. This is a big
And
swing.
it does not matter that this doesn't have go again
Nope.
because our Lumina gets us the action point and we'll be able to give go again to the rated.
And yeah, exactly. And I just want to point out here, I said this millions of turns ago now. Riley would be at 10 right now if we emptied our soul.
Yes, that's
And
true.
like how big our soul is right now. So if we gotta just play aggressively with that soul sometimes, just for everyone that's out there that's a Boltyn player. Learn to play aggressive with your soul. When to empty, when not to empty. It's very important. But here we go. Four, go again on hit, one value, guaranteed. We know there's no more E-strikes left in the deck. But how big is that deck? If we should reveal the last beacon off the top, massive. Just devastating.
Is there only one beacon left?
There is one beacon left. We have the block with one because of Battering Bolt.
If it goes into soul here, that's gonna feel so bad.
And then you have no, like, there's one, I think there's one Cataclysm left in deck too, and there's, like, no way to actually empty the soul.
All right, so we're saying no blocks.
Mhm.
We're taking the damage.
Taking 4 going to 6, or is it
All
to
right.
10? It's a 10.
It's a 10.
Mhm. Gaining a life going to 13.
We dodged one off the top.
And I'm guessing we're just going to block it here. Yeah, that's what you hope. If you're Bryce, honestly, you're just hoping to grab cards. I see Moral Ground in Riley's hand, though.
I think that this is maybe what Bryce wants, so that he doesn't accidentally snipe the beacon.
I'm with you. I think this is 100% what he wants. He has this massive soul that can come out of nowhere. And
we do see beacon, but it looks like it was at the bottom of this 4-card hand. So
there's Illumina 2 in hand, by the way. So this is a very powerful hand. It's just that she has to be able to play through this disruption. Like,
blind Azalea.
that's the flag hack. So we're at pitch deck.
Yes, and unless we block, oh no, we can Azalea the Plague Hive away.
Oh, we can.
So,
but this is coming in for 2, no buff. I mean,
no buff.
You just eat it if you're Bryce, right? Like, you just say, cool.
Yeah, I mean, even if he has a hand of Rain Razors, like you're not dead to this.
And I think this is the game. That whiff there, one opening is all it took.
Yeah, and Bryce, he's been playing this game very patiently.
No charge though, but this is 7 threatening. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, this has been a very good game on Bryce's end, on both ends, but Bryce just showing, how patiently he needs to play this game. And you can see how little by little he's turned it around.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Riley played this extremely well. It was just that you miss one turn, your deck's probably pretty low on buffs. And I'm sure Bryce has probably maybe 6 cards left in deck too right now. Like, they're both super thin.
I don't think I could pinpoint a turn where Riley maybe made a wrong decision either. No. Like he's been playing very well.
This is a wonderful game in general. This is very well played on both sides.
This is a really cool Sandscour list. I like it a lot.
And I just want to point out Bryce has banished 5 cards this game. Usually a lot bigger. So, and one of them and 3 of them were off a Cataclysm. So he's been going in twice.
The nice thing here is if Riley tries to like overly respect the beacon, he doesn't need to fire it off. He arsenals it, saves it for the next turn.
Oh no, you could go again and swing right in for 0.
Yeah.
And then you have Lumina in hand, and you're just like, cool, like whatever. It actually doesn't threaten me. It just depends on how much he blocks here. But you can't, like, Riley can't afford to block this whole 7. So they're threatening 15 here, so you have to block at least 5.
If you block 5, don't you die exactly?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 15. He has blocked more than 5. There you go. That's a better way to put it. It just depends on how much cards Riley needs to keep here. Still equipment block up. I'm not sure how familiar Riley is with the deck, and there is 6 minutes left around, so we're getting pretty close to the end of round. I mean, this is a tough turn for Riley.
Yeah.
It is. If you are familiar with Boltyn at all, this is where, in my opinion, this deck gets degenerate. Like, what do you do as a player? Like, you look at this, he has a massive soul, there's a beacon somewhere there. Do you play around it and then just lose the game because you played around it, or do you say no blocks and lose to it if they have it? Like,
yeah, there's a card sitting somewhere in his hand or deck that is worth 8 value on its own right now.
Mm-hmm. And it seems like we're going to get some respect here. Whether that be 5 or 6 is different. Oh, are we only give one? No. Okay.
We'll need to make some blocks soon,
Yeah,
though.
we
Not a
gotta make
lot
it.
of time left.
He is respected. So we're losing our arsenal here too.
Oof.
That's huge. That is huge. You just say, if you're Bryce, you say, cool, slam it in arsenal, call it a day, keep the limit in hand. They're blocking 8. It's this not worth it.
No.
He's a 10.
He's losing the 2 cards in Arsenal,
Mm,
2 card hand.
yeah, well, Bryce, this isn't nothing. Moral ground. Okay, that's why. So he gets seen. So he's losing 1 card. He's losing the play hive. And what do you stick on top there?
I couldn't see. I think. Okay,
A
Stone
stone
Ring.
ring. And this is where you keep the Lumina, by the way. Like you keep the Lumina hand, arsenal the beacon because the beacon threatens lethal. Without like if you draw a charge card, you need 2 charge cards here because of the stone rain, which you have, and the Lumina. So if you let the stone rain hit, you're okay with that.
Yeah, I think that we are pretty safe here.
Oh,
That
I
that is rough.
I think you still well because you pick. I think Bryce just says, "Cool, I'll take it." He takes 7. You pick which band. Well, he picks the discard, right? Riley will pick the discard,
Yep.
and I'm not sure why we're blocking here. Do we have another saving grace in hand? That's the only option I can think of here is that we have another saving grace. We do. So we're gonna charge. Get a quicken token. And there's saving grace. And that's gonna block it out.
That card is so strong.
It's really good for the Azalea matchup. It is a crazy, crazy card.
And it looks like we were left with 2 charge cards.
Illumina. What do we charge there actually? Yeah, we charged the gallantry. So we left it with wait, we should only have 2 cards. How do we have 3? Did he draw too many cards? I'm confused.
I think that might need a judge. Okay. Um, we are going to step away from this while they resolve it, and we will be back in a moment. All right, we are back. Alex was there with our head judge. Yeah, but what happened?
Yeah, so we had a hidden card error. So Bryce accidentally let the card to the side. Both players agreed that card was supposed to be in his hand at the start of the turn. Bryce drew up to 4, meaning he had 5 intellect.
Okay.
So they played the turn. They both caught it after everything was played. So basically, what happens is we rewind back to the start of the turn before the Stone Ring was played, and so they're good to go. They're going to start playing through the turn that we just saw. And Bryce had to reveal his hand with the 4 cards he drew. Riley picks the 1, saving grace.
Just the free thoughts is.
Yep, it goes to the bottom of the deck, and now Bryce has a 4-card hand again. It's a big deal for Bryce because that kind of just won him the game. This should still be fine.
Yeah.
He has enough life to spare. He has enough soul. He has the beacon of arsenal, which is the bigger thing here. So, and believe it or not, the card that he had on the side was the Luna.
No, no.
So the card that was hidden, that was missing was Lumina, and I don't know how Bryce didn't look at his hand and be like, "Oh, I'm missing a Lumina." So yeah, he's just gonna eat it. He's gonna go to 4, and which makes total sense. He's gonna show his hand. And you instantly grab the Lumina.
Now Bryce is probably going to banish his
One of the engulfing.
He's going to keep a charge card.
Yeah, and then charge the banner right, and we are going to be back live. So you're here as Riley draws back up his hand.
Is that our last Lumina?
That is our last Lumina.
Okay, so we're probably finding maybe a Boltyn, probably not
Not
Boltyn.
Boltyn Blade. Probably a Cataclysm if he is smart.
If we have any left.
Depends on how Riley blocks his turn. Again, this soul is so big. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So he has a nice 1-card 9 in arsenal here, and Riley's at 10.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
like, how do you play around that? You just can't.
And it looks like we have a hand of 3 blocks, but they are all attacks.
Yep. So Bryce just gets to play whatever he wants to do here. And to be fair, the card going to the bottom of the deck, saving grace going to the bottom of the deck, since we have the beacon, if he somehow plays it and Riley survives, we'll get shuffled back in. So really not a big deal there that even occurred. So
if Riley chooses to block 3 against this, he dies. Assuming we have a beacon.
Yep. And now if Riley blocks 3, he dies. But then here's the problem with beacon. You just get go again.
Right.
And then you can block 6 again, and you can find a way to get the kill. I think Bryce is just trying to figure out what is left in his deck. No blocks. Yeah. And that's the game.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, we got there. Great game.
Very wonderful game on both sides.
Very fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
This Sandscour list is awesome. I like it a lot.
Gotta build it at home for yourself.
This was our last round, or our last match. So we're probably going to jump right into the next one. I don't think we're going to have time for our game show here.
We'll have plenty of time.
We will find a way to weave it in. We will make sure that we'll get it. But before we do the be right back and get the next matchup going, reminder, we are going to be doing a giveaway. I almost showed it. I have a Marvel here that's going to be given away at the end of Swiss, at the end of round 6. So make sure that you are here for that.
You want it?
It's a amazing card.
Another hint. We said Marvel from the set. What set is it from?
It's from Rosetta.
All right, there you go. So there's only about 30 Marvels in that set.
Or make sure you are here at the end of round 6 so that you have a chance of winning it. But we will be right back while we get the next matchup.
The Boltyn one with the beacon for 9.
Yeah.
So.
All right. All right, we are back for the start of round. I guess. Oh, is this six? I think this is six. We have a potential win and in situation here. We are gonna have Geo back on Kayo, versus Brandon on Azalea. So I believe whoever wins this one should end up locked for top eight. So they are setting up right now. Alex is fetching deck lists, and let's go ahead and jump to the table to see who might be going first. Okay, so we have deck lists here. We've seen Geo.
We actually haven't. We didn't grab it the
Well, we
last
didn't
time.
grab it.
So we learned. So no reckless swing in the list.
No reckless swings.
And I mean we're gonna see it here. No Apex Bone Break.
Yes.
He says he owns it. He doesn't like it in KO because
He's a
there's too many no
a
blocks.
staunch non-believer in that card.
Mhm. So we're going to see High Tanner, I guess. Is that
High
the art?
Tanner,
Is
yeah.
I don't even know what that card does. I guess we'll find out.
I know it came in the Armory deck.
I
but
do remember that.
Can't quite recall what it did. Let's see. Anything else interesting? Oh.
Yeah. But yeah, so nothing else too interesting in Geo's list.
Random
Oh,
time
there is a time sap in there.
I don't imagine that's going to be used here.
Mhm.
And then the Azalea list, it looks pretty stock.
Tar Pit Traps
Tar
are
Pit
interesting.
Traps makes sense for some
Mhm.
of these aggro matches. Turn off some of those on-hit abilities.
One blue Spire sniping instead of three yellows. A little different in that respect. But otherwise it's four blues. Not too crazy here, but yeah, seems like your stock standard Azalea list too. So we'll get a pretty like this seems like we're gonna go back to heavy hitters there.
Yeah.
Mm.
Crazy that we're already in round 6.
It's been a quick day today. I mean,
It's been very quick.
5 hours actually for 5 rounds.
Yeah.
Not usually the case. Usually you get a little bit extra time going on. You
Some
wait
games go really
around.
long.
And I guess to just give an idea of the um of how things are looking at top tables. We have all these both are 4-1s? Or are they
Oh,
three
sorry.
twos?
Oh,
They're
no,
twos.
you're right. They're 3-2s.
So this should be a win in.
Yep.
Possibly they're at the higher 3-2 table. But there's a chance that this could not be a win in. I'm not going to guarantee that.
Yeah, no guarantees, but they were at table 5.
5, yes.
So their chances are pretty good. I know Geo, he is looking at a round 2 and a
loss.
round 5 loss.
And I think that's what Brandon's looking at 2 and 4, I think. So
very, very close. Let's see. I will never understand that opinion, but I respect it.
What opinion?
I'm not sure. Oh, maybe High Tanner?
Oh, yeah. I don't understand it. I'm going to be honest with you. I told him that too. I was like, I don't get it. But, you do you, man. Then, like, let each player be their own, right? Like,
all right. Well, this will be a good one. Like you said, kind of a bit of a throwback. We are back in heavy hitters meta. Let's see who is going first. I don't think I saw any indication.
no hand raise. Well, we might have just missed it by looking at deck list.
That's possible. I feel like we did that a lot.
No, it was the first one we would have missed, by the way. And it looks like Geo is going first since he was grabbing right at that manual claw. Maybe we have Agile wind up in hand, and
this is a very similar setup to his other stream game that we saw. And it looks like this time we have the wind up.
So we're going to get that fun little agility and might token. And this will be 3 go again. And we're going to take one on Brandon's end. We see a Rain Razors in hand, and it looks like a knock and a Seek and Destroy.
But just choosing to Arsenal here, not doing anything with the go again. But the agility and the might, definitely a very strong setup.
For sure. Brandon draws one card here. It's a Rabble. Okay. Rabble is something that you're not seeing too common in Azalea decks anymore. It's still there. Sometimes you see it, but
I mean, like you said, back in heavy hitters meta,
yeah,
that was kind of standard.
Yeah, so maybe
this is a throwback Azalea list for sure. Only 4 blues.
Yep.
1 blue Spire sniping, 3 knock the death whistle.
Yeah, I mean, you usually just see the 3 knocks, or if it's 6, you see 3 blue spiders over the yellows. Just depends on how much you really want to leverage the blues.
And we see one of those knots deployed now.
And it's just gonna be endless. Interesting grab there. Usually you want to see like a red to get in your graveyard, but maybe you just because of the rabble, you're just gonna go rabble, reveal the red, or like reveal endless, shoot the come in, reload, Azalea, endless, and you get the arsenal card that way, right? If they don't block it out.
I have to imagine we're going to see a reload off of the knock. It looks like that is the case.
And yeah, rebel.
So rabble for 4, followed by a dominated endless arrow, I would imagine.
For 7, and because we have
the buff in hand.
Mhm.
Very clean play.
Mhm.
More than likely, we will be seeing this. Oh, I was expecting this to hit.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't want it to. That is for sure. So here's the difference between High Tanner and Apex. High Tanner blocks 1.
Yeah.
Like this is not like
And we would see
a might here.
A might here.
Like that's a big difference, and you wouldn't have had to give all of your cards. You could have just gave just chest and arms, and you'd have been good to go. Get a might on the back end, keep 3 cards in hand.
Geo also likes playing the beaten trackers.
He does, yes. Which I'm told I totally understand.
Yeah.
It's less variance. I'm a blocker gamer. I like blocking. Here's the Boltyn for 7, go again no matter what.
Yep.
So even if we mess here, it doesn't matter. And we're gonna see. We're gonna discard.
Yeah, I kind of like using the agility on the pulping. Like it's not the worst thing in the world. Brandon, though, notably, no defense reactions.
No.
There would be no chance of turning this off anyways.
Discarding Wild Ride again. A card you really want to keep. That's the second time we've seen that discarded. And this will be coming in for 7 dominate. Go again. And breaking the Hide Tanner. What does that do, Rob, if you remember correctly?
I don't. Let's look it up really quick.
Oh, it creates 2 mites. I think that's what it does.
When you discard a random card with 6 or more might or power, you may destroy this if you do create 2 might tokens. So that is in fact what it did. And we see that there are now 3 mites waiting for the next turn.
Yes.
Which, I mean, that's almost a mini cast bonus.
Yeah, it's a little cast bonus trigger. And Clash of Agility, that's probably the card you wanted to see discarded, but like, totally fine. Coming in for 6. And I'm sure Brandon will just be like, yeah, I'll eat it. No worries.
Yeah, fairly strong turn there. 7 into 3 into 6. Definitely can't complain about that. Set up 3 mites for the next turn. Very, very strong for the KO player.
Oh, for sure. But we did lose Aurora before.
We did.
Not that it locked out the turn, you just don't want that endless be. And I see my least favorite card in the game in someone's hand. That Codex of Frailty. I hate that card.
No, thinking on a reload.
Loading the. But you just. Okay, so basically what's going to happen here is we're going to do take aim, flip the Codex, see what we got. It's our Codex. Get it to the bottom. Oh, do you not want to keep that on top? Probably not. So you're gonna you have 3 buffs in hand, just play all of them. And we missed our Tunic trigger here by Brandon, by the way.
We did.
Still good. Play the Codex.
It's gonna be a big endless arrow.
I mean, that's our only 0 cost arrow in our grave right now, so I'm just gonna grab it. Not really the card you really want to see with Codex because you get the Ponder. And unless you're on Sun Scour, where you have New Horizon,
right?
This hits might pop back into Arsenal, might not. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, Ponder essentially just going to be a choice of Arsenal here.
And we see Geo grabbing the Pulping, and this will be coming in for 3, 6, 9, 13 dominate. Not dominate, 13. 13 on hit inertia, which is big.
On hit, second Ponder. He's going to get a lot of looks at a potential Arsenal.
And he's taking it all. He said, I will take it. Give the inertia token. Trigger the Ponder. So we get 2 Ponders here, so we get 3 choices to Arsenal, one of them being the Endless Arrow. Effectively, IP 3 in ourselves. Not really, but like, I guarantee you probably don't want the Endless Arrow. We do Rain Razors, which is a good Arsenal target. And a Seek. So we're gonna do, I think, okay, it's a Seek. Okay.
I think that's probably the best target there.
I think so. Well, either the rain or the sea, because you just want to opt to see what's on top while you're drawing. Basically,
Yeah.
you're just trying to get a massive arrow out of your turn then. And we see a knock anyway, so like yeah, I think you're in a good spot in that respect. So let's see what Geo throws back here. We're gonna get the pulping, discarding. Um,
Oh, here we go. 3 might tokens. So -1 from the frailty. So technically just +2, but that's still pulping for 8.
Good thing to note is that Geo only has 3 misses in his deck, and that's Blood Rush Bellows. He does not play anything else that would miss on any of these cards.
I think that's a fair way to build the deck.
Yeah, it's very
Just
consistent.
increase consistency as much as possible.
Let's see here.
Oh, we just took it.
It's gonna be a very quick one.
Run roughshod coming in for 5.
Again, we spoke about this earlier. Crazy card from the Armory deck here, like very very strong. Um, I got it's only 5. It's not nothing too crazy here. Branding going to 10 might with the knock. You might just get a massive right here, and that's huge.
This might be a very quick game.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think we're gonna get one.
This is aggro Azalea at its finest. It looks like we're pitching that, or not pitching, discarding that agile windup, getting the might, getting the agility, setting up for the next turn.
So we're gonna start by
Remembering
Profit?
Tunic.
Yep. Is that an art codex? Are you kidding me?
So the seek here is actually nice. We can play this, play the knock,
Yep.
reload,
Hmm.
get our red. This is a pretty strong turn.
And we have a take aim, and he wants the card off the top, so we're not knocking here. What are we loading? Okay, nope, he's taking it back before. I think we pitch the rain racers, right? To keep the knock. If you want the card off the top of the deck, you pitch the rain racers.
I think that's the best one because
Hmm.
you're not going multiple arrows wide.
Because if you have snaps here, and then you can go. Let's see, loading, drawing. What was the card on the top? I think it was a codex. If I saw a take aim. Oh, place with a fealty. Okay, that's why. So this is going to be a big rifle ledger. 3, 6, 9, 14.
14 damage. Yeah, this was great
Yeah.
sequencing. I would not have played this turn this way. I definitely would have left damage on the table.
It happens. It happens to the best of us.
Very strong here.
And the thing is like now this is gonna slow down Geo a little bit too, because one action only. And with the Seek and Destroy, can't arsenal anything. It's gonna leave the Azalea with only a 3 card hand. Like 4 card hand. Brandon will have 4 card hand after this, and with the Might, it's still like it is KO. If there's a swing big in hand, you're still might be just taking 9 to the face here, right? Like this is not too crazy to think, but yep, we're gonna represent our 14 big ones
Very strong.
with a bunch of relevant on hits.
The frailty probably won't matter here. But the seek and destroy, I have to imagine, hurts a little bit.
Taking 11, going to 12. Like you really wish you had like a pre-med where that take aim was, because then you get
That would be great.
another 5 card hand, but not always the case. Can't always get that. Can't always get those extreme high roll turns. So
All right, let's see how Geo can salvage this turn.
it doesn't look like his hands are. There's a send packing. Guess that's what he's just gonna throw. It's gonna be for 7.
Yeah, no arsenal to threaten, but it is still 7.
And there's a mighty wind up in hand, so actually not really gonna lose anything on the seek. You're just gonna get him
That's not too bad.
get
Set up
2 mighty
two
tokens.
mites.
Hmm? So
That's a decent way to salvage something like that. With Brandon at 10, I mean, if he chooses to take this again, he's getting pretty low.
but we see 3 buffs in hand, and if you
Fire
fire
sniping?
sighting, and with bullseye bracer still up, you can just throw that. You can just play the 3 buffs, throw this fire sniping. Tunic's gonna be at 3.
If you remember it.
If you remember it, that's true. And you're just being. I asked Lucas for one back because he asked for one back, and we both gave it to each other. You know, it happens.
Okay.
You can always be nice.
Not everybody asks though.
I know
Sometimes
some people are a
they
little
just
scared.
assume that somebody would say no, so they don't even bother. I've definitely done that before.
What, sometimes you just get a feel of the player, you know?
Yeah.
Sometimes you just know, you're like, yeah, this
All
guy's
right. Remember the tunic.
not. All right.
We're
Using
using
it.
the tunic.
Cool. Are we just. I we're gonna use that
Okay,
there.
we'll get the
That's
draw.
fine.
It's about the same.
Yep.
So
And we have snaps up too. That's the big thing to
okay, we sequenced this correctly. So you do draw off of Death Dealer first.
hmm.
Then we'll look at the top two.
There's another buff and a Boltyn shot. I think you
I
want
think
the.
all that matters is an arrow,
Yes.
so you can dominate.
Hmm. And do you have another? Do we have another arrow in hand that we drew an amp arrow?
That's actually very good.
Because then we can now go because
Is there's a Rain Razors in hand as well.
yeah, so you can go so you grab the Boltyn shot, shoot the Boltyn shot, rain razors it, give it a go again, and then you get to break your bracers and then just make this amp arrow to infinity and beyond.
This turn looks disgusting.
This is really, really gross. Let's see if we sequence this correctly though. We're gonna Azalea. Are we grabbing this Boltyn shot? Oh yes, we are. All right, here we go.
This looks great.
And we're gonna shoot it.
Uh,
Oh man. All
and
right.
we don't even need it to hit because we have the bullseye
And you want to
bracers.
use the bracer shot because it's
Right.
+2. Oh, we're gonna flush bag though. This could be massive. This is sure you don't want to like play those rain razors before? I don't know. I think you need to make sure guarantee that you have that amp. Like
But if you lose the Rain Razors, it doesn't.
you
Oh,
have
you can
snaps.
snap
You
it.
have snaps up. So okay, you're risking more. So you're going from a 25% chance to a 33% chance that you lose the arrow here, which is devastating. So we'll see. Does he lose it? I couldn't
No,
tell.
no, it's in hand.
Oh, okay. Okay. Very important. This is going to be for 6, not for 4. So I'm gonna. Oh no, it would be yeah. That's why they took 2. Okay. So this is gonna be a big one.
All right, how much damage is this?
So it would be 3, 5, 9, 11. Just a casually 11 during the blood rot. Not
That's
too bad.
pretty strong.
Unfortunately, Geo will be able to keep a hand. Flashbag showing its strength right now. Going to 1, Geo saying, I'm going to kill you this turn.
He's gonna try.
I'm going to try to kill you, otherwise I lose the game. So we'll see how strong this turn is. Maybe it's a Blood Rush turn. We haven't seen one of those yet this game.
He could also just be trying to dominate a pulping.
Yep.
Potentially.
And Gio's sitting there thinking, let's see what it is. It's a Blood Rush. Okay. What are we discarding?
Better not be a beast with him.
No, Bare Fangs. So we're going to draw 2. If we draw double red,
And we're choosing to pop the boots here, which I think is correct. You're probably not going to have another chance, so
I
might
don't
as
know.
well.
I feel like we just should have thrown the Bare Fangs here, right? Like drawing 2. If we draw double red, we just lose the game. Oh,
These these look like they should feel good. They
but
don't feel
they
that
don't
great.
feel good. You don't want to see that.
He does have sash, so he gets to bail himself out a little bit.
Once. And he's
Um,
gonna break it.
but this can be rough.
How many blocks do we have in Brandon's hand? We have 2, 3, 6. I can't tell what that last card is. But right now we're only representing like 11. And with double blood rush, if you get at least,
I just got a peek of the cards in Gio's hand. I couldn't quite see.
he's not happy.
I want to. I think there might have been a runner.
2 reds. It's 2 reds, so he's gonna pack hunt and just hope for the best here.
This is
2,
10,
4,
12
6.
damage?
12 damage still.
I think he might still have enough.
I don't think it's a guarantee. He kept one of the arrows.
There's a lot of 2 blocks.
So we have 2, 3.
5.
He
6,
took
7,
Brandon's laughing. Did he take the only
8. He can block exactly 9, and 3 comes through, and he dies exactly.
Oh,
That was a very close game. Yeah, that was great.
yep.
This aggro Azalealist, I mean, so much damage.
So that was turn 4, by the way.
Yeah, yeah. Gio definitely played very well. Brandon, it seems like he's been playing this deck for a while. I mean, he was finding, very good lines. So that's the end of round 6.
Hmm?
So Geo has a chance to sneak into top 8.
He does.
Um,
Not a guarantee.
not a guarantee. I think it's pretty likely, but we will definitely find out. The rest of our top 8, here, let's switch back to us. The rest of our top 8, there's going to be at least one Viserai,
Yep.
at least one Aurora from what I've seen.
Yes.
I think we will have.
We might have a Katsu.
We might have a
For one
Katsu.
right now. So if there goes a 4-2, that would be a guaranteed 4-2 spot right
And then
there.
I think we might have an Azalea.
Mhm.
So I would say that the 2 Rune Blades, the Viserai and the Aurora, I think I know those for sure. The other ones, I'm not 100% sure.
We'll have to wait and see. We still have like 40 minutes in rounds.
Yeah, yes.
So it's gonna be a while. But thankfully,
we have some things that we can do.
we have a bunch of things we can
Yes.
do.
So let's start with the games.
Yeah, let's have some
and
fun.
then we'll do the raffle at the end.
Mhm.
So we did the picture zoom. We did the messy notes. So the pick to pieces is the one that you haven't seen yet.
Yes.
So let's get that pulled up. Do you like word puzzles?
I'm awful. You give me like mental puzzles, now you give me word puzzles.
Here, I'm going to give you another piece of paper. That way you can do some work there. All right. So there are 15 words
Yep.
on this page. You need to find the correct combination of 5 cards.
Okay.
Just because you can make a card
Doesn't mean it's
doesn't mean it's correct, and it will lead you to maybe only finding 4 out of the 5.
Okay.
So there's going to be some overlap, but each word can only be used once.
Okay. This would take a while. Oh my god. Okay. So the others are obviously the hints, kind of. Like we got those. So if we're looking at this, I see wind up. So I guess my first question, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We have 15 words available. Only 10 spots. You're very rude. That is very evil. Let's see. What is like? I guess. But I don't even think. What is in Rush? I don't even know. I don't even know. Um.
There are some new cards as
So
well,
yeah,
so not helping you there.
no, that's totally fine. I see Roar the Tiger, and I'm gonna put that one there just because I believe that I love that card, and it's just gonna be in this puzzle. It's just gonna be there. No other reason. I'll put Roar the Tiger. Um, it's my favorite variant of Zen. We'll go there. So I'll mark those off. It could be totally wrong, but like, what else would Roar and Tiger go with? I guess
Yeah.
that's my question, man.
Yeah, what else could Tiger go with?
Oh, I see Tiger Swipe. That card's really good too, but no, we like Swipe's just not needed. Um, let's see. We got Amulet of Lightning is also another one. Crown of nothing. I don't see Crown. Crown of Seeds. Okay. But I don't see seeds unless we have like seeds of tomorrow is not on here, so I don't see tomorrow. So I'm gonna go Crown of Seeds then. I'll go there. I'll go there with one of the ofs. Um, Arcane Crackle is a word, but like I don't know.
That's possible.
It is a card, and then I'm trying to think of like other ups. Like we have um we have you have vigor in here, and it's like it's not vigorous wind up. What card goes with vigor? I have no clue. Like that's like that one seems very strange to me, and I feel like it's in actually in the puzzle. I just don't know. Um, Photon Rush is a new card. I think it's called Photon Rush. I'll just go with it. Yeah, why not? We'll go Photon Rush. I feel it. Um, all right, we got 2 left. We got of and not. So I mean,
So what have you used so far here?
okay, we gotta use Photon Rush, Crown of Seeds. That's a Crown of Seeds. Roar and Tiger. I'm just gonna have Amulet of Lightning. Like that's. I think that's the only one I can really think of. And then I just need 2. Arcane Crackle. I guess that would be the 5 if I had to guess.
Okay. These are very hard to make.
Yeah,
There's a lot of overlap. So I am hoping that this is what I put because it looks like you did find 5.
I did find 5. I did not reuse any words.
All right. Big reveal.
All right, let's see. Arcane Seeds.
Arcane Seeds. Okay, so I was wrong. Photon Rush,
Okay.
Clash of Vigor, Roar of the Tiger, Amulet of Lightning.
So we just missed one there.
Okay.
Arcane Crackle would be the.
You found an answer.
Yep.
You found a correct Photon Rush, Crown of Seeds, Roar of the Tiger, Amulet of Lightning, Arcane Crackle.
Yep.
Oh, actually,
Is Arcane Crackle not Arcane Crackle?
it is not.
What is it?
It is Arcanic
No
Crackle.
way. That's so good.
Okay, so you got
I got 4.
4?
Yeah.
Okay, you were close.
Yeah, it was close. It was close. Well, I didn't get 4 of yours.
Oh,
because I got
yeah.
Chrono Seed, so I got 3 because this is wrong and this is wrong.
Yes.
Mm.
Okay. So currently, what's your score?
Oh, I've gotten like overall today.
Yeah, so you got
I've gotten
all but
3 wrong.
one of the photos.
I got everything right in the last round,
So
Right.
14.
and then 2 wrong here. So I've gotten 3 wrong. So that would be
You got 17 out of 20?
Yeah.
All right, you want to do one more?
Yeah. Let's get it. Let's get
All
it.
right. I got another one of these ones.
Oh, this is
Here is your paper for this one.
all right. All right.
And go ahead.
Vantage Point is like the card that shoots out at me. Salt the Moon, obviously. Oh my god, there's so many.
Just a reminder for anyone that might be playing along or still hanging out in chat, we are going to do a giveaway after this, so stick around.
Stick around. Worth sticking around for. Spreading play. I don't see play. Maybe I'm wrong. I can't imagine Vantage. I mean, point's used in everything though. Like there's so many cards with the word point in it. Like um I like Salt the Wound. I like that card. I want to put it down. I like this as my strategy. I just like the card, so I'm gonna write it. Like I don't know. Phoenix Flames. I like that. I like the trickery on that one. I like
Like
that.
that?
I like that.
It's almost there.
It's not quite. Um, Oath of Steel, but like there's no of. That's the thing. So like I see where you're trying to get like little slip ups here. Let's see. Salt the Wound. I'm just gonna have to put Vantage Point. I can't. Point. Spreading Flames. I see. So I'll write that one down.
Okay.
Reinforce the line. Good old Slab Dash special. I don't even know what.
Cross off what you've done.
Oh yeah, there we go. That would be a lot easier than just looking at the screen. Being like, oh, Vantage Point, Wound, Salt, Flames, Salt. And then what I do, reinforce the line, reinforce. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 4. Which one am I missing?
Spreading. You didn't cross off spreading.
Okay. Oh, I could have pushed the point. Like that's the thing. It's like what I could have done that. I'm not gonna do that. But, well, let's see. I can think of another one that has too much. Or maybe I won't.
Yeah, none of these are looking like good 2-card combinations. 2-word combinations.
No, it doesn't. But it's fine. It's fine. It is push the point. But then what is it? It's like. Oh man, I've really screwed this one up on this one. Let's see it. Let's see it.
We're locking in?
I'm locking
Okay.
in. I can't think of another
So
one.
we locked in Vantage Point, Spreading Flames, Salt the Wound, and Reinforce the
And
Line.
a blank one.
And then we had one blank.
Reinforce Steel, which I love that card. That is like that is my favorite Guardian
So
card.
we got Vantage Point. We got Spreading Flames.
Salt the Wound.
We got Salt the Wound, and then we have Cross the Line.
What's Cross the Line?
Cross the Line is a Boltyn card.
Is that the 1-for-4 charger or 1-for-5 charger?
Yeah, it's bad.
The card's awful.
Yeah.
Why would I?
It's like the blue lady.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got another 3. So you're 20 for 25. That's not bad.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I think it's better than last time. So.
Yeah. Last time you were like barely above 50%.
Hey, I took that one too. I'll take that one home every day of the week.
All right. Well, let's do our giveaway here.
Yeah.
Let's come back to our screen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, Oddwillows, thank you guys for letting us do the stream here. This has been a lot of fun. They generously gave us this Marvel card to give away. What I'm going to do is I'm going to reveal what the card is. That way you guys know what you're getting. And then I'm going to open up this pack of Rosetta. And you guys When I say go, are going to guess the foil in this pack. The first person to get it correct will win this Marvel Sigil of Aether.
A really pretty card.
Beautiful card.
Gorgeous.
So I'm going to open this pack. Don't guess yet. Figure out what our foil is. All right. So go ahead and start guessing. First person to get it correct will win this Marvel.
Just run it off, right?
Yeah, rattle off answers. Beautiful card. That's a good one.
That's a good foil. Like, what else was in here? Anything?
Nothing too crazy.
Oh. Fly? Hit the high notes? Nope.
Nothing yet. Lots of guesses.
I mean, you just gotta keep going.
Yeah.
Like, if you well,
Not yet.
nope, we're still waiting. I see a lot of electrostatic discharge.
Yeah,
A lot of
yeah. It wasn't right the first time.
Neither blossoming decay, I'll say that.
I don't think Summerwood is a card.
God. Thank you. Open the floodgates. Nope. Well grounded.
I would say we got close on one of them.
One of them's close. I'll say that.
And that was the first one that was close.
Get your CYB out of here.
Autumn's Touch isn't even a legal option.
I like the thought process though. It's like neither is Aether Quickening.
When should we give a hint?
I'll give it like another
Okay.
5 or 10 guesses here.
Okay.
We can't give too obvious of a hint.
No.
Yeah. People keep guessing Aether guys. That's not possible in the set.
All right. We ready for a hint then?
Yeah.
All right. It is
I think this is the best.
Yeah. It is not a common or a rare.
Rune Hold Release. What is that card? I've never. What?
Not a common or a rare, guys.
Not a common rare. Higher than a rare. Good back. This is the best way to put it. It was a good back. Already saw us come from somebody else.
Keep going.
Frocon's a rare. Snuggy's a rare, guys.
Man, I am so surprised that nobody's got it yet.
Oh, I think this one's kind of hard. That's my next hint. This one's kind of hard. This is not something I would think of. I would never think of this one. Yeah, I do love that. It is.
Man.
We did probably for one of the hardest.
We did, man.
Someone was close.
Someone got close again.
It wouldn't be expansion slot because that's not in the foil slot, just so people are aware.
I feel like at a certain point we have to do another hint.
Yeah, well, someone just has to be going down the list of M's. I mean, there's 50 plus M's. Like,
And I feel like they've named every single one except for this one.
there's a few that they haven't named. I think move on to the next part of the hint, which should be this.
Yeah. Okay. No one's got it yet.
Yeah.
We are looking at an instant.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, null shock. Elon Musk.
You got it.
Elon Musk
Congrats.
got it. Yes, we opened up a rainbow foil
No.
null dock. So thank you guys for participating. Elon, funnily enough, is fairly local to us. So the shipping on this is not going to be that bad. So yes, we will hook you up with this sigil of Aether. Congratulations, Elon Musk. I believe he is on Team Brisk.
Yep. Well, okay, okay. I love Team Brisk here.
All right. Well, we are going to be taking a bit of a break before top 8. I believe
There'd probably be a lunch to a dinner.
Bruno said it. He said, we have Ewan coming through right before yours, Bruno.
Yeah, Bruno was really
like,
close.
Literally, I think you
Yuan.
guys entered it like right at the same time, but I'm looking at the chat right now. Yeah,
No worries. It was close. It was literally
very close.
back to back.
Ewan says he can just pick up at the store. That's perfect.
We love Team Brisk.
Okay, so the round 6 is probably wrapping up right now. We are going to let you guys know how long is left in the round, and then from there we'll let you know how long of a break the players plan on taking. We're gonna have to do deck checks, so like that's already gonna eat up a certain amount of time. But
Probably won't be too long.
They might want to get dinner or a quick snack or something.
Untimed round, so we could be here. It's a Sunday, so hopefully it's not too long. But depending on what decks are in the top 8, it's already 5:30 CST time. So we might be back in like an hour, and hopefully we start grinding through some of these matches.
Yep, and we're not going to stream every game because we'd be here forever. Yeah, if you want to see the top 8, stick around. Maybe keep the stream open in the background, and then check on the chat as far as how long until we get back.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you guys for joining the stream. Thank you for taking part in the giveaway. We will see you guys shortly.
Yeah, see you shortly.
you for everyone that stuck around. We just had some deck checks and a couple people that just needed to have some things checked out. So it took a little bit longer than we expected, but we do have our top eight about to come live right now. We have a lot of rematches in the top eight. So we picked Dakota against Arjun. So we are going to see Katsu versus Aurora. They played in the Swiss. They're playing again in the top eight. Alex is just helping our head judge finalize a couple things, but we'll go ahead and get over to the gameplay table, start getting some stuff ready, and they should be playing shortly. Looking at standings, it looks like Arjun has the higher seed. He was in second, so he will have the choice whether or not he wants to go first or second. And then let's just update some information here. So Arjun, again, he is playing Aurora, and Dakota is on his more defensively leaning
He's about to open the judge
Katsu
on
list.
stream. Yeah.
Oh, it looks like so we are actually so before we play this matchup. I believe our judge volunteered to open up his judge pack on stream.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that'll be fun. Hopefully he hits something good. I don't actually know what is in these judge packs.
Civic Arms is.
Civic Arms.
You also have Hog, Halo's Grace for Boltyn. That's
Okay.
in the armor deck. That's also in here. I wish he was Wog. The feet, but yeah. So you got those two, and then I think you're guaranteed a chivalry token, and then
Is he good to do it on stream?
yeah, all good.
All right.
Otherwise, I'm not too sure myself. Like this one's kind of like a little bit mysterious to me.
All right, here comes our glorious judge.
Josh, he's been doing a wonderful job today. There's been a lot of judge calls for a 35-person ProQuest, and he has been super busy.
Yeah, he's been doing great.
And deck checks were a little rough too. So
Well, let's see it. What do we hit?
that I'm guarantee chivalry. Ready? Here's the chivalry.
I hope it's
No, there's a second card. That's chivalry is guaranteed.
Civic Arms, please. I need them. Trade them to me. Good hit. I am going to need to talk to him, and he's probably going to keep them.
I mean, yeah,
He plays Bravo. He plays Bravo, but I feel like he hasn't played it in forever. And if anyone deserves that card, I feel like it's me. That's a good hit. That's a great hit.
Yeah, for sure.
That's awesome.
How you feel about that, Rob?
I'm feeling very jealous. I also feel like I have a lot of money in my pocket.
Ready to spend. So how about we talk about this top eight? Top eight. So did you already go over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8?
I didn't go over. I posted the standings in the chat earlier. That was in order. But as far as like matchups go, I think I left my paper out there. We have an Azalea versus a Boltyn.
And
Unfortunately, the Boltyn did get an IP2.
So, and lower seed. So we'll see what happens there.
Yep.
And we have an Aurora mirror, which unfortunately
one of the Auroras got an IP2.
Nothing serious. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
Just things came up. And
make sure that your sleeves look immaculate whenever you play one of these higher level events. And then if there's any room for doubt, the judge has to rule it that way.
It has to rule, well, more so a warning, but you're really risking, just for mindless to say like that, is something happened on accident during the day where you get a warning in that, like it just through gameplay, like that you can't get 2 warnings in a day. So
right, yeah, the second warning that you would get has to get upgraded, which is what happened here. Again, unfortunate, nothing malicious, nothing intentional.
Nope.
It's just you really just need to be, peak gameplay for events like these.
Yep.
And then there was a rematch. We have, I think it was our round 1, Vis versus Kayo.
Yeah, we have that going.
They're playing.
I think it was round 2.
Round 2, I think. And then we have Arjun versus Dakota. A lot of rematches.
There's a lot of rematches here.
And then the Boltyn is playing an Azalea, which he played a Sandscour before, but still playing another Azalea.
To be honest with you, if there's anything in a Boltyn Blade IP two through, it's probably Azalea just because of how we watched earlier, where he just got stunned out anyways.
Yeah,
It's
no,
like,
he played that very well.
unfortunately, the Aurora mirror I think might be a little harder.
Yes.
That's the unfortunate thing here. So, let's get to our match here. So we are playing for a gold foil, and they added a few new ones. I'm not sure were you aware of which ones they have added.
I'm not. Are you?
Okay, I know one. One got revealed this
Okay.
weekend, and it was they finally finished all the Monarch M's. Do you know what M was missing?
Let me guess. We were probably missing Luminaris.
Nope, Luminaris was printed already.
Hmm.
So we have Luminaris, Raiden, and Hexagore. So we were missing the M4 chain, which I can't remember the name of it.
Is it the Dread Sight?
Dread Sight.
Gold foil
Gold foil Dread Sight is now available.
I know people have been testing it.
Been playing it a lot actually.
Playing against it, I don't. I'm happy to see it on the other side as a Verdance because it's easier to interact with. But I know that people have been testing it, so it's cool that it's an option now. Very cool card.
Yep. And then there's still 3 or 4 unknowns because obviously not that many ProQuests have gone off. I opened the Saber, so nothing new on my end. I mean, nothing new. It's still a great hit.
Just
great
casually,
hit.
I opened,
yeah. But I was looking for a Raiden.
Didn't you already open a Saber like way back when?
No, we
Okay.
Moose, Brandon, who was the Azalea in our final round, he opened Saber as well. That was from a draft PQ.
But that was moved quite a while ago, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So and that was the opposite. It was the same hand. It was the same art.
Okay.
So it didn't really matter too much.
It doesn't feel too bad.
No. And Saber right now I think and that was around when that was a heavy hitter season. So Warrior was big. Yeah. Right now it's pretty a lot harder for me to move my Saber. He moved it very quickly.
Yeah.
But
we're also Saber non-believers. We are Boltyn truth or
Raiden truthers. We are Raiden truthers. You are So we're playing for gold foil. Hopefully it's something cool, but we'll see what.
Yeah, hopefully it's something new.
There's a chance based off the listing we might see a spider bite. 1.5 a spider bite would be pretty neat.
That'd be cool
because it's in the dynasty slot, rare slot. Where
if anyone could use a spider's bite in this top 8, it's probably Alex McFarland.
Oh, for sure.
Because he plays new, and I don't think he does anymore. But I think he was messing around with the Viserai at the beginning.
He still plays it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. He still plays the Viserai a little bit.
So if anyone is deserving of it in this top 8, it's probably Alex.
That's even if it's in the pool. We haven't seen it yet, right? But there's 3 cards missing that we haven't seen. So, but with that in mind, let's get into the matches. So last time we saw these two, we saw Argent take it, and the game was actually fairly close.
Very close.
Dakota bricked on a
all red hand,
and Argent didn't actually draw crazy well either. But I was talking to Dakota after the match, and he was saying that even though the turns weren't great, it was so much split damage that it bothered him, which isn't what you usually hear about Aurora, but just because of how dead Argent hands were, he saw all 3 Arc Lightnings, which I think the Aurora's just going to see, because as we know, Dakota's list is pretty slow. It's not your aggro Katsu list, it's more value Katsu. Think of an Ira deck, and that is what this Katsu list is going for.
Yeah, and things like Channel Lightning Valley and Lightning Strike, they help the Aurora dig through their deck faster than you normally would if you were just playing like a regular aggro deck. So yeah, seeing all 3 copies, not too surprising there. Yeah. Argent is the higher seed, so he is going to have the choice on play or draw. Don't know which one he's going to be going with just yet. I imagine he'll say second, or it's going second. But we'll see. Maybe they decide to go first. But yeah, I'm curious to see how this goes. Dakota local here. He won the last time, and what was the gold foil he opened again? He opened Breaking Skills?
No. That was the one in Madison. He opened something here and he sold it pretty quickly. I don't think it was anything special. Mm-hmm. We had it on the stream from a while ago, so maybe go check that out. Yeah, I mean, Dakota is very good at getting into these top 8s, and when he does, he tends to perform pretty well. Mm-hmm. So we'll see how this matchup goes for him. And I think we're going to see the same exact equipment setup from both players, I imagine. The only thing different that we might see from Argent, knowing that this is more defensive, is gold, playing Crown of Providence. He's on Crown of Dominion, correct? Yep, Crown of Dominion, and trying to combo, and we don't see that change. So it's the same exact equipment suite, and we'll see who goes first. Argent hand looks pretty standard here. Blank somersault, 2 Ravels. Actually not that great. And with Kogan first, there's only 4 block in Origin's hand. I know the somersault bounced those Ravels back, but not really the greatest thing. Let me see. Whelming into and Dachi pitching a Whelming.
Yep.
That beautiful old art.
I like this opening from Katsu. Um, you just get free cards or you're sneaking in damage. Like it feels pretty good going first as Katsu when you have Kodachis.
And he's just gonna pass. So the one thing that we didn't see a lot of from Dakota last time too, we only saw one Flip Flack, which I feel like is very important for this tempo like control value style of Ninja. Because that card is just so much value. We saw it basically generate 9 value off of 2 cards.
All right, let's see what his first turn looks
All
like.
right. It's a yellow. Okay, we see the Arc Lightning right away. I can't imagine Dakota's too happy about seeing that.
That is a Yabble.
It's a
Coming
Yabble.
in for 3.
Both players are probably upset about this. Like, it's not often that you hear that.
Ooh, Static Shock. So Lightning Flow currently not on.
No.
We'll see if he has a way to.
We saw a Blink in hand,
Yeah, we still have a blink in hand.
but I'm not sure if you want to use it after you see the Arc Lightning there, because you might be able to get a Greaves turn going here.
Yeah, that's something that we didn't see last time. Like any major use out of the Greaves.
Nope. Not at all. It's not often that you use them, but I mean, the card's just high value when it is, and worst case, battle 1/1. You can't really complain about that. Because we'll see the Blink here. Are we going to see the Flip Flack from Dakota? Nope. We're going to take the 4, right? Because this comes in with the flow.
And then it deals 1 because of Lightning Flow.
So this gets the action point back, and then is Arjun just going to throw Starfall or Arsenal?
Static Shock is such a cool card out of the first strike decks. Like,
That's right. This is where it's really
it's a 0 for 5 if it hits, which is so strong.
And we're seeing it again.
Yeah, another one.
I think
Dakota didn't want to block the first one, so is he going to want to block this one?
Oh no, this one has a surge, and there's no Arsenal, so CNC is just a 2 card 6. You really don't mind it there. So we know there's an Arc Lightning on top, so he current funnel and a Sigil Suffering. So the go tried and true classic, 2 card 7, but with that Sigil of Suffering, we are going to deal that arcane damage.
Yeah, no cards in hand on Dakota's end, so that is going to ping him and probably cover the 4.
But the hand is very awkward for Argent. It's blocking 3 with the current funnel. So basically, we're just going to come back for 4. And I mean, that's still a great swing in Argent's favor here because it's what we get 5 value out of the Suffering.
Yep.
3. So we're really sending a 3-card 12 here, which is great value, like turn math right there. Really, really great turn math. So Twine for 4.
No fuse.
I mean, he could if he wanted to. He already knows the card is. But makes sense. I wouldn't show the card either. No reason to. Like, maybe he forgot. No blocks here. 4. So this is something that we didn't see last game. Dakota never kept a 5-card hand. We actually have a 5-card hand here. And I'm hoping maybe we have a Surging so we can see that cross draft get broken. Maybe we can see something big out of Dakota.
See a Surging. I think I see a Rising Knee Thrust. Be interested to see what he puts together here.
So we're going to pitch that Rising Nisa, and we're just going to throw that Surging. Is this yellow or red?
This is red.
Okay. So coming in for 5. And as Aurora doesn't like to do, she doesn't like to block too much. I mean, she's okay at blocking, I would say, because of Somersault. So, but if no Somersault, you're really just not going to get value out of your cards.
I mean, looking at Arjun's reaction, I'm not sure if his hand is functional.
He's really thinking
it might be one of those things where you have to keep all the cards to be able to do something.
And this is where Katsu really struggles. You get that first hit in, now we're going to grab a Whelming, I imagine. Yeah, Dakota's thinking on Katsu trigger, and there it is. This A. A is also another blowout card that Katsu gets. It's kind of insane. So even Arjun's side of the block there, it is. It would have been bad news bears.
Yeah, pushing over for 1.
Oh, we're going with Mugenshi Release. So this is probably going for a Winds and Eternity play. I'm not sure how familiar you are with that combo line at all.
I don't know. Is that the one that shuffles cards back?
Yep, so it supples Surging Strikes, and you grab X, like, if Mugenshi hits, you grab X,
Lord of Winds?
Lord of Winds, yep. and hand into hand.
It's been a while since I've seen this line. Katsu's have been off it for a while, I think.
For sure.
Have the natural
the
whelming. This is great. Threatening a draw.
And we have the 4 block on Arjun's equipment. We can just throw that in front. I see the burn up shock.
However,
snatch.
Dakota already blocked with his breaking skills.
Yeah.
So
really need to block 5 here, but again, always the issue. Blocking 1.
Yeah, how much do you want to respect?
Well, how big is your
skills?
turn? I guess that's the question too. Like, if you're Arjun, I saw a snatch in hand, I saw a burn up shock in hand. This could be something massive. I mean, if he's just gonna give lightning graves and call it a day, he might have something really special boiling up here. Or it's just this hand block's really bad, but probably not the case here.
I think that he was getting ready to make a 4 block, and I think he might have seen the breaking scales and remembered that he needs to play around this.
So, yep, you're correct. Because if you paid 1 here, breaking scales.
Yeah, so even if we pay 1 on the arcane damage, we still cover 5.
So he's going to take the 1 because whatever. You need, and you're trying to push here.
Yep, and he wants the 1 resource for the Mugenshi anyways.
So Mugenshi, fun card. It's coming in for 5 because of combo.
And does this naturally have go again, or does it need to hit to get go again?
I think it has naturally off of combo. I can check that quick. Again, not very familiar. You don't see these cards too much.
Yeah, these are some throwback combo lines for sure.
Yeah, like, I mean, you're playing WTR stuff here. This is all these cards are from WTR.
Yeah, that is true. There is not a single card on Dakota's side. I guess the Tide Flippers. Oh, look at this. Andrew Benjamin says, by the way, I cracked Fab 259 gold foil rare Waves of Reality.
Oh, okay, so there's another new one. Okay, so maybe that was what the Dynasty one was.
Congrats, Andrew.
Yeah, congrats on your big one. What hero were you playing by chance? Just so for my curiosity. So this is what Megenshin reads. If Whelming Gust Wave was the last attack on this combat chain, it gets +1 and go again. If it hits, search your deck for any number of cards named or reveal them and add them to your hand.
Okay, so it looks like he only elected to find 2. Which makes sense because if you're paying into it, he doesn't have a lot of targets in his graveyard right now.
No, so you're just going to be stuck dead with probably one of the Lord of Winds.
So I think he's just going to be attacking with one of them and then maybe paying like 1 or 2 because, again, there's not much in there.
Let's start with Dachi.
And he doesn't even care about the Lord of Winds because this is breaking the conflict.
Oh, there's a CNC in hand. So basically you can go Dachi, CNC, and now you're asking a very awkward question to Origin since the gloves are already on the chain here, and we're going to be threatening Mask Momentum Draw. And we already blocked with a card from hand, which was a D-Rex, so you couldn't have covered up the CNC anyways.
This is a very interesting use case for the Mugenshi line.
That is, I've never seen that. And he's blocking the one with Greaves. This is definitely eating the arsenal.
He's respecting the mask trigger.
And he's going to give Crown here. Yep, he said. It's what Crown's for, you take it, but...
You get a once per turn bailout.
He's your another melt card. So he has 2 burn up shocks in hand, which is not great. You don't want to see them ever together.
This was a pretty strong turn from Dakota.
Really cool, too. Really innovative, in my opinion. This is probably what you would see back in the day. I imagine this is what... I mean, he's been playing for how long now?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that looking at the way that this turn unfolded really just shows, like, how much Dakota knows this deck.
Again, something I would never thought of. I'm sure you're probably in the same boat where it's like, oh, use those Megenshins just as your pitch, right in a Mask of Momentum trigger.
Yeah.
So you see a Whelming, see a Surgeon, and that's actually a pretty good hand there. We have
the blue, we have the Surging.
All right. Burn Up Shock. That gorgeous cold foil coming back out. I think you just take the 1 Arcane here. Like, it's just... Arjun looks kind of like I'm not sure how like he looks normally while playing games, but he looks a little like kind of on edge a little bit with his hand, maybe.
Yeah, I wonder if his hands just aren't lining up as well as it last game.
So coming in for 2. Yeah, because we see the other burn up shock in hand, and that's just not, you can't play 2 of those on a turn. You're not going to wind up these. Let's give you the 1 hand.
I do feel like he ran pretty hot last game. He had some turns that were
I disagree. I think it was very average. I think that was your normal Aurora gameplay. This, on the other hand, is like not great. We're literally going to give the embodiment light in here, and
Okay, go again on Snatch.
Yep. And we did eat the 2, so we have the burn up shock trigger as well. And you gotta block this. For Dakota, unfortunately, this is not something you can afford to keep going. So yeah. Getting the rowdy locals. And it looks like the 100 wins.
All right. Not too bad. It feels like we made it out of that turn relatively unscathed.
Not really the greatest turn for Arjun, but again, when you have 2 burn up shocks, not really the greatest. And we know that's a surging in hand, so we're really just gonna come in for 5. Not really what you want to see at
No.
Dakota's end.
I almost wonder if it would have been better to just send 2 Kodachis and Arsenal the Surgeon.
Surging.
Especially with the cross wraps, it really sets you
Yeah.
up to not need to pitch for that. We see
The
the
CLB.
Lightning Valley deployed. This card is very strong.
I think this is gonna be a massive turn from Arjun. I think
And
I see.
I might see an Arc Lightning.
That's what I think.
Yep.
Oh, yep, there it is. And the crazier thing here, there's a burn up shock in Arsenal. So we're definitely getting this draw. This is gonna be now. You want to talk about a good Aurora turn? Here we go. We start with the Sigil of Solace. Not really something you want to see off the top on this turn, but I think you're okay with it. If you break Greaves here, if you have that blue that break Greaves, that's a 4-value sigil. And you have the Snatch in hand,
Yeah.
burn up shock playing, getting another go, basically double go again because both sides will resolve. So
We'll see what gets the go again from this Arc Lightning. This would have been a great turn to have the Snatch.
Oh, he has a Snatch in hand.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he does. He's trying to figure out if he wants to break Greaves or not. Because with the burn up shock in Arsenal, if he plays the burn up shock and he breaks Greaves, the shock part will trigger, get go again, you'll get the action point, and then burn up side will trigger and you'll get go again.
That's disgusting.
And so you'll get the but he's not going to. So when 4 on hit draw, once go again resolves, we will deal 1 arcane. Dakota's in immense danger here. And he's just taking it.
Is he just taking the damage?
I mean, I'm taking 5.
All right, so he took the 4 off of it. Arjun's going to draw, and he took the 1.
Oh,
on the
no.
resolution.
Did you see the card in hand?
Oof.
If you have the blue here, you can break Greaves and just start going to town. Okay, we're not even gonna do that. We're just gonna take 1, go again, resolve, take another one. Arc
This
Lightning,
is
what?
so much damage.
There's still 3 cards in Arjun's hand.
Okay.
There's a blink in hand.
We play the Gone in a Flash. Coming in for 4.
No go again. So no, there's not gonna be any Arc Lightning trigger, and the hand's pretty bad at blocking. There's the blink. It'll resolve. I almost wonder if pitching for the sigil for like boots there was like correct or not, but we're gonna pitch the sigil here for that. Okay.
This is for 2, and
2,
it's going to
okay.
deal 1.
Aurora's such a fascinating deck. There's so many lines of play you could have taken on this turn. I'm not sure where you could like could have got the most value. This kind of reminds me a little bit of how you had to sequence like us like this turn specifically. Skeleton Abyss. Kind of similar in that respect. You're like
He took the 2 here, which means this is going to trigger the
burn
burn
of
up
shock. Yep. Do they forget about it? I can go fix
I
that
think
quick.
they're just no, they're writing down life totals. And then he's taking the 1 off of the go again on
And then
Skyfall.
Gone Flash can go 4. So it seems like there's only 2 cards left in Dakota's hand. Like, are you,
He's not dying though.
he's not dying, but it's not. It's not good.
No, it's not good.
Yeah, I think throwing the 4 layers is correct.
And he takes it.
Hmm? You mark 3 off. Let me go.
Yeah, this should be Dakota. Oh, I think they caught it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
All right, so we have Snatch and a Surging Strike in hand on Dakota's end. I think he's just trying to present as much damage as he can here.
For sure. 5/4 draw card. It's like okay, but I don't see how he comes back into this.
I think he probably tries to turn the Snatch into a Whelming.
Do you see? I think I see another Arc Lightning in Arjun's hand.
All right, so Arjun takes the damage. I think we're going to see this discarded because that allows us the.
Nope.
Oh,
He's
okay.
gonna play it. Discard for Whelming. I think.
2 sigils in hand.
Ooh, that is very awkward. So maybe this gets
is not a
Dakota back
great
in.
hand. on Arjun's end.
No. This is only blocking 4. Maybe, yeah, I think maybe we should have grabbed the whelming there. That would have been maybe a bigger play because then we could eat the equipment from the grass too, probably.
It looks like he covers 5 anyways.
No, it's 4. We're playing in the box too.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. I have to imagine
We're just sack shocking and playing one of the
playing 2
sigils.
sigils.
Probably one of them.
Okay. Keep one in arsenal. Try to do some tricks with it later.
This is casual lethal.
That's
So,
fair. Lightning flow isn't active.
No,
It
it won't
won't be
be
active. Dakota doesn't know that, but he could block 3, and even if lightning flow turned on, okay, probably respecting lightning press there. And it looks like we do see the second sigil enter the arsenal.
And there's the lightning press, so we're gonna go Dachi. Dachi. We still have all 3 flip flags left in deck, by the way. Like, this is.
Yeah, unfortunate that we haven't seen any of them.
I'm guessing that's probably one getting signed in Arsenal. if I had to take a gander.
Arjun, he did get to keep the full grip though.
I just want to compare something on the boards of
Oh, there's one of them.
boards of both Dakota and Arjun is the armor block here. Arjun being the aggressor has so much more armor block compared to Dakota, who is playing a control deck. It's
Yeah.
kind of something. Like, I guess that's the best way to put it. It's like so I can somersault. Usually try to somersault in resolution, but
And we see a clean block with the flick flag. Oh, there is a lightning press. I'm surprised we didn't see that get played.
Yeah, I guess maybe just worry about double D-react, like just extending as much as blocking 5.
Oh,
we're gonna somersault
another
again.
somersault. So the Lord of Wind getting the +2 buff there, so covering 5.
And do we have the other flick flag in arsenal? Or is it just a dead card? We have to figure out what we're blocking with here. We can't play around Surge forever. He's gonna give 2 here, blocking 4. Press, and that's the game.
Okay. So no flick flag in the arsenal.
No. Seems like a rough matchup for Katsu.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's hard to be a defensive deck against Aurora. She just can go so wide, and she presents this split damage with Arc Lightning that, like, I feel like Oldhim would probably struggle into Aurora.
Yes.
Because the numbers are insane.
It's a lot of value. It's not high, it's just awkward.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's the best way to put it. It just makes these defensive decks really have a hard time blocking. And unless you have a fridge, then we're usually pretty good at blocking it. But most of the time, you're just like, not the greatest time blocking it.
Great play on both sides, though. We will switch back to us really quick. We're going to head out there and just get a feel for what's going on in the other top 8 matches, and then rough idea of when we can expect to be back for top 4.
I imagine it won't be too long.
Yeah, probably not too long. It was a lot of aggro matchups, so we will be back shortly. All right, we are live. We are going to be heading into our top four matchup. So the current matchups are off stream. We have an Aurora versus a Kayo.
Yep, the 8 seed upset our undefeated Viserai.
Yep.
So
And then for the matchup on stream, we are going to have Aurora versus Boltyn.
correct. The
We
Boltyn
love Boltyn on this stream.
Milva. I milv up and I will milv again.
So Aurora versus Boltyn.
Yeah.
What does that matchup look like?
I would say it's closer to a 65-35 for Boltyn favored.
Boltyn favored.
Boltyn favored. Very
Interesting.
Boltyn favored. I've been getting a lot of questions recently on how to play this matchup. So I was hoping that we get this stream game because it's super interesting. So like we were discussing last game with the Katsu, how blocking awkwardly can be with like the shock of burns and the arc lightnings. Well, we just don't block the arc lightnings. We've really just decided that that's not worth it. But when you have this big long shock up burn turn with all these attack actions, you're just not gonna get your on hits. We have so many. You have so much armor block within the bolt, like within your bolt, like warrior list.
Yeah, you have a fridge now.
Mhm.
Like,
That and every card in your deck reads 3 block besides Steel Land and Spirit, but like you gotta play Spirit. So you basically get this fridge, and Warrior in general is actually, just from what I hear, like Kasai, Dory, just your generic Warrior, kind of eats Aurora alive. Like this is like those are the matchups I've heard that Aurora players that I don't want to play against because the big card, especially in Kasai, Dynamo. Dynamo, you get that one block it up. Boltyn doesn't have Dynamo, unfortunately, because this is not a hatches list. But with this in mind, we do get to see a lot of ways to press damage. The other reason why this, or press value is the better way to put it, it's good because Aurora doesn't block. So we can block, unlike Dakota, who is threatening transfer on hits, our on hits are way more relevant. Their draws, they're more soul, their life gain. Just there's a bunch of things that Boltyn in general can do to Aurora to put pressure on just from no blocks.
I just updated.
Yeah, we just updated.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Boltyn is very good at pressing a lot of damage against decks that like don't really want to be blocking it. It's such a weird deck. Like people don't expect it. It can do degenerate things, and I think people are just used to seeing the combo and not used to seeing what Raiden can do.
Exactly. And if we look at the Aurora side of this matchup, though, so I've just explained to you why Boltyn's good. Well, let's explain what Aurora can do to make the matchup better. Arc Lightning. We don't play AB. I mean, it's as simple as that. We can't pitch anything. We lose the game we pitch. Making our 3 blocks, 2 blocks, not worth it.
It's your typical Runeblade plan, though, right?
Yeah.
You don't usually bring an AB against decks like that.
We
You
never.
just need to race them.
Exactly. So, if Arc Lightning's really strong, what is a combo in Aurora has to do with Arc Lightning?
Flickerwise.
So, if a good Aurora player, I'm not saying Argent has experience in the Boltyn or doesn't, I imagine a lot of Aurora players don't, what they'll tend to do, they're going to play the Flickerwise combo. They're going to arsenal the first Flickerwise and just try to find the Arc Lightning turn, and you're just going to see the Boltyn just eat immense damage because they can't stop it. They like they're just going to eat a lot bunch, and really the Boltyn needs to tempo the Aurora out of the game. So you're going to see a lot of blocks from Bryce. Hopefully not a lot of blocks from Origin. If we see a lot of blocks from Origin, probably Boltyn favored in that respect.
Yeah, I mean, I think, like you said, you really have to have practice in a Boltyn, and I think that's something that's hard to come by.
The deck has a very high ceiling and a very low floor. It is very vast and wide, especially on Raiden. Bryce is a very competent player on Boltyn. He doesn't have a lot of reps into Aurora, so we'll see how it goes. Again, a lot of people on Boltyn have been struggling in this matchup. Very high level Boltyn players have not. So we will see. These guys have actually played already once today. And Arjun took it, but double CLV on a turn, like it was kind of a weird like flip flop turn where like you got double CLV'd, and it was just really really strong. So that's what Bryce said. At least I didn't hear from Arjun's side, so we shall see. Bryce is standing up from Josh for something or another. We'll see what's going on there. That's our judge talking to Bryce right now, our Boltyn player. So hopefully nothing too serious is happening.
I see smiles.
Yeah, so it should be fine.
Yeah, Bryce, again, unfortunately, did get an IP2 in his last matchup against Azalea. Still came out ahead.
Yep. Not the end of the world. When you're just
Yeah.
blocking 90% of the time anyway, one
It
less
was
card hurts. But
impressive nonetheless.
he had a double. He had to find a double Lumina, which he did find. He did find it, and it ended up being quite strong for him. So
Looks like Bryce is maybe trying to get the stream sponsored by Liquid Death.
I love Liquid Death. I'm a big Liquid Death savant. I've been actually, I drink too much, so I've been like Liquid Death. I drink too much Liquid Death, and I just been trying to cut it back.
Yep, so Arjun and Bryce did play. It was off stream. Arjun ended up taking it.
Arjun won, and very handily.
Yeah.
It wasn't very close.
Sounds like it was a bit of a high roll, if you will. But we know that Arjun, he's the higher seed. I believe he chose to go first.
He did chose to go first, which is correct. You never want Boltyn to go first when in these matchups.
Don't want free soul. Also lets him set up a embodiment of lightning. Maybe present a little bit of mixed damage if the hand allows it.
Yeah, and
make a rune chant.
Yeah. And you're gonna see Bryce present Soulbond here. He's not gonna be on Tunic. He's gonna be playing very defensively. You're gonna see Warband, Soulbond, Iron Song Versus, and Wog. Wog is crazy in this matchup. Just generating basically if you put it in front, if they ever start with like a CLV into burn up shock into a sword swing is for 2. You put Wog in front of charge a card. Now you get 1 prevention floating. And the next 0/4 that comes in, you only have to give 1 more card. So you just block 2 cards and got a soul and a quicken token. So very, very strong things. But things that again, those are things that when you play the matchup, you have to start seeing it. You have to start feeling for it to become favored. I don't know if Bryce has the reps on it, but I guess we're here to find out.
Yeah. Yeah, very excited about this matchup.
And Arjun has been playing very well today, too.
He has been.
Yep. So he is the second seed. His only loss was to Viserai. That is now out of top 8. So
I remember he used to be a really big Dromai player back in the day. So very interesting to see him switch to something so aggressive. Very different than what he was playing.
Because he wasn't like a redline Dromai player either.
No, he was like Big Dragon.
Yeah, he loved D-Reacts. He wanted to drop that Tumultai. He was pretty happy about that.
So pretty big switch. I know Dromai's been gone for a while, but yeah, this is maybe opposite spectrum of what he was playing back then.
So taking a bit to get started here, I think it was a little talk from Josh that might slow it down a little bit. And again, so while we're waiting here, we can talk a little bit before they get started about the other game we got going. We got Aurora Kayo on the other side.
Yeah.
Do you have any clue how that matchup's supposed to go?
I want to say Aurora is probably favored. They're both aggressive decks, and I think that Aurora probably functions a little bit better as an aggressive deck.
Okay.
I'm not sure how you feel about it, but I just don't think Kayo really has the on hits to make her want to block.
And I think that's the big thing there too, right? I would agree with that. That's how I'd feel. And I just saw Arjun's hand. We saw a CLV and a burn up shock right away in that hand. So already a great start for Arjun. But you probably don't want to play those out right away. You probably just want to keep both of them for next turn. Arguably, maybe play them like if you play the CLV, if you draw the D-React and we haven't charged yet. So we'll see what Arjun starts with here.
I mean, all gas, no brakes, right?
Is he going to fuse this Entwine? That's always the question. Do you want him to know?
I would imagine at the very least we see an embodiment of lightning generated.
Does he have a blue hand? I do see a blue, but we need... The Entwine is not a lightning card. It's elemental Rune Blade.
Correct. We need to be playing a lightning card. Which, if our only lightning cards are Burn Up Shock and CLV, then maybe we don't. Maybe we just make a rune check.
And it's Arcanic Shockwave. So I think it's all red and then the 2 yellow. So maybe we... So this is going to be 4 go again. So things you need to be considering here. As the Boltyn player is like, okay, how do I exactly prevent this? And do we have... Oh... Absolutely disgusting. Turn 0, we're going to get the soul. We're going to have 1 damage prevention floating. This is not what Arjun wanted to see.
I feel like Saving Grace should go to soul after it resolves.
I feel the same way.
I love the art on that card too. It's so good.
So Starfall for 1? No, for 2, because so we're going to block the Salvation here.
And then I think we just...
Arsenal.
Not bad. This does keep the channel around. We did pitch a lightning card there.
Arjun shows it and just kind of indicates it. A lot harder. When you're at like higher level, you'll see people pick up the card and show it to their opponent. But when you're at these like ProQuest, nice communication there.
Yep.
This hand looks very awkward for
That's
RJ.
another CLB.
Yeah, but you have Somersault, Channel Funnel, and what, another Somersault? This hand doesn't block for
They're
anything.
an electrostatic somersault.
There's a Somersault, a CLV. That's hard. That seems tough. So unfortunately for Bryce, he needs to find Go Again here. So if he doesn't have Go Again, it's not really worth it. Okay, we have a V. So uh totally fine. So we have one resource floating here. So I'm not sure if Bryce did not pitch into Iron Song, which could be a giant misplay here. We're gonna give Go
Oh,
Again.
because we don't want to break the
We
chain.
don't want to break the chain, so it has to be a Valiant Thrust, or it's just an Arctic Flight. So this will be 5 Go Again into 30. So this is fine. Nice turn, a little up tempo. We had the Lumina Lance there. What we charged Engulfing Light. Not sure if this is exactly what I would have done, but it's going to draw some blocks here, so it works out here.
Yeah, I mean, what, 4 card?
Oh man, yeah,
13?
that hand was awful. That hand was horrendous. So we're gonna play the um jump in there and
Yep.
coming in for 4.
4 card 13.
Not bad.
Not
You
bad.
take it. You
Yeah,
take it. It's good value.
Slightly above right.
Mhm. And so we see 2 current funnels. We know there's a CLV in hand. And then we don't know the arsenal. It's a burn up shock, right? I think that's what it was. No, because he
No,
pitched the burn
we
up shock.
pitched that. Yeah, I don't know if we knew exactly what he arsenaled.
Okay, you can see Illumina in Bryce's hand here.
Looks like we're going to be activating Grasp, which smart. We're going to be getting at least one of the 2 lightning cards in
Mhm.
pitch.
I think his goal is to try to pitch both of them here. So,
Ooh.
because he's going to draw both cards here. That's the thing. So, because we don't have the Spellbane Aegis and we don't have Norn, you're going to take 1, let him draw 2. No worries. Cool. You got it. Send it.
I don't know how. I don't think we can keep both. Maybe
no,
we're drawing cards.
It depends,
Yeah.
but you really don't want to. It's just so inefficient to keep both out. So you're probably just going to keep the 1. And yeah, we're just going to take 2 from the Sturfall here. Like you're and so what I usually do in this scenario is I see the CLB damage already done. Look at my hand, I see the Lumina. I'm not blocking the rest of the turn. I'm gonna be honest with you. My Lumina is gonna be better than what they're gonna present to me.
Do we have enough soul to make this work?
100%. So as long as we have any yellow Go Again card, we throw it. I think I saw it being Bravado. We just 2 souls enough. These just slam the Lumina on the table. 4 and 4. Probably get some armor block, but still, we're gonna get Current Funnel. Current Funnel wouldn't have Go Again. So again, very awkward hand here. But I see is that a blink maybe in hand? Okay, we have a shockwave. This doesn't have Go Again yet, so we're gonna show the funnel, I imagine, or are we gonna show the blink? We showed
Show
the blink. And Bryce is taking exactly what I think, just thinking if he needs to block at all or not. And it's just 4. I mean, it's going to play the blink. It's going to have Go Again. But again, I see it being run in hand. Yeah, he's just going to be like, I'm going to send this. I'm going to send the bill here. And even though Arjun drew 2 cards, this turn's not really that high value.
No, it looks flashy. Like there's a lot of cards in his hand. There's a lot of cards on the table, but like ultimately the numbers are a little low.
Like Bryce is still at 32, and he's played 4 cards this turn. Stack Shock.
So we have the current funnel in hand.
Yep, we do, and that's probably going to be.
I have to imagine we activate Aurora, maybe.
I don't know, right? Like that's so hard. You might just arsenal it, I guess. Like maybe you have Crown. Right.
Yeah.
So you're gonna take the 5 here, go to 27.
Current funnel just doesn't like scream to me like this is a card that you want to be playing. It's just a card that helps piece things together. And I think making the embodiment makes sense.
It makes sense. But evaluating from like a Boltyn side of things, and also we miss Tunic Trigger on one of these turns. We're only at 1 on Tunic.
Oh, we did.
But Bryce kept a full grip.
Yeah.
Right. So you know something's coming. You're probably gonna have to be blocking a Crown this turn anyways. Rather just keep that 5 card hand, like instead of getting the embodiment. But here we go. Yep. Red beam about for yellow beam about him. This will be 4 Go Again. Sign the Lumina. We're gonna get an Arsenal. Don't know what the Arsenal is, but gonna get an Arsenal. The Lumina hits, we probably can extend the turn even a little bit more.
Yeah, potentially ending on something like Illuminate or Express Lightning.
We're gonna close the chain. Play Lumina. And we're gonna come in for 4. And I imagine Arjun's just going to give some equipment here. Like I said, this is why I think we need to keep the channel funnel because it's just easy to read. He's cycling a card anyway, so I guess it works out in the end. Ooh,
And we
this is a big
play
blowout.
the steel hand.
Yep, I think that's. I don't like that. We were actually. I was discussing this with Bryce on the ride down today. I think this is incorrect. So what you should be doing with Steel Hand, especially since we don't have an Arsenal here, there's now a good chance that he just whips go again on the next turn. You really want to keep it for
Oh.
turns that where you start the chain. Forcing on hits with Steel Hand, never worth it. I get it. He's low on soul. Maybe that's what he's worried
Ooh.
about. But
We see Illumina go
no,
to the soul.
that's okay. And by the way, if we Arsenal that Steel Hand, we actually keep the limit on top of the deck. So because you're not risking the banish, you got the equipment block. I think it's just better to Arsenal the Steel Hand there. Not, I know you don't know the Lumina banish.
Right.
Like we can ignore that.
But keeping it as a go again enabler.
Exactly. So because now if we drop a hand with no go again, which we have another Steel Hand, so we got a little lucky.
Yeah. But if we didn't, like we're holding
no.
the Spirit of War, and like how do you give that go again without forcing them to block?
And because we have the Spirit of War and you have the Steel Hand in Arsenal, is like basically it guarantees an L. So here's the Flicker Wisp.
What
So
are you confused with?
I don't know. I didn't see
Is that
it.
an arc lightning?
No, it wasn't. It was. It was an Arc Lightning. So you're gonna see this little combo. It's not gonna be too crazy.
Yeah, not a crazy amount of cards
no.
in hand.
I'm gonna take two.
I imagine we see the arc lightning hit the board.
Oh, he drew it off the CLV, the second Flicker Wisp.
Does that turns every arcane into three? This is gonna be a lot.
This is rough. This is rough. This is not what you want to see if you're a Boltyn player. And you have Snatch, Lightning Press with Arc Lightning in hand, so you're probably gonna play the Arc Lightning, and this is gonna be coming out in for 3 Arcane. Bryce is gonna get blown out this turn. Like, there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He has to play around the Lightning Press. He doesn't have the choice. We'll see if he does it. You have to read that this is Lightning Press. You can't risk it. You really can't risk it.
This already has go again from the embodiment that he set up last turn.
So he's gonna block 4. He's not gonna play around it.
This is rough.
Does he have the D-React in hand?
I don't think so. Seeing the look on his face when
he
saw the press.
So he's gonna take 3, take 3 more, go to 15. When the go again resolves. Yeah, I think that's a big misplay here. We're holding on to too many cards. We're not playing the value game that I was talking about earlier. We need to be playing for value. You got to be able to read these attacks, read these blocks, play around what you can play around. Not really what Bryce is doing. Oh,
this one does not have go again.
So we're not doing 3 Arcane here, and now we're gonna have to give a card from hand. And we just gave the card from hand earlier. We were fine. Like this is giant misplay. I think we have to give 3 and Soulbound block if your hand's like good enough. I saw the Spirit War with the Courageous, but usually don't really want that Spirit War Courageous and hand. Not really the greatest feeling in the world if you're Bryce. You're
no
big blood here.
Now, some good news. 2 Flicker Wisps are gone. I believe 2 Arc Lightnings are gone, and then 2 CLVs are gone. So a lot of the big turns are most of the way through here. But I think there's 1 left of everything. So
and I say the biggest problem here, and he needs a -1 counter on that Soul Bond. If he uses again for 1 block here, I think hopefully he's grabbing it. I can go fix that quick. I'll go fix that quick.
So we see the Spirit of War. We charge. We made a Courage token, and then we are Courageous Steel Handing up to 6. Looks like we gave this go again. So we are going to get a second Courage token from the Spirit of War on hit, and then follow this up with a Raiden. All right, and then Raiden coming in for 5 off of the 2 Courage tokens. So just like that, Arjun drops to 10.
Yeah, I mean, this is what Boltyn can do, but like, imagine if we block the Snatch that turn. We're gonna be at 19 to 10. He has a 4-card hand, which burn up shock, cool. Look at our equipment sweep. Don't really care. We're gonna take the 1 Arcane, no CLV on board.
We'd also still have a little bit of armor left.
Yeah, like this is we'd be in such an advantage situation. So like one big misplay by Bryce, and he's still in the game. This is why I think this match is so favored. But there's still a lot of game left. So in my opinion here, we took them on Arcane, just get boots. We're never gonna need the Gilligan off of them at this point. We got headpiece still, block the two there. Unfortunately, like we can't charge anything because it's a soul bond, which is fine. But you just gotta get the boots here. If you charge, you charge. Totally okay. Like if you need the quicken token, you're just giving up on the turn, fine. But usually the 4 card hands from Aurora, they're fine, but they're not amazing. You're
Right.
able to block them out because of the burn up shock and hand. You just can't. I don't think you can really afford to take this damage. I don't know what's in his hand.
I
So
think I see an engulfing light.
he is going to charge here. So he's going to get a quicken.
We have 1 damage prevention floating.
No, we won't. We do not. We already took damage, and this will be coming in for 10. So
Oh, does it say prevent the first
first damage, first
Interesting.
instance of
Interesting.
damage. So he honestly, right here, it's 10 plus 4. You just turn the whole hand sideways. There it is.
Yep.
Not worth it. You're
This
at
makes sense.
14. You get your quicken token. He gets another 4 card hand. Cool. Whatever. Move on. And yeah, he ate some armor block there. Cool. But we're still playing for another turn. And this hand looks wonderful. This hand looks really, really good.
How does it look on Arjun's side?
I
think
see a flicker with, which is not good at this point. No arc
Right.
lightning with it. You really don't want to see it without the arc lightning. I see
There-
another discharge in hand.
There should still be an arc lightning in the deck, so potential
Mhm.
arsenal target for him. But the rest of the hand doesn't look great. I
It's
think
Rabble, Stat, Arcanic, Shockwave,
And a
and
Discharge.
Charge, which is that's a fine hand.
it's fine. It's not going to present lethal though.
No, not close.
And Bryce might be able to.
That's the crazy thing about Boltyn. If
Yeah.
he has enough in soul, depending on what his hand, and he has an Easter egg with a quicken token on board, I think he's pretty close to being able to threat lethal with that 4 card hand if he plays it right. We'll see here.
Well, yeah, we talked about why E-Strike is a $50 card.
Hmm. So we're gonna start by taking 1 arcane, or 2 arcane, my bad. But that only triggers when arcane damage is done, so not gonna do anything here. And we flip the next CLV, so this is coming in for 3.
That's a Yabble.
Yeah, a nice yabble there. Really needs to think about these blocks here.
So there's 7 damage in hand, plus the arcane is 9. So currently 12 damage being presented. So if Bryce does nothing.
Shockwave needs to fuse though, doesn't it? To get the arcane? He doesn't have a lightning card in hand, does he?
Oh, that's right. He can't do both.
No, he had to choose. Yep.
So then 10 damage would be the most he could output. So not lethal.
I like this take from Bryce if he takes it. He really needs to start putting on the pressure here. I don't think he can afford to. Like, he needs to start ripping cards from Arjun's hand. And you're already seeing a lot of this arcane stuff. And he has the big thing in Bryce's hand that I want to point out is the banner protection. It's a failsafe for these types of matchups. You can, like, as long as you're not dying, that makes sure that one arcane coming through. So he comes for 4.
If you use the shockwave.
Yep, so taking 3. Or 2. Oh, it's 1 extra. So 2. Coming in for 4. So Bryce knows there's no go again coming here. So this is fine.
Is it worth it to put equipment in front of this to keep your health total somewhat high? Because you're not running AB.
So you saw the CLB on top. This is the last Flicker Wisp, right? So there's not really anything else that's going to do enough arcane damage. So we're going to have we have the protection in hand, so we know we're pretty safe there. And you really want these 1 blocks to prevent snatch on hits and like other on hits. So I don't think so. I think if you're going to block anything here, you might give a card from hand. You're never giving equipment. It just depends on how good your hand is. And like I said, with protection, Easter, I think there's a charge card in there. You can generate a high value hand. And if you draw like a Lumen off the top or a Beacon off the top, you're really cooking. I think he's going to go for it. I think this is correct.
Yeah, let's see what he can do with these 4 cards. Can he present 10 damage? Ideally 12. We have some armor block
so
left.
there is how much block in Arjun's hand? We know there's a 1/0 block card. That's another big thing. So is he going to say draw a card here? He's going to say draw a card.
We drew a card.
Age review. Not really what you want to see. Probably fine. Because it's still, so this is 5 go again if he plays the V 4 and 4. So you're threatening, 13 damage here? Arjun has a no block in hand. He has to block. You're ripping 1 card, which is massive. Absolutely insane. And you're getting the Spellbane banner on board. So I think that's pretty big. I know Arjun has a 4 card hand, but you know what's in Arsenal? I can't remember, but like Bryce should be paying attention to know that
Yep,
that's
it's a electrostatic discharge.
yeah, it's a discharge in Arsenal. So
Yeah, this seems like a very good position for Bryce to be in.
mhm.
I feel like we've seen quite a few of those today,
Yes,
and then someone draws a brick.
flips right, like it flips here.
Okay, just checking graveyards. Maybe looking for beacons,
Mm-hmm. I
potential.
haven't seen any yet.
Yeah, none yet.
Seen 2 Luminous. So I take 5. I think that's fine.
All right, what does he do next?
I think you just pitch for the V. I really do. You're threatening 8 awkwardly because if they have 2 blocks in hand, then you're getting 2 cards. Like it's the math is just there. The math is just there for Bryce to just throw this V, call it a day, unless he has like a way to get go again to Raiden. I don't think Arsenal V is ever the answer.
Really?
No, these look at the leftovers.
Mhm.
Like you just aren't going to get the chance to play it. And here we go.
Okay.
And we're gonna get the banner of protection here, which is massive. Hopefully he doesn't miss the trigger.
Yep, there it is.
And in my opinion, this is the most sneaky good Boltyn card. And I've been on this card for a while because of Ronan, but like in this meta, this prevents so much into Verdance, into Viserai, into Vincent, into here Aurora. Like you're just getting a lot. So there's 3 block on 4 that we're presenting here, and this is gonna come in for so he's gonna block 3. He's gonna take 1, and then he's gonna have to give 1 card.
He's going to have to give something. Yep. So Raiden now coming in for 4. And something has to be put in front of this.
Now we can just clean up the board early. Not like he could block with those things again.
So we see an E-Strike. I think that's a static shock.
You don't really see any good go again in his
Maybe a
hand.
flittering charge?
There's no go again in his hand early.
Yeah, there's a flittering charge. I think we see the E-Strike come down. Oh, that's all of his blocking cards are attack actions.
Welcome to Boltyn. This is where Boltyn is favored, right?
So we probably see 2 damage come over this turn.
2, which is massive because if you ever draw 2 block now, it becomes a 1 block and that's lethal. And it's not like, and we already seen we've seen all the flicker with. We have 1 Arcane Lightning back in deck. There's no more non-attacks in deck. That's all they play. So if you're Arjun, you're sitting there like, okay, how am I getting out of this? This is going to be a really tight finish here, and it's going to depend on how Arjun navigates this next turn.
This is a very close game.
Very, very close. Very fun one to watch.
Yeah, this was great. This was a good stream match. I did see a question earlier that I want to go back to. Someone asked if this is the list that you play as well.
Yeah, this is the exact list.
I know that you guys work very closely together with Boltyn, but I wasn't sure if you guys had any differences that you like playing.
No, not really. He just kind of copies and tests, and then I ask him, "Is this card good?" And he's like, "Yeah, it's fine." And if he says no, I'm like, "Yeah, usually I agree. It's pretty close." But
is this the same list that you took to Milwaukee?
Yep, this is the Balhorn list. This is a list that I taught won yesterday on. This list I think is very refined and to my preferences. So obviously change it the way that I always tell people, change the way you want to play, and we're gonna block with static shock here.
Yep. So we'll buff. We'll go to 5. And that drops Argent to 2. What can he do to threaten cards out of Bryce's hand? We know that there's a 0 for 3 in the arsenal.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Bryce here, I would be a little worried here. I think this is coming in for 0 for 3 right now, but that the instant arsenal that's the instant And Arjun revealed the CLV. So if I'm Bryce, I'm thinking I need a block 4 here. I can't let him draw off the CLV. I can't I have Soulbound block still. I have Banneret block. I have the prevention.
Oh, it looks like the Aurora beat the Kayo.
Oh, awesome. So we have Aurora in finals. We might get a mirror here.
Might get a mirror, might see this exact matchup happen again.
I'm trying to see Bryce's hand here.
I think I see a Luminalance. I know he had a beacon.
You have to block 4 here. You have to block 4, otherwise you're really missing out on a lot of value. Gotta give a card.
It looks like he's thinking about armor blocks.
Yeah. Yep.
Using the warband.
I think he's trying to figure out which one he wants to do.
Okay.
This is a very good play, by the way. It's not. This is not something intuitive. A lot of people like you've all had this information, but like he just had to play through his turn, which was very hard for him to play through.
Yep.
It's been about like 6 minutes since we saw that CLV. How would he like? Are you really going to remember that?
Right.
So
we see the discharge come up from Arsenal, giving the flittering charge go again. +3 on the next attack action.
So we have 2 cards in hand as Arjun, and it's just the E-Strike.
Ooh, and this is I'm
For 10,
imagining
I
for 10.
imagine.
Yeah. Which is gonna pull a lot of cards out of
And
Bryce's
I want
hand.
to tell you right now, I think this is where you give the soul on block. I think this is where you go, okay, I'm at 3. I do have the banneret, but I don't really want to risk another arc lightning turn here, right? I can't really afford that, so I think you just need to give the armor now.
Yeah, being at 3 is going to be very rough when Arjun is going to have 4 cards.
You can't go to 1.
No, you just die.
Going to 2 is okay. Like it's not great.
All right.
He had a beacon in hand.
Three blocks come down. He's choosing to go to 2, saving the armor.
Hand was pretty bad, by the way.
Yeah, not the worst idea to save the armor. Cover up, static shock, snatch, annoying breakpoints. We're gonna send the Raiden for 0. Yep, and draw back up. All right, what do we have on?
There's a burn up shock in hand, so we're gonna see this, and I imagine Bryce is just gonna flip that banner, right? So I mean, I spellman ages so quickly.
I can't tell what else is there currently, though. Yep, so we'll cover up that 1 damage.
Can't save it for later.
Yeah, we're activating Grasp.
Makes sense. So unfortunately, this is where Bryce is on this clock. This is why I wanted like that armor block. I don't think you can keep it here because now you're on a 2-turn grasp clock.
Sure.
And this is coming in for 2. Like this is so you have to take the 1 arcane.
Yep, so we used the 1 Spellbane on the burn up shock. We're taking 1 off of the rune chant, which
they wrote
down. They just did not update life totals.
So blocking 3 here. And it's gonna be devastating. It's gonna be E-Strike for 7. And that's not what Bryce wants to see, and I think that's gonna end the game.
E-Strike for 7, he could give the chest piece, block with 2 cards, potentially send a 0 for 4 like Illuminate or something, but it wouldn't be enough to pull enough cards for Arjun to activate Grasp.
And so what Bryce really needs here is to hope that Arjun draws an all red hand and he can rip 2 cards.
Yep. And just a reminder, Bryce is at 1 right now. They just didn't. There we go. Okay. That was off of the rune chant token. I don't see a way out of this, unfortunately.
There's ways. It's just what's in his hand. That's always the question.
Oh, did Arjun draw a card?
Wait, he did. He said he should draw. I mean, he's getting 2 cards either way.
It's the difference between 2 cards and a piece of armor, though.
Well, it doesn't really matter when you're... What are we doing here? You're at 1.
Yep, so 2 cards come down.
Arjun's going to arsenal that drawing card.
Is that an express?
It looks like an Illuminate. We blocked with the express, so...
Yep, there's the Illuminate, and I think I saw Arjun draw an Arc Lightning.
And there's the Sigil.
Yep. And then with the Arc Lightning, the Arc Lightning is just going to end the game.
Good game. Good game. Yeah.
All right, and then Arc Lightning for the kill.
And as every player does when they're staring death down the door, they take a while to accept that they
Yep.
lost the game.
That was a great game.
Wonderful game. A wonderful game.
Well played on both sides.
Mhm.
Yeah, and we should be able to jump into our finals match almost immediately, unless Arjun wants to take a quick breather. The Aurora and Kayo, they did finish. I think we see Alex standing back there,
Yep.
probably waiting for his turn. So I'm going to go ahead and start updating our visuals here.
We can all go, and I'll go check on what's going on out there.
Yeah. So we have an Aurora mirror in our finals. Not what I expected. We had, I think it was 7 Azaleas in our meta, but the Auroras, they came out on top. All right. We looks like Alex is just checking right now on how long we're gonna need. I will just put us on a quick break. I can't imagine we're going to be gone for more than a few minutes, so we will be right back.
Oh my gosh.
But what happened there?
Both our faces.
All right, we are back. So the players are getting ready right now. It is going to be an Aurora mirror. I did get confirmation from at least one of them that if they win, they would be willing to open up the gold foil. The other one is still undecided. But let's get over to the table as they are preparing. Arjun is still the highest seed, so he still has choice on first or second, but I think that he was undecided, but he's going to let us know, and the appropriate player will raise their hand. Just as a reminder, this is our finals match. We have an Aurora mirror.
So we're getting some more LL points. I think this is going to happen a lot this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Very strong deck.
Very strong deck, but very fair.
Very fair.
Nothing feels broken about it. I think that's the best thing about this deck. It is the best aggro deck I think they've ever designed, period, in Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me of Kayo, but like stepped up a notch because like Kayo is very, I don't want to say simple, but like the play lines are, you repeat them a lot. There's so much trickiness that you can do in Aurora. I think it just makes it more interesting to play and maybe a little bit more interesting to watch too.
Any consideration to upping the ISO on the camera? Everything seems a bit in comparison to everything else.
I probably can't do that for this stream, just because everything's already going. But I can definitely mess with that for future ones. Thank you for the recommendation, though. Luckily, once the cards are face up, it's a little easier to see, but I do know what you mean with it being just a little dark.
The marbles also don't really help. The coloration on Aurora.
Yeah.
A little darker.
Yeah, the cold foils, if the light's not hitting them the right way, they turn kind of dark. And you can definitely see that in like her little lightning bolts.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, there should be a quick finals, more than likely.
The other mirror took actually a little bit longer than our Katsu over match, so
that is true. That is true.
Barely, but just enough longer. Just a bit longer.
I think with any luck, we'll get out of here by 9 o'clock, and we all get some sleep before we go to work tomorrow.
I still have a nice hour and a half drive home, so
this is true.
That's not a big deal, though. Not a big deal. I just go home and pass out and call it a day. So something to note, not too big of a difference between the two lists. We saw both of them earlier. We don't have them in front of me because it's open deck list because it is on stream, and we've shown the deck list before. So they both have each other's deck list right now. I think Origin's making some siding decisions on how that goes. But it looks like Alex is already shuffling up and getting ready to play. With that in mind, though, yeah, not too different. I think Alex maybe has like maybe a 5 to 6 card difference compared to Arjun. So we'll see.
We see Arjun covering up his weapon. Can't let them know what you're going to be presenting.
Oh man, imagine
be a reaping blade. There are sigils in these decks.
There are sigils in these decks. You can't. Working against me today, but are they even on Reaping Blade? I don't think they are. I think it's just Starfall. She was such a good card. Like I don't think you.
Yeah, Starfall's great.
And I'll get my Brian Gottlieb fanboy out of me here quickly. He said that that's probably his favorite designed weapon that he's designed in a long time, and everyone was hating on the weapon when it got revealed, and now we can see why. I'm glad that he really called the shot, and I think that weapon is really really cool.
Yeah, there's a lot of like complexity to it that you just don't really see on first glance. Yeah, I'm a big fan of how Aurora is able to just kind of weave that through her turns pretty seamlessly.
And yes, this is the finals.
This is the finals. Aurora Mirror. I haven't seen a hand raised yet, so I'm not sure who's going first, but we'll find out shortly.
Technically, it's supposed to be said for presentation, but my assumption is that Arjun will go second. That's my guess. Usually in these aggro mirrors, that's usually when I want to see. Maybe he's going to make his decision after he saw the deck list. Maybe that's what he decided. That's why he wanted to see the deck list. Because if they're on Arc Lightning combo, maybe he's like, no, I don't want you to go. I don't want you to go first because you get the arsenal of card before me. And maybe that's something that Aurora players need to start messing with a little bit more. It's like, oh, if I go first into these aggro matchups, like am I at enough of a disadvantage where maybe I should just high roll like Arc Lightning combo? Like, is that something to consider? Like, if I go first, if you're on like the whole royal package and everything, because it is such a potent combo that it might be worth considering.
Yeah, I think that that's definitely something to play for in the mirror. Now, I believe Alex has Crown of Dominion in
Mhm.
his list. I can't remember if Arjun did or not.
Arjun did.
Okay.
They both do. We'll see if either of them present it. I would be shocked if the person going second presents it, but maybe going first, that's maybe an angle you want to take, just because it is such a potent turn, right? Like it is strong enough. So,
All right, flip that headpiece.
well, no one rose their hand, so I guess we're gonna see just
We're gonna find out the old-fashioned way.
which is totally fine.
All right, so we see a balance
Baj,
of
both are on
justice.
Baj. Ooh,
That I think that makes sense. You're not really going to be wanting to block the opposing snatches, and they're probably going to be drawing off of
yeah.
lightning valleys.
Alex will be going first here, it
Yep.
seems, and
I don't know if I hate the balance of justice. I think that you can get some value out of it.
no, both. This was what Alex was playing into Quinton too.
Yeah, and you get the East strike as well. There's a lot of drawing shenanigans that can happen in these decks.
Not the greatest hand for Alex here. There's a chance that we just throw God in the Flash into Aurora to get the embodiment, arsenal the E strike, and
Yep.
then just say, "All right, go ahead. I'm off to the races next turn."
And I think I see an Entwine Lightning in Arjun's hand,
Mhm.
and I couldn't quite make out the rest. Um,
We also can throw the Rabble here because we can go Rabble actually into Gone in the Flash. That actually threatens at 8 damage. Very awkward breakpoints too, and Auroras don't like blocking.
a lot of no
So
blocks, a lot of two
mhm.
blocks.
So throwing 8, you might leak some damage here. You really don't want to keep the Rabble, but you really do want that embodiment for that E strike for next turn. So
I don't hate that play.
mm,
It looks like there's a flittering charge. I think I saw a snatch.
there's somersault in that hand too. If there's a somersault, then you're just gonna get blown out either way. But Alex is taking a side. Remember, rounds are untimed here. It looks like we're gonna start with the Rabble. What we draw? Not really something you want Arjun to see.
Yeah, definitely best to keep that one hidden. We do have AB on the feet.
Mhm.
Looks like this is a block for 3 with a
Burn up
burn up
shock,
shock.
which is I think a really, really good card that I love seeing getting blocked with. So
And then, yeah, I imagine that this is just going to be Gone in a Flash, Activate Aurora, Arsenal Pass.
yeah, I mean,
Very strong turn 1.
I think it's a really good setup turn. Really the best you can really ask for if you're Alex going turn 1 if you're not on the combo plan. So 4 more
See, two very good cards put in front of it.
Mhm.
Happy to see that snatch go away.
And we're gonna see one of like the few blues in Alex's deck get pitched for the embodiment.
I don't think Alex could have asked for a better turn 1.
No, you see 3 cards, 3 power cards in a row really go away.
You set up a embodiment of lightning,
And
and you have
Arjun's hand's pretty bad, it looks like. Nope, we have the current funnel for go again on the Entwine. Okay, so it's not awful.
and then I think I see is that a second strike or a static shock?
I think that's a static shock. The arts are so similar. Like I
It's
got
just all lightning.
yeah. Alex taking 4. Good news for Alex, even though he showed the D-React on top of the deck, he has that E-Strike to tuck it away, draw the card, hopefully have a pretty big turn afterwards.
Yeah, E-Strike, again, just very versatile.
Arjun thinking about swinging Starfall here. We haven't played a Lightning card specifically. I think that's why he pulls it back, because Starfall would came for 1,
Yeah,
and you have no other way of. Wait, that is like a big thing about this deck is people, like, if you're playing against any Aurora, make sure that their cards are Lightning cards when they swing that Starfall.
just because they look like lightning
Mhm.
cards doesn't mean
They
that they
are.
are lightning cards.
Okay, so gonna block 4 here. I think that's very acceptable. Take
Arjun
3.
very quickly taking the 1.
Said I want this arsenal. Go ahead.
This is going to be a strong turn from Alex, though. Ooh, double fry.
I think Fry.
I wish that we had a mic at the table.
Yeah.
I need to know if he asks him if he wants fry with that.
Maybe that's what you just gotta ask. I mean, it's a 0 for 3 go game. Head jabs are never bad, but unfortunately, I think fries are pretty bad. But it seems like that's what he's decided to do. So 5 go.
So it looks like we did tuck one. We drew a card. This is already going to have go again.
Looks like we drew a static shock.
I think that's the second strike.
Oh my gosh.
That is the second strike.
Okay, so we got fry here at least. So then we
Yep.
get the second strike, and then
So there will be fries with that.
we see arc lightning. The arc lightning has been glued to Arjun's hand.
Arjun, he took damage, so this is going to get the buff and go again. Second strike, very good card. I like it a lot. We get the flittering charge. No go again. I think we're just going to arsenal the fry, which makes a decent amount of sense. It's a good starter.
27.
27-33.
So at 5, 9, just a nice 3-card, like 12 out of Alex there. Not bad. Take that. But would someone say that's pretty above range?
Now, what can he present back? It looks like Alex found one of his CLVs.
Yeah.
And then I think a sigil of lightning.
Yeah. So here's our lightning.
All right, here we go. First one of the game. Taking one.
Down to 32. Go again. I think we tucked an E-strike in that arsenal last turn. No, we didn't.
Static shot.
Static shot. So this will be for 4 go again.
Yep. Getting go again off of the arc lightning. If it hits, it's going to deal 1.
And then it's going to deal 1 because of the go again from the arc lightning. So we're just writing on 1 card 6 here.
Arc lightning is such a messed up card.
Hey, this card's so cool. I think
it's super cool, but man, it does some work.
Now, if you're Alex, you're probably asking yourself, do I need to block this for the 1 damage? How important is this on hit? I have a bunch of equipment. Is my hand good enough to combat this? We already know he has 2 no blocks in hand. So, like...
He says no blocks.
And we're racing. That is what this seems like to me.
So he's eating 6 damage here. We see the Starfall.
Coming in for
2 and 1.
2 and 1.
And is that a gone in flesh?
Yeah, but that's not really what you're probably just creating the embodiment and then
Yeah.
arsenaling and passing. Or activating grasp. It's probably grasp. I don't know why. He said it's 2 damage. Nope. We're gonna create the embodiment. Oh no, we have 2 cards in hand. Okay. So Gone Flash, 4 go again.
Yep. And we use the embodiment on this. So we will be presenting 1 damage off the arc lightning as well.
Nice 1 card 5.
Not too bad.
In reality, the arc lightning's only done 4 damage so far.
I mean, 0 for 4 yellow.
And 0 for 4 yellow, that's all arcane damage.
And gave some to go again.
Yeah. A little strong. And that thing could be E-strike.
I think Alex is considering just eating more damage.
I mean, I think at this point you just have to. I don't think you have a choice. Like you already did not block the static shock, which is most damage you're gonna be presented this turn. I think you're just stuck. You're just gonna be like, all right, I'm gonna eat it. We're racing.
He would drop to 18.
I don't like this block here. If we're gonna block with this equipment, I think we need to do this earlier in the turn where we're actually preventing an on hit. There's no on hit here.
Right.
Arjun still has a card in hand.
This should have been on the static shock or saved for a potential snatch follow-up.
I get it. They're both 2 blocks, and there's a part of me that I always we're just gonna arsenal. So
now, if that's the case, if Arjun is just arsenaling, I like activating grasp better than making
I do
the
too.
embodiment.
Yeah, I think I do too.
He left a damage on the table. He would do the 1 ping off of activating grasp, and then the rune chant itself would come in for 1.
No reason. So we're starting at the fry.
Yep, asking him if he wants fries with that. Ooh, and we have the CLV.
Yep, and we have a Arcanic Shockwave, and not Arcanic Shockwave, we have the Electrostatic Discharge with the Sigil of Lightning. So here's the CLV. Taking 3, gonna be able to draw a card. And we have the blue pitch in hand to actually be able to... Oh, that's a pretty good card.
That is pretty strong here. The discharge will be able to give this go again.
Alex might take a big life lead here if Arjun wants to
Yeah,
get this
this
hand.
hand, I'm looking at everything and it's a lot of damage.
I mean, when everything's just a 0 before. I mean, yeah. Swing it. Let's go.
Yeah, coming in for 2.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Arjun, he had a very impressive turn last turn, but life totals, they didn't go too far in either direction.
You know, Arjun already used the block on Bosch, and it doesn't look like either of these players are trying to draw 2 cards.
I wonder how consciously they're trying to play around that.
Yes.
All right, we see the flittering charge.
And we have these, yep.
All right, so 4 more damage coming in. Arjun dropping to 18. Next attack action, going to get +3.
And if it's the static shock, so this is threatening what?
8 damage total.
8 damage total.
Coming
so
in for 7.
Go to 10.
On hit, deal 1. And we have 2 resources floating.
So you know what we're doing with that?
We're making an embodiment.
Oh, for sure.
This was a great turn for
What a
Alex.
crackback by Alex here. Now, Arjun did keep his whole hand, and Arjun, I think, now this I agree with in some respect. Especially like Arjun doesn't need to give, but like you're at such a low life, you really need to get these 1 blocks activated on your Carapace and your Grasp. You really need those 1 blocks alive when you're getting this low. So I think this is totally fine because you're guaranteeing value. And no Arsenal for Alex, but we keep the CLB around, so it might as well be an Arsenal, you know?
Yep. Great turn.
And we ate all the equipment from, and then
Now, Arjun, 5-card hand
5-card
going
hand.
into this turn. We might see an equally strong crackback.
We don't know what's in his arsenal. We didn't quite see it, and 2 Arc Lightnings in hand for Alex, which is not great. Or is it a 1 Arc Lightning and then a
Stack shock.
Static Shock? Okay, Static Shock. Okay, I need to start stops. Static Shock is a card that looks like everything to me. Flame Charge, it's gonna be coming for 4. Never would start playing it. Discharge. Yep, I think that's a good no block by Alex.
Yep, easy 4 damage to eat. We want to make sure that we are saving some of these armor blocks for, again, the relevant on hits, Snatch, Static Shock.
So this will be for 2 go in.
So far, nothing that Alex really needs to worry about.
But now it's just a card in hand turned sideways. Is he no blocking here? I don't ever think there's a world where you want to block this.
No, not here. If you are thinking about blocking, then it may as well be on like one of the 4 cost attacks later.
Yeah.
After this, there very well could be nothing. He could play a sigil, make embodiment, and pass.
Well, here's the embodiment. He's thinking about it. What is he? Yep, he creates it. Okay. And snatch for 7.
And there's a snatch. And this is something that maybe you are more interested in blocking.
And
it does have go again.
Do you have a 3 block in hand, though? Then you can cleanly block it. I don't think he does.
We still have Dyadic.
Yep, so we have 4 block on tail. That's why I said then you can cleanly block it with the 3 block. It's 7 because of the discharge.
Oh, this is for 7.
Very brutal. Very brutal here.
Well, we have... Yeah, we only have 4 block and armor.
And this is where the block from last turn, I think, makes a difference. I don't think we need to be giving that 4 block there.
Current funnel is a 3 block?
Oh, does he have that in hand?
Yeah, this is a back card.
So yeah, I think we get that. But I guess, so what you go Arc Lightning probably into
Lightning Surge.
And then you're probably drawing the card anyways off that. So you're going to have a nice 3-card hand here. I think you just have to do it. You don't know what's in Arjun's hand. I think that's the big thing. You know it has go again, but like if it's double snatch, you're just you're turning your hand sideways either way. I think that's what you're going to be doing. I think you have to block this.
I think we need to block 4 on armor. Everything but balance, and then block with current funnel.
And it looks like that is what we're reaching for.
Hopefully Alex... Yeah, okay. I was going to say, hopefully he remembers this is for 7. I don't see the counter on it. So.
Yeah. Arjun hasn't been placing it, so, which is fine. It happens. People forget.
Okay. And we are blocking for 7 and arsenaling. I think Alex has another decently strong swing back here.
3-card hand is going to be really, really good. More importantly, Arjun's arsenal is a blank. And that hand does not look great for Arjun.
Is it a blank?
It's a blank.
That is not great.
And we got the embodiment on board. So 4 on hit draw, go again from the embodiment. Maybe we're just gonna keep the arc lightning. We're at 16. Um and
I don't know. I think I might.
I think it's fine. This is if you're keeping the arc lightning here, you're okay with it seeing this block drop here.
Yeah.
If you're Alex, I would be so excited. Okay, if we're using the somersault to pop him back to hand, totally okay.
I think we play the Arc Lightning now. No.
No,
Saving it.
I think I'm fine with this. Arjun only has a 4-card hand. He hasn't seen any CLVs, but like the first turn of CLV is not the problem.
He knows 2 of the 4 cards too.
Yeah, he
They were
does.
just placed on the table.
So if I'm Alex, I'm probably like sitting there thinking like, okay, if I Arsenal this, I might be in a good spot. I might just be able to eat everything next turn and just win the game. Alex looks very advantaged, at least from what we've seen so far. And Arjun, again, with the blink in Arsenal, I'm like 90% sure he's looking to turn a card sideways here. Like,
Yeah, if he keeps everything, he can present 12 damage, but that's not enough to kill Alex. And if his hand looks correct, he may be able to just do more than 15.
and the Static Shock is presenting an on hit because, well, Lightning Surge is one of the few lightning cards that are into 0 for 4s.
All right, looks like we are lining up a block for 4, preventing the on hit, Arc Lightning going into the arsenal.
And it just depends on what Alex draws here. I think this is make or break off the top here. Let's see.
So I believe our hand is 2-0 for 4s.
Oh no, did he draw 2 Sigil of Sufferings? You're 1.
So we see the flittering charge. If this is to get go again, we are playing the blink out of arsenal,
Yes.
which does not feel great.
No, not what you want to be doing. But if you're Argent, I mean, that's just what you got to do.
Sigil of Suffering, also not terrible here. I mean,
It's
he's
okay.
probably going to ping, and he's going to cover up the 4.
I mean, you're not really gonna. I think you just wait for the second attack, right? I think you just take the 3 here. Like in worst case, you Arsenal the Sigil of Suffering. You know you're going to go. So you place the link. Okay.
And then just going to Arsenal.
All right.
Just clearing the blink. Yeah,
Yep.
that's a pretty bad card to put in Arsenal. Yeah, and it's not the worst thing that we didn't use the Sigil there.
So we see another Sigil of Suffering in Argent's.
And a Sigil of Solace, I think I saw.
Okay, so like Argent's next turn is not going to be great then.
No. There is a Gone in a Flash, but no go again on Gone in a Flash currently.
Are we not playing the Arc Lightning in Arsenal? I feel like
that's very surprising.
I think we just gotta send it. We gotta ship it.
Okay.
Yep, okay.
So 1 damage coming through. Looks like Arjun chose to take it.
This is a very intense game. Very intense.
This is a really good mirror.
Oh, tucking that.
I have to imagine we're tucking the Sigil.
I'm guessing you're gonna say draw a card too.
Yep. God, we see a lightning press.
Oh, wait, this could just, depending on what's in hand here.
I think I see a rabble at the very back, and maybe some sort of lightning card. It's either a somersault or
that's
a static shock.
We've seen a lot of our blues too. I hope we don't. Okay. Oh, we're somersaulting the E-strike. What are we gonna do with the what? We're not gonna somersault the rabble. I feel like maybe the rabble is the correct play to somersault. No, no. Is it the rabble? Is that a rabble?
I think in the middle that looks like a rabble. Maybe he plays rabble and then he strikes for 7.
Well, we have the press though, right? Like that's maybe if he says, well, we know Argent has the D-react in hand, right?
We could also send rabble, press, and then arsenal the E-strike, setting up for next turn. This is interesting. I think you're right. I think somersaulting the rabble would probably be the most value, right?
Like if that is a rabble, 100% sure.
Alex is shaking his head. I wonder if he realizes that as well.
Because that's 2 more pings of arcane, and like it's just a lot. You're just missing a lot of value there.
The only way that it is not Worth it is if it reveals a yellow or a blue off the top.
Okay. E-Strike.
And I have to imagine that this is buff, and depending on blocks, I think Arjun's a smart enough player that he's going to play around press.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, we have the direct hand, right? So
yeah,
there it is. So Alex will take one, going to 11.
and then we're covering 5 of the 10 here. So
Going to
Arjun
3.
dropping to 3.
Which is press range. But now this is where things get really intense. What does Arjun have cooking? We know he has a sigil in hand. We see a blink, another E-Strike, and we only see 5 block on Alex's side.
And we have 1 armor block left.
So there's an Arc Lightning. So we're gonna start by taking 1 here. You gotta. Don't have a choice. Good news for Alex though. Arjun's hand's not the greatest.
No, not at all.
So he shouldn't die this turn, but he has to play very wise about this because there is going to be a point where he's going to have to make a decision to play around press or not. And the cool interaction here that I'll talk about quick is that we're just going to pitch it. Okay.
I understand wanting to get value out of your 0 block cards. Depending on how the turn goes,
just need to, right?
You can turn this into a virtual 3 block. But I don't know if Arjun's hand is actually going to let him do that.
No, he's going to be a 2 block here, right? His sigil bounce back into hand, 1 arcane here. Arjun's now at virtually 6, and
yep. So the Gone Flash bounces back. And that looks like a blink.
Yep. So he can play this. Oh, this is actually lethal. This hand from Arjun is pretty good. So he gets the blink here, and then he gets another 4 more. This is like Garden Flash. It's such a crazy card. So he's going to rip 1 more card from Alex's hand. But unfortunately, the Sigil Lightning is only going to get 2 value out of it.
I think that Alex is maybe considering a lightning press here.
Yeah.
Being at 7, I think your safest play is probably putting Carapace in front of this. And then if you need to block, you just wait for the next thing.
Yes. And there he goes. What he decides to do. And he's going to have to block this turn either way, right?
Yep.
So.
And I think that he's probably going to be putting a second strike in front of whatever comes next, which we know is going to be a Gun and Flash. And then he sends E-Strike for 7, bottoming this blink.
Which isn't the greatest, but
casual lethal.
The casual lethal. So you're gonna rip a card from Arjun's hand, and we haven't seen a single lightning press from Arjun. We haven't seen any more of his other no blocks. There's a chance that he just draws a hand of no blocks.
Yeah. We see Alex take 3, he plays the blink, returns the Goner Flash, attacks for 4.
And I think the second strike, or Stag Shock, whatever the two,
I believe this is the second strike.
Yeah. You just gotta turn it sideways, say I'm gonna go to 2, and which I guess here the Sigil Lightning was used properly because the 2 life here.
Yeah,
you gotta have to get the E-Strike. Yeah, you gotta have to get the E-Strike otherwise.
Yeah, and then your hand ends up being Blink Sigil, and that does nothing.
He's checking. I think he's trying to see what he did last time in the last game. He did 5 draw a card to draw a lightning press against Quentin and played it, but he saw it with the rabble. So maybe that's what he's thinking about right now. It's like maybe I have a way to get out of this.
It's a little different than trying to YOLO it. Also, if he gives you any 3 block, it doesn't kill him. It only puts him to 1.
I think really what Alex has to hope is that Arjun doesn't draw. Arjun is on 3 lightning presses. We haven't seen 1 yet. It's been a very long game, by the way. For this mirror, very aggressive. We're on like turn 6 or 7.
Yeah.
So we've probably gone through half of the decks, and there it is, taken 2.
All right.
And let's see what's that hand from. Is that a somersault? That hand from Arjun seems bad. There's no
Gone
go
in a
again.
flash, current funnel, arcanic, shockwave, and second strike.
That's bad. That is.
He probably has to.
There's no go again. Where does he get the go again from?
Oh,
It's all actions. You're the room lady.
he probably has to pitch to grasp to make a rune chant, attack with the second strike, and hope that the one damage goes through.
If I'm Alex, I'm not letting that hit.
It doesn't look great. I don't think I'm missing anything as far as how he converts to this.
Well, Alex is saying coming in for 7.
This might just be a good blocking turn for
Mhm.
Arjun. Preserve some life, send a 0 for 4, set up an arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
Because a 0 for 4 is going to take a card from Alex.
Yeah, but a 3-card hit, like at 6, still not. Or 5, probably.
I don't know if there's another way for you to pull a second card.
Yeah, Arjun's gonna be thinking about this one for a bit. I can't imagine. I know I would be like, this is a tough one to navigate. And maybe we're missing something we aren't, and he's blocking 6 here.
It's like current funnel and gone in a flash. Well,
And I'm holding on to it. Maybe that's the card he wants to arsenal. Maybe he's gonna be like block 5, take 2, go to 4. Nope.
okay. So 1 damage coming through. Arjun goes to 5.
And if I'm Alex, I'm pretty happy. That means he drew a prick, and now you have a chance.
Oh,
Oh, that's big. And you got a somersault in hand. So you're gonna start with the 1 arcane.
so 1 arcane, 4 damage, and we revealed the second strike.
And you're taking the 1 arcane.
There's no way for this to get go again here. So we take the 1 arcane.
What's the other 2 cards in hand?
We can't block with sigil though, because if he pays for it, we're only blocking 3.
Oh, you're right. That's tough.
Do we have? We have 2 attacks, right? Can we
We can just
somersault?
block 2 and somersault it here. No, we don't.
We
We
only have 1. Rough. With Arjun at 5, is there any way for him to really get out of this?
I'm not too sure, right? You have to give 2 cards here no matter what. I think your best play, you can't, you throw a 0 for it. Arjun has a 5-card hand, but he does go to 1. So maybe you can block out enough to where when Arjun has no cards left in hand, no pitch floating, you can ping him, right? Maybe that's your best play. I think Alex is thinking about it, but the problem is you have that somersault in hand, so you're going to block 4 with the arc lightning, pop the somersault, draw back up. This would be fine if he had 2 attack actions, but he is going to.
I think you have to pitch to the rune chant and use this sigil here.
Okay.
Uh,
Oh, no, this is actually really good. This is because we can now play Entwine, reveal the somersault.
mhm.
We're throwing 8 now,
Yeah.
right? Entwine, 4 go again, 4 go again.
We're also denying Arjun an arsenal
Mhm.
because he probably wants that 1 damage to go through. Just try to walk Alex's life total down.
And I mean, taking 1 himself is not what he wants to be doing. So Entwine, revealing somersault.
This is great.
Oh, we have the suffering in Origin hand now, and he's gonna go. This is the game.
Oh, this is the game. We're playing shock for 1 damage. We pay. Oh my god, this was such
Good
a
game.
close
Yeah,
game.
Origin gets there.
That's crazy.
We got to figure out if that wasn't actually a rabble that he missed. He's like, that's a lot of damage Alex missed there in that turn.
Yeah.
That's a massive misplay.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I don't know if it's enough value
It's
that he
missing
would
like
have.
8 damage. He's at 5. Arjun's at 5. You're missing 8 damage there.
Yeah, yeah. Well, unsurprisingly, Aurora wins the matchup.
Color me shot. Oh.
I'm not sure why that's happening. Yeah, no, that was a great game. That was a very fun mirror to watch. Um, I'm not sure if Arjun is planning on keeping the envelope sealed or if he's planning on opening it. Do you want to run over really quick and ask
Yeah, I can ask.
before we end the stream? If he is wanting to open it, we'll definitely make sure that that happens on camera. Otherwise, we will just be wrapping up stream right now. Congratulations to Arjun for winning that. He definitely played very well all day. I think we had him on stream 3 times today, and each time it was very impressive to watch. And congratulations to Alex for making it to the finals. Alex should be back right now with an answer. And the verdict
He's
is
not planning on opening it tonight.
okay. So he's gonna keep it sealed. Maybe he wants to open it with his friends when he gets back home.
He said,
Uh,
no, he said that the last one he opened was a Code of Frost. So he doesn't want to, like, he's going to
hey,
think about it.
that's
He's
how it
gonna
goes
think about it.
sometimes.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
how it goes.
Hey, listen, sometimes you open Code of Frost and you get real sad, you know?
All right. Well, thank you to everybody that tuned in for the stream. We had a lot of people watching at certain points. Looks like we already have 2,000 views and 164 people watching. That is awesome.
Yeah, fantastic.
If you enjoyed the stream, hit the like button. It definitely helps us out. Huge thanks to Oddwillows for letting us stream the event. And thank you, Alex, for coming on and co-hosting.
Always happy to.
It's always a fun time. So I really appreciate it. But yeah, I think we will just wrap up here, and
for sure.
I hope everybody has a good night and good luck at your ProQuests.
Yeah. Good luck.